Volume 5 Chapter 4 You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Act 4. March, Raccoon Troop. ACT March 4th, Raccoon Troop. Wah ah ah. Bang bang double bang. A dark valley was filled with roaring and shouting. Several hundred people congregated with their swords, the sound of their swords and shields echoing in the ear. Subarutalp. A battle situation was occurring with the Raccoon clan facing off against the monsters underground. A few nights ago, Ark had finished the training of the raccoons and they set off. At first, a small reconnaissance unit wandered around and built up hands-on experience. Even small forces were formidable against the level 150 Kangul. With 300 raccoons fighting against the Kangul, there were around 20 casualties. However, the more they fought the more experience they gained. Even if a small amount of raccoons were sacrificed, Ark also grew a little bit. And soon they would be able to take down the plant golems. Let's do it. First we must attack and finish off the plant golem. So far, the level 250 plant golem had been considered an impregnable enemy by the raccoons. However, after beating their enemies the raccoon clans began to gain confidence. And their levels rose as they continued beating strong enemies. In New World, NPCs who gained experience would also level up. However, there was one notable change that he paid attention to. After the battle ended, the raccoons noticed something and muttered. "Well, I use this trick for the sword. That's right, I also understand how to use a shield now. Is this a more effective way to use the cannon?" If a raccoon used a weapon, a related skill was generated by the user. The attack power for the sword and shield as well as their defensive powers went up. They received destructive skills for the artillery cannon, or an engineer would receive skills to increase the performance of profession items such as potions. He realized that NPCs could also learn new skills. Of course, it wasn't the raccoon group wasn't the only reason that he grew. The current commander of the raccoons was Ark, and knew the commander also receives a bonus to all experience. Thanks to the bonus experience, Ark's leveling speed increased. Of course, being commander didn't only have good points. The raccoon clan NPCs such as the craftsman NPC were also eating the warrior's cookies. Well, thanks to the scam it decreased their understanding of tactics. Therefore Ark had to give orders one by one in groups of 10. Crazy, the 300 raccoons are so stupid that they have to move one by one. In the beginning, there was no spirit. However, he had gradually become used to tactics and came up with a new interpretation. In the past, Ark had read Justice Man's manual many times. But since Ark never went to the military, it was difficult for him to understand. After leading 300 soldiers and directly experiencing through trial and error, it began to make more sense. There is a limit to how much I can learn with just Uncle Justice Man's book. Ark came up with new tactics that could be applied to the raccoons. And when the same action is repeated his understanding would deepen. That was the system of New World. If your troops are made of 100% NPCs, you will be able to apply additional tactics. Beginner additional tactics unconditional assault. Order the troops to immediately attack one target. Unconditional retreat. Order the troops to immediately retreat from combat. This is the tactical skill that Uncle Justice Man was talking about. However, some of the strategies contained in Justice Man's manual were different to the ones Ark used. Meanwhile Justice Man was on Tactics 3. On the other hand, Ark only wrote down the new tactics he learned during the day as well as his bonus tactics. It was the inevitable result. Justice Man had an entire lifetime of tactical related work therefore Ark couldn't possibly have the same understanding. However, even though Ark primarily played solo he was not satisfied learning just one skill. They were skills that were necessary now. When the skill was used, it was felt by the movements of the raccoons which seemed to grow. If the user's tactical skill was used then it could buff their troops. Other users could move with care. However, this mission required the competence of the NPCs, which means that the effects applied by the commander could vary the movement instead. The effect was revealed in the current battle in the Valley of Darkness. Dozens of Kangol with lined up with the axes raised. They're throwing weapons. Lieutenants, gather your power and defend it. When Ark raised his voice, the lieutenants immediately lifted their shields. The axes flew out of the dark and hit the raised shields. In the old days, if Ark raised his voice, then the raccoons were slow to respond. Some raccoons even ran forward straight into an axe. However, after the tactical skill was used, that rarely occurred. No, the Nazis, no. When their surprise failed, the Kangol shrieked and ran wild. The 20 crickets that had climbed to attack the rear of the raccoons froze. 2nd Division Artillery, Plan A.3. Intercept the crickets. Ark commanded the artillery, who immediately turned their cannon. Ark used the same tactics to command the raccoons as the ones he used on his summons. Plan A.3 was a tactic where his summons would attack on Ark's order. When Plan A.3 was applied to the artillerymen, they would launch an artillery barrage at the target. Queek. The cricket and its rider were forced to the ground. Ark ordered them to narrow the distance for a double critical chance. 1st Division Lieutenant, Plan A.2 surround the Kangol and attack in waves. Again, the movements of the 120 lieutenants flowed as they changed formation and attacked the defenseless Kangol. The other Kangol rushed to the rear to rescue their colleagues. Ark switched to the B.3 plan with a ratio of 30.70 attack and defense to block the attack. And he switched to the B.1 plan and rushed forward as the Kangol began to weakly withdraw. Hoo, they're not the previous raccoons anymore. Now they respond to Ark like soldiers. Like someone possessed, Ark controlled the battlefield using tactics and combat. At first the raccoon units moved together, but after fighting the Kangol, he became familiar with giving orders to different troops. Such a thing was possible because of Diedrich. Master, should the raccoons on the right side start fighting? Well, tell them it's changed to the D.1 plan. And make the 3 engineers at the back support them. How is the left side? There is a setback. Plan A.1. Tell them to settle the siege quickly and then help the right side. Understood. I'll visit them now. With the battle situation examined, Diedrich took to the sky to deliver the messages. Thanks to that, he could freely use different tactics in battle. So the raccoons were clearing the Kangol in the valley. However, Ark had to pay attention to things other than the combat. Snake, it's now. Swallow it. Sack. Ark commanded Snake as he threw it from his waist. When he thought about a way to send Snake to Sid, Ark realized that there was a very easy method of utilizing Snake. So, the ability to swallow items and spit it out when curled around his waist was a feature that he could utilize. At Ark's command, Snake swallowed all the items on the battlefield at a tremendous rate. The item drop during the battle wasn't high. Therefore, Ark was determined not to abandon even one piece of Japtum. Even if he had to sacrifice the raccoon soldiers to pick up the item. Was it too horrible? You're welcome. The raccoons or the Japtum that will belong to Ark when the quest ends? Is it necessary to think about which is more important? Ark's biggest purpose to play the game was money. When it comes to making money, Ark could push his conscience down at any time. Ark would survey the battlefield, and if he spotted any raccoon trying to pick up an item, he would immediately shout at them. Hey, that one person there. What are you doing? Do you want to die? If you have time to pick up an item, then swing your sword. Flicker. So the raccoons would flinch away while Snake quickly swallowed the item. So eek. Double bang. Then, suddenly a giant vine flew through the darkness. At the same time, his side formation collapsed with a loud roaring sound. Ark and the raccoons headed towards that side. Plant golem. It appeared. From the other side of the valley, a huge presence was approaching. A plant golem that was 10 meters tall was approaching. Its level was 250. The raccoons to the right of the plant golem's vine instantly lost 40% of the health and fell to the ground. 1st Lieutenant Division, Unconditional Retreat. Ark activated his additional tactical skill. The additional tactical skill was applied to the troops without Diedrich having to convey the orders. Then the raccoons shouted and dispersed like ants. When the formation collapsed, the plant golem didn't know who to chase after, so it stayed still. Then, someone behind Ark shouted. Arkansas Hyung. He turned around and saw that Popo had shouted. This is ready. Okay, Diedrich, inform the whole army. We're going with Plan A.4. Hey, raccoons. Plan A.4. Diedrich shouted as he flew in the air. And the scattered soldiers retreated to one side. When the target was narrowed to one side, the Kangol and plant golem immediately pursued it. They chased after the soldiers for a while until the earth started shaking. At the same time, the chasing monsters fell through a hole that appeared in the ground. It's a success. Popo yelled and jumped out. Popo was responsible for destroying the land along with the engineers of the 3rd Division, so when the Kangol ran about nothing would happen, but once the plant golem who was 10 times heavier stepped on the ground it would collapse. Therefore, the Kangol and plant golems who were lying intertwined on the ground was a bridge for the raccoons to climb on. The plant golem who was stuck halfway in the ground gave a shriek. Of course, Ark wasn't just calmly watching. Now. 2nd Artillery Division, A.2 Plan. The artillerymen turned their cannons and fired wildly. The A.2 plan was one to get rid of the weakness in its slow reloading speed. In the past, a rifle unit of Napoleon's used the strategy of dividing into groups and then alternating firing. The continuous cannon attack fired and exploded into the plant golem's body. It was a large monster, so there was additional damage when caused the plant golem's health to be noticeably reduced. Meanwhile, the engineers eagerly used potions to treat the seriously injured. Master, recovery of the 1st Division is finished. Okay, let's finish this. The unconditional assault. Attack. Ark used his additional tactical skill again. Then all the raccoon soldiers brandished their weapons and gathered at the plant golem. Swords and axes attacked the plant golem while there were flashes as the cannons continuously fired at it. The engineers also frantically poured potion after potion. The plant golem finally collapsed with a cry of distress. Over 60 Kangol and a plant golem had been defeated. If you think about how they used to struggle against a Kangol, it was a big development. When the battle was over, the amount of experience was added with the commander's bonus. 5% of the total experience. The experience of a level 150 and 250 monster was a considerable amount. Thanks to that, Ark steadily went up a level every time a battle ended. After this battle, his level again rose by 1 until finally. Stat window. Good plus 200 Dark Walker Cat Knight, caretaker of all, Jackson's Hero 83 improved NORAD boots. Movement speed plus 15%, evasion plus 10% Veil of Fire. Fire resistance plus 50% Adelaine's necklace. Death plus 40, affection plus 10 resurrecting spirit. Strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5% asterisk. You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. I finally reached level 100. He thought back to just 30 hours before. At level 100, not much changed. However, like most people, Ark liked a tight number. Once he confirmed that he reached level 100, he felt a sense of satisfaction. And it only took 30 hours to gain 6 levels. The more the number of advancing enemies increased, the faster his level up speed became. Thanks to that, his leveling up speed was even faster than when he did the event quest in Jackson. Arkansas Hyung, we did it. Now we've occupied the Valley of Darkness. Ark nodded and used his cartography skill. At first, it seemed black until 1/3 RD of the space brightened and was opened. In the underground world, there were 14 raccoon villages. Among them, 13 had already been corrupted by Yggdrasil. However, Ark had led the raccoon troops over a period of 4 days. They had marched into and occupied 6 of the opponent's strategic camps. It was reclaimed. And regaining the villages meant that they were moving closer to Yggdrasil. Ark led the raccoon troops into the newly reclaimed town. Like the other villages, blackened wood had been turned to ruins underneath a tangle of vines. And it clung to tree trunks or nearby clusters of buildings. They were now familiar objects. Division 3, get rid of the cocoons. Yes, Commander. Ark gave a command and the engineers immediately left to get rid of the cocoon of vines. They scratched it roughly with their claws and when it was peeled back a raccoon fell out. They were the raccoons fed to the plant golem. The raccoon was put in the cocoons by the plant golem and goes through a transformation into the Kangol. If the raccoon undergoes a transformation then the plant golem is accepted by Yggdrasil. Fortunately, in this village there weren't many that had transformed to Kangol. When treated with a purification potion, most returned to their original form. Of course, those raccoons were recruited into the army using the warriors' cookies and relegated to the back for training where they were transformed into warriors. This means that every time they occupied a village, they were decreasing the enemy's forces while increasing their own. However, if they don't occupy a village then those cocoons could transform into Kangol and then hit them from behind. This was the first reason why a town should be taken over. The closer they get to Yggdrasil, the number of casualties increases while the number of Kangol and plant golems also increases. And the second reason why the town should be occupied. Popo, what was the specialty of this village? This town had many craftsmen who created cannons. These cannons had a longer range, making the projectile damage even stronger. How many of the cannon craftsmen can we rescue? Around 10 people. There are 70 people in the artillery division. Assign 7 to each person. When you only focus on recovery, it's not going to take long. Popo, tell the 3rd division to rush the recovery of the cannon craftsmen. And when the craftsmen recover, ask them how long it would take to upgrade the cannons. Understood. Popo hopped away and ran across the town. The battle of the underground world was similar to the classic arcade game 3-0. Ark's initial power was the 300 raccoon soldiers and common equipment. However, if he won a battle and occupied a town then things were different. When he entered a village, although the casualties increased, by purifying the raccoons confined to the cocoons then his numbers once again increased. But there's even more. The original craftsman NPC who originally owned artisan workshops were still present in each village. When he recaptured a town specializing in leather items, the raccoons were able to contribute leather armor to the troops. And if they were armed with better swords then sword damage would increase. One village offered a special potion that would increase the damage. Therefore, depending on the specialization of each village retaken, it was possible to repair, upgrade or even replace equipment. Of course, a lot of the military funding was provided by the war chest of the raccoon elders. As Popo said, it is possible to increase the range and damage of the cannons. Artillery was a core part of the raccoon troops. If it was upgraded, the damage of the raccoons would rise by leaps and bounds. The standard of upgrading was also rising as he approached Yggdrasil. I was worried the first time I walked into a village. As expected, nothing was impossible in New World. The march of the raccoon troops has risen recently. If he was doing it alone, the quest would be impossible, but with just one change all his problems were solved. Raccoon troops. Thanks to them, monsters over level 200 were being subdued and Ark was gradually occupying the underground world. Fortunately, I also got some pretty usable items. Ark gave a heart-warming look at his equipment window. Ark had changed 2 of his equipment at the leatherworking village he stopped at not long ago. Durability. 67 to 80 weight. 5 use restriction. Level 90 and higher, a mantle made from the scale of the fire draconian. This mantle made from hardened scales is strong enough to deflect a decent weapon. In addition, it contains the characteristic high fire resistance common to fire draconians living in lava. Durability. 36 to 50 weight. 5 user restriction. Level 60 good quality footwear made using skin from the great worm. The great worm is an ancient monster that only lives in special environments. The epidermis is piled up in swamps or volcanoes or even in the stomach to avoid being harmed. It was another harvest obtained from the underground world. I never thought I would be satisfied leading raccoons. When Ark first entered the leatherworking village, there was a NPC called Norad. Ark had heard the name Norad somewhere before. After a long time he finally remembered. Ark remembered it was in the description of the boots he picked up from Jackson. A long time ago, the armor maker that had disappeared, Norad. Yes, my grandfather made this. Every generation of my clan has inherited the name Norad. After he showed him the shoes, Norad nodded. Then, some materials surfaced to Ark's head. There were materials that he didn't trust to other users and kept locked in his bag. The scale from the fire draconian and the skin from the great worm. After he showed the materials to Norad, a mantle was made from the scale while the great worm's skin was used to modify the Norad boots. The performance was the highest quality. Even though the processing fee was 500 L, when it is this degree of performance, then it was profitable business. He gained or through the steady sale of cookies. After looking at the distribution sales, he increased the price by 100% to 2L, but the cookies still sold instantly. Furthermore, the Japtum in his bag from the battlefield also sold at a higher price in the subterranean world and or piled up in his bag. The War of the Underground one is one that I quite like. At the rate everyone is defeating the monsters in the underground world, it wouldn't be a dream to reach level 120 within the week. It was difficult to find a light representative hunting ground. And how many days had he invested into training the raccoons? Once Ark started, he wasn't going to pull back. So even though he could just head straight to Yggdrasil, he traveled around in circles to recapture the towns. All for the purpose of making a fortune. If you can find the source of Yggdrasil's corruption and fix it, then everything will return to normal. Therefore is it necessary to reclaim all the villages instead of advancing. Sometimes an elder would also start protesting. However, if he gave them a bag of cookies, then everything was fine. When Ark called him with a whistle, Popo returned. Ark young, it will take half a day to upgrade the cannons. Half a day. So about 2 hours in real time. This was one thing he didn't like about the underground world. When a town is occupied, it is good that the troops increase and equipment was upgraded, but until all the tasks were complete, then it wasted a lot of time. Ark didn't want to rest because the time it would eat up was too valuable in gaining experience. Although the time was precious, he also couldn't abandon increasing his troops or upgrading. It can't be the soul's bane. Popo, I'll be along for a while, so tell me when the preparations are complete. Again. Where are you always going? Come play with me. Hyung is busy. Please play by yourself. Ark lightly poked Popo, who grumbled and headed towards the outskirts of the village. This is the patella. Ark took a hollow bone with joints. It fits perfectly. So. Because the pelvis is F, this would be number F.4. Ark labeled the patella F.4 with a pen before putting it back in the bag and picking another bone. He looked carefully and carved a number and repeated the work. He had been doing it for a few nights, and at the bottom of the bag, bones with different sorts of numbers were recorded and piled up. How much time had passed? After a while, Ark found a bone as small as a pebble. Soon it was mixed with the other bones and joined together like a puzzle, as Ark stated with a confident voice. Okay, this is definitely the third cervical vertebrae. Now everything is gathered. Ark threw away the remaining bones and summoned Skull. Skull, now everything has been equipped. Clack, 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 clack. Skull moved back and forth, thrilled. Now he was ready. Only half was left. It had been a week since he entered the underground world that in the meantime, Ark hadn't forgotten about Skull. In order to defeat Warwick, the owner of the saw blade, and finish the evolution of Skull, summoning him in the underground world was the optimal condition for his growth. First, there was an excess of ingredients all around. Ark collected the ingredients, and every time he arrived at a village when the raccoon troops advanced, he would instantly cook a new dish. And of course, Skull was dedicated to verifying the dish. He ate the food with enthusiasm, and within a few days, Skull was already level 60. Ark immediately summoned Warwick and challenged him to a duel. For sure that it became better than before. Good. The duel is accepted. The stats were accepted by the stubborn Warwick, and he consented to the duel. However, the result was a total failure. Unlike the excited Diedrich, Skull's battle unfolded calmly. Still, Warwick's health was only at 50% before Skull got forcefully recalled. Well, that is a problem. 24 hours later, Ark sighed as he looked at the grumpy Skull rolling about. Ark also knew the reason for Skull's defeat. The crucial difference between Warwick and Skull was that Skull had no limbs. The battle understanding of Skull was quite high, because it had trained with Ark many times. However, the only movement Skull could do without limbs was rolling and jumping forward for a headbutt. Such simple attacks weren't going to defeat Warwick. When he took part in operations with Ark and Diedrich, it was able to accomplish its role, but when 1.1 with a goblin it was more difficult. Even if Skull was level 70, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning against Warwick. Now Ark began to seriously explore ways to defeat Warwick. Then, a scene suddenly came to Ark's mind. Polluted skeleton. In the underground labyrinth, he had fought against polluted skeletons. Even if they were broken once, they had the special ability to use the surrounding bones and reform themselves. Skull's body was a skeleton. Then wouldn't it be possible to make arms and legs for Skull in the same way? Ark immediately went back to the underground labyrinth and collected the surrounding bones. But when the bones were collected, it wasn't possible to know which bone went where. Ark discussed with Justice Man about this issue, who handed him a judo textbook. Since judo specialized in joints, the textbook had an appendix with illustrations of the bones in the human body. Since then, Ark had sorted through the bones, and now everything was ready. It was a body created with blood and sweat. It was to the extent that he was now able to close his eyes and draw the bones of the human body. When he placed the bones according to the numbers written on them, a plausible skeleton was formed. The only part left was the head. Skull, get ready. When Skull was placed on area of the head, like a transformation robot, the skeleton was complete. But now there was an important task. The skeleton couldn't be a body just by lining up the bones. It must be firmly attached and able to move to Skull's will. What can make it successful? Snake, spirit body glue. Sack, sack, sack. Snake opened its mouth and spat out the spirit body glue. Ark had first thought of this plan the moment the description called it a spirit body glue. He could attach the bones and Skull with the glue. Moreover, it was not a simple adhesive. The spirit was set to the body using the ectoplasm, and then the ectoplasm could be used like nerves to move the body according to Skull's will. The only way to know is to try. Ark attached all the bones using the spirit body glue. And after attaching Skull, he retreated. Skull, everything now depends on you. How is it? Can you move? There was no response from Skull. He concentrated on all the nerves in his new body. How much time had passed? Yudaduk, the finger bone moved with a strange noise. Then the wrist and arm lifted up. There is a reaction. Skull tried to raise his body by pushing his hands against the ground. Ark even forgot to breathe as he looked at the skeleton. Geppetto, the maker of Pinocchio, would probably understand how he was feeling. Skull, you can do it. Think about the body you had before. Then you'll remember how it feels. Ark nursed him using the sentiment of a father. At that moment, Skull clenched himself and stood the body up. It was successful. Clack, 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 clack. Skull looked at his arms and legs with a strange attention. And once he started moving his body, he adapted immediately. Skull moved his body regained after hundreds of years like a newborn foal, and became so familiar with it that he was able to run and roll on the ground. He did this for a moment, before Skull looked at Ark with a gaze that seemed to want something. He desired a rematch against Warwick. Okay, now the condition is the same. If the conditions are the same, then there is no reason for you to be defeated. You are different from Diedrich as you don't speak. In the meantime, don't forget experience when you fought with me. Ark gave simple advice before summoning Warwick. When he saw the changed Skull, Warwick spoke with a surprised voice. That body. Right, that we have met great masters. Yes, if you have a body, then this body should be more satisfactory. No more words are necessary. Come, warrior. Soon the two skeletons clashed violently. Unprecedentedly, Warwick pulled out a shield and rushed forward. Until now, there was no way that Skull could deal with such a simple attack. But now he was not the past Skull. Skull quickly withdrew to the side and stretched his arm. Unlike Warwick, Skull did not have a weapon. His summons couldn't wear equipment. Therefore, a finger bone was changed beforehand by Ark to compensate for this weakness. Fortunately, there was a little attack bonus attack to the considerable damage received, and Warwick retreated. Certainly. It is different from before. Warwick happily muttered. In fact, Ark didn't have big expectations for this duel. Even though he only had bones left, Warwick still remembered the memories of his life. In addition, he was armed with a sword and shield. On the other hand, Skull, who had no memory of his past before he was beheaded, had only gained a new body. Well, in order to get acquainted with the new body, some fighting experience would be nice to see. That was Ark's honest thoughts. However, Ark was a good way off the mark. That kid Skull. Ark looked at Skull with bemused eyes. It seemed as though Skull was using the same movement as Arkansas. Using evasive action to avoid the enemy's attack, then countering through the gap were all specialties of Arkansas. Even the maneuver of stepping to the side and kicking, that he mimicked all of Ark's attacking techniques. Of course, in terms of completion it didn't compare to Arkansas. However, Ark had perfectly trained Skull in his battle techniques. With movements exactly the same as his, the existence was different. He felt like he was watching his child or student. Indeed. After defeating the Kraken, you will be able to summon the answer. Warwick's exclamation clearly praised Arkansas. Go, Skull. Ark clenched his fist tightly and shouted. The longer the battle was, the more familiar Skull became with his movements. Although it seemed a bit early, when confronting each other they were almost at the same level. However, Warwick was also getting stronger while Skull's movements were gradually getting better. After 10 minutes, Skull's health was at 20% while Warwick had 25% of his health left. After both sides clashed again, their health dropped by 10%. It is great. For a sense of honor, I will put everything into the next blow. Warwick shouted and raised his sword. Skull felt the desperate resolution and stepped back. He stepped back and moved behind Warwick. There was a tense silence like the static that rose from the end of a needle. It's now. Ark, who was Skull's master, instinctively read the timing. Skull narrowed the distance and quickly struck with his hand. The technique to read the perfect timing to attack needed to be learnt by the body. However, Warwick, who was also experienced in combat, read Skull's movements. Warwick's sword quickly moved from side to side. Rattle, rattle. Warwick struck and hit Skull's hands like lightning. and ripped the chest open with his sword. A brave attack, but this time that it is my victory. Ark's eyes shone. Skull, now. Clack clack clack. Clack clack clack. At the same time, Skull's scapula split open and a sharp bone rose. It rose up through Warwick's side. Into Warwick's eyes. Flames erupted as he received a critical hit. This my goodness, how? I assembled Skull's body. It wasn't impossible to give the body an unexpected weapon. Ark said with a smile. Yes, there was a sharp bone hidden behind the scapula. It was a bone that wasn't originally for humans. However, when the bony part was assembled, he installed something unique because Ark wanted a secret weapon. It was a risk to determine whether Skull could utilize a bone that wasn't originally human. However, in a desperate situation, Skull showed a strong will and exceeded Ark's expectations. Warwick understood the situation and nodded. Right, that with the master who believed in his summons, that he rewarded the summons. You and your master are beautiful. I will hand over my power. With the power. Serve your master. Be nov calm. Warwick said one final thing. Already that it is possible for me to go to the hills. Thank you. Blessings for your future. Warwick lifted his head as his body slowly crumbled. A message window popped up in front of Arkansas. It was a no-brainer. Warwick was a knight with a good balance between offense and defense. However, Skull had received Ark's training in a body that was specially made. Warwick was a subject that couldn't even been compared to Skull. Main, nameless dead man's skull. Secondary Warwick. At the end of the decision, Skull's body was enveloped in light. The body of Skull began changing inside the light. The light also became more intense to look at. Warwick had an old sword and shield, with ragged chain armor affixed to his body. Lower class 35, plus 15, Deimos. Ark knew about Deimos. Among the two moons of Mars, one was the master and the other the vassal. In other words, this means Ark's familiar contained one of two shapes. His stats had also grown. His stats were raised by 65-70 points. His elevated stats were similar to Diedrich. The unusual thing was that his health and loyalty increased tremendously. His health had increased to 1070. His body was compatible to be a bread. Also, his loyalty rose, so he didn't have worry about disobedience like Diedrich. Rather, his return as a bread would probably make him even more eager to serve Arkansas. But what is this bone collector hobby? Ark looked at the information window and shook his head. Deimos' eyes suddenly lit up and he ran to the remains of Warwick's body. He searched through the bones until he found a rib with no flaws. Era. Deimos, what are you doing? Clack clack clack. Clack clack clack. Deimos pointed towards the ribs and touched it. It's not Morse code, Ark couldn't possibly understand, so he summoned Diedrich. He explained that he needed Diedrich as an interpreter and they communicate for a while before Diedrich said with a strange look. Master, this guy is surprisingly cheeky. What? The master went to all that difficulty to make my body. But it is not especially pleasing. The master has difficulty with his sense of beauty. I'm insincere, yet he says such bad things. A bad one. Isn't it? Clack clack clack. Then Deimos grabbed Diedrich and shook him. Ah, this child. Just because he happens to have a body he dares. Snap. Ah, I understand. Please don't pull my wings. Should I convey what you said? Ook, don't shake me while I'm upside down. Unlike a bat, my hobby isn't being upside down. I have motion sickness. I understand. Cook, master. I was being abused. This guy says that the bones collected by master aren't good. So it is difficult to exert his power. Ark was convinced by Diedrich's words. Ark also knew that. When he collected the bones from the underground labyrinth, they were usable, but most of them were dull or cracked. Although a body was made using such bones, he had no confidence in their performance. Well, I wanted to make it out of good bones too. Yuduk, Peacock. Ark breathed out a sigh. Would Deimos suddenly pull out one of his ribs? He didn't mind injuring himself. Ark looked at Deimos, who seemed to understand as he shook his head. He picked up the bone from Warwick and placed it in a vacant spot. Curiously, Warwick and Deimos' ribs had become a perfect fit. After he assembled the rib, Deimos skipped and jumped delightedly. Suddenly a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. What kind? A bizarre skill to change the bones. It was a strange situation, but the effect caused some surprise. Once a bone was changed, the ability also rose. There was also a penalty, but he didn't pay much regard to it as it only decreased luck by 5. Of course he could also use the bones of monsters, so there was another way to raise the stats other than food. If this kind of thing occurs in the future, Deimos may be able to grow even faster than Diedrich. The body he went through much difficulty to create was going to be changed. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, although Ark was a utilitarianism person. If there was a benefit, then it was fine. Okay, Deimos. Bone collecting, I like it. The one unfortunate thing was that it wasn't possible to use the saw blade and Deimos at the same time. The characteristic of Warwick that Deimos inherited was his ability to transform into the saw blade. I can use the saw blade as a whip. The best thing to do was to try it out himself in order to understand it. Skull.no, Deimos. Sword. Ark commanded Deimos, who folded his body and turned into the saw blade. He swung it, but not much changed. But it had a metal object running along the handle. It was just like a switch. Ark pressed the metal object and swung in the opposite direction. Cholkek, Chwerorak, double bang. What the? Ark freaked out. The moment he swung the sword, the vertebrae bone extended like an elastic cord and hit the tree 5 meters in front. Ark was stunned for a while before swinging it to the opposite side, towards the rocks. The distance was approximately 6 meters. But the sword blade extended and directly hit the rocks. This is great, awesome. Whenever he swung the sword, it extended. Ark wielded the sword with enthusiasm. While swinging his sword, he discovered the range to be approximately 7 meters. It wasn't so great compared to the distance of long-range weapons. However, if he could attack an enemy 7 meters away with his sword, then it was a different story. And that wasn't all. Pack, 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 double bang. Ark lined up branches and they were each cut off in order. In addition to long distances, he could hit multiple enemies at once. Unfortunately, the damage was reduced by 30%, but if utilized correctly it could be used to tremendous effect. In addition, it wasn't hard to use the whip. If he set a goal and swung the sword, then it would probably hit. This is a weapon. It was worth the many days he spent troubled while reading about the human bones. So Ark was glad that it could help him. Kururu, bang. Kwa 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 bang. He felt the change and stood up. Suddenly the earth shook as the underground world erupted. And thick cracks began to split the road. What the? When his foot collapsed underneath him, Ark hurriedly threw his body and rolled across the ground. He turned his head back to see the split ground. What is happening? Arkansas Hyung. At that time, Popo ran from the village with a desperate face. Popo, what is happening? I don't know. The elder is looking for Hyung. Volume 5 Chapter 5. You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 5. The Fallen Yggdrasil Notes. Earthquake. Gather everyone in the square. When he entered the town, the raccoon soldiers were running around in confusion. Ark ordered some troops leaders to calm the turmoil and went to see the elders. The elders' face was pale like they had been sick. Ah, Arkansas. What happened? Nidhogger is. The cause of this earthquake was certainly Nidhogger. Nidhogger. What is that? Calm down and tell me. It is the wicked malevolent deity we fear the most, the fallen dragon that lives in the deepest place in Subarutalp. And in the dark century. It was one of the 6 followers of the Lord of Darkness. Yes. Ark asked again with a stupid face. Dark century. Deity. Fallen dragon. What are they talking about? Wasn't the problem that needed to be fixed Yggdrasil? When Ark made an expression like he didn't understand, the elders trembled and explained. Once again, the northern continent followed Norse mythology. And a dragon called Nidhogger was also featured in Norse mythology. Nidhogger was described in the Norse mythology. Even deeper underneath Subarutalp, the underground world, there exists a frozen land of darkness and fog called Niflheim. Niflheim was often called Hell. Nidhogger started eating away at Yggdrasil's roots, and it was the dragon that ate the corpses in Hell. Ark already knew that part thanks to his common sense. In the Dark Century, this was the place where the 7 heroes and Nidhogger fought a fierce battle. And at the end of a long battle, they were finally able to defeat Hell's army led by Nidhogger. However, the 7 heroes weren't able to completely defeat Nidhogger. Therefore, as a temporary solution, the 7 heroes borrowed Yggdrasil's power and seal Nidhogger and his army from Niflheim into Yggdrasil. So when Yggdrasil became corrupted, he waited for Yggdrasil to become weak and then weakened the seal in order to break out. The elder held his head and made a sign to ward off evil. Didn't I say so? We should have reached Yggdrasil faster. But in this situation you never told me a single thing. It is taboo to speak of it for the raccoon clans. The elders countered. The raccoon clans made a promise with the 7 heroes. The raccoons must isolate Subarutalp from the outside world as a way to keep the secret of the seal containing Nidhogger. 7 heroes. Yes, so this place was deceptively hidden. The elder revealed the amazing secret. The underground world wasn't originally isolated from the outside world. According to the vow between the 7 heroes and the raccoon clans, they blocked the entrance using the underground labyrinth. Then the 1-year monarch who built Cairo was a descendant of the 7 heroes. At that time, the barbarians were gradually approaching the underground labyrinth, so in order to repel their approach the monarch mobilized his soldiers and built Cairo in order to prevent the secret of the sealing from escaping. However, after a few hundred years the will of the monarch disappeared and Cairo became a simple lawless city. Then the reason the other beast species didn't know about the location of the raccoons was because of this. Once again, there were many existences buried in New World. If there were such things in other games. The whole situation was set up. There was an underground world just like there was an underwater city. However, New World was different. The underwater city and underground world demonstrates that there must be a purpose in order to reach it. The same goes for monsters. There were many reasons for making monsters that inhabit different areas. Legends of the past or traditions had a high possibility of being used as a historical event. And all of that results in a single scenario. The Dark Century. At that moment, Ark's head was spinning fiercely. The Heartsoul bead disappeared and then Nidhogger's seal weakened. If so, that might be the purpose of the red man in the first place. Once again, Ark wondered about the red-haired NPC. So far, he had thought that the red man was simply a NPC related to the quest. However, the problem wasn't so simple if he has anything to do with Nidhogger. This scenario was likely to play a huge role in the prophecy that predicts that the Lord of Darkness and the 7 heroes would return. Maybe what happened in Jackson and the resurrection of Valderas was also related to the Red Man. Everything must fall in place to find all the clues. Such as not knowing how Valderas resurrected himself. If someone had resurrected Valderas intentionally, then the timing seemed to fit. The Heartsoul bead was stolen from the Magic Institute a year ago, but it was after the event quest finished that the Red Man disappeared with the Heartsoul bead. The time in between. The Red Man must have been orchestrating the events that happened in Jackson. If my guess is true, the Red Man is the main NPC that holds the key to all the scenarios in New World. A spark flew in Ark's head while he was thinking. Perhaps it was the condition to pass the Global Exos test. He didn't know whether the condition was a quest or unknown event scenario. However, the Red Man was an NPC that might influence the fate of New World. Maybe figuring out the clues was the key to passing the test to enter Global Exos. No, if Ark's reasoning was no doubt correct. Then even if it wasn't the answer requested by Global Exos, if he managed to clear the quest, then there was no doubt a strong impression would be given. It is New World after all, and everything is related to the Dark Century and the Seven Heroes. Yes, it's clear the passing the company's entrance examination was entangled in the legend scenario. He had finally found a clue. This was the answer to Global Exos. Even though there was a report sent about the Jackson event quest, there was no reaction, which seems strange. That it must have been just a clue. It is Global Exos after all. They must be careful with the scenarios to avoid unscrupulous people joining the company. A clear view of the future increased his mood. Have the other candidates found any clues like this? Of course, in order to choose more people, Global Exos might have other clues. But anyway, Ark had managed to find a clue, so it became a little clearer what he had to do. I have to stop the resurrection of Nidhogger for the time being. Because if I don't solve this, then there is no meaning in finding the clue. When completing a quest like this, I must do it clearly so that points will be piled up neatly. Ark asked with an urgent voice. What would happen if Nidhogger is resurrected? Doom. The Nidhogger from the Dark Century almost drove the entire northern continent to death. It was only when the Lord of Darkness appeared and the dragon submitted to them that the northern continent was saved. But now, there is no Lord of Darkness to restrain him. If he wakes up, the underground world along with the northern continent would become a land of the dead in just a few months. How do we stop the resurrection? Before the seal breaks, you have no choice but to return Yggdrasil to its original state. There is no time to delay anymore. Ark nodded and murmured. Dududung, the quest information window popped up. Quest has been updated. Reclaim the peace of the underground world. Prevent the resurrection of Nidhogger. You have discovered the secret hidden in Subarutalp. Nidhogger, the dragon that almost led the northern continent to destruction, is sealed underneath Subarutalp. But when Yggdrasil became corrupted, the seal weakened, and if Nidhogger is resurrected, then he will lead his hellish army again. If Nidhogger is restored, then the entire northern continent will be engulfed in a huge disaster. The only way to prevent the resurrection of Nidhogger is to rescue and restore Yggdrasil. Lead your raccoon soldiers to Yggdrasil and restore it before the seal breaks. The current rate of seal destruction. 30%. Bang bang double bang. 1st Division retreat. 2nd Artillery Division, support the 1st Division. Flames were burning as the artillerymen covered the 1st Division's retreat. A variety of flames flew through the air and exploded from the body of the plant golem. 3rd Division engineers, restore the 1st Division using potions. Meanwhile, the engineers who had dug tunnels came up through one and applied potions. The 1st Division who had their health restored once again went to face the plant golem and had their health decreased again. There is no time to rest. Go back to the potions and recover your health. As quickly as possible. Ark shouted at his raccoon troops. Since the quest updated, Ark literally pushed forward like a tank. Thanks to Nidhogger, he found out that the Red Man held the key to passing the entrance examination. However, the situation was worse. The quest had a time limit before the seal would be destroyed. If the limited time was over, then the quest would fail. And the underground world would perish. If the quest failed, then the one he spent a long time on was also likely to fail. But the biggest problem was not the failure of the quest. He could get one of the 3 marvels from Yggdrasil. It was a major item required for 2 quests and his profession at the same time. Of course, the 3 marvels was the only way to upgrade his profession, but he was lucky to have found a fragment of it in the underground world. There was no guarantee that he would be able to find the clues again if he started from the beginning. It also wasn't possible to give up on the company entrance examination. In the end, everything is hanging on this quest. Ark didn't stop to reclaim the town. Upgrading the troops and equipment required a minimum of 2 hours. He had to skip stopping in towns to save time. By the rate of destruction of the seal wasn't indicated in time, it made him even more impatient. It is lucky that even the monsters are confused. Ark looked around at the shaken underground world. The earthquake was still continuing to move forward. It was a natural result of Nidhogger trying to break the seal. There was a deafening sound before the rocks rose and the ground cracked open. As a result of that, the earth in the forest where the battle was occurring sank down. Aya, help me. The crack is coming. The damage. Fortunately, the raccoon troops didn't receive considerable damage. However, that also happened to monsters. The monsters would fall into the sudden crack or would have to avoid most of the raccoon troops. And at that time, Popo manifested a strange ability. Ark Young, this is dangerous. We have to turn to the right. Wherever Popo said, a crack was likely to appear. How on earth did he know that, was something that thought at first. However, the situation repeated several times, so Ark trusted Popo with the direction of the march. And they marched for 3 hours without distraction. Yggdrasil. The leading soldiers shouted. That is the number of worlds that appears in Norse mythology. Ark looked at the huge tree on top of the hill with a sigh. At the heart of the jungle, the towering tree on the hilltop looked like a giant that was bearing the weight of the ceiling. With roots that extended everywhere, it was the patron of the raccoons, Yggdrasil. There were numerous Kangol and plant golems running around the vicinity of the hill. There is only one chance. If the troops are defeated, then there is no way to return and try again. There was no time to rush blindly. Diedrich, tell the heavy troops of the 1st Division to use Plan A. 4 and lure the enemy. The 2nd Artillery Division will wait on standby to begin Plan A.1 of concentrated attacks. The 3rd Engineers will back up the 1st Division. You will concentrate on watching the movements of the monsters from the sky, and if anything changes then tell me immediately. I understand. When it was busy he would return. Ark had commanded the raccoon force and suppressed his impatience. He took advantage of Popo's ability to predict changes of terrain in advance, in order to keep the Kangol and plant golems separate and enabled their attacks to be concentrated. The raccoon soldiers also found the situation urgent and became more aggressive. They spent 2 hours hunting around 20 plant golems and hundreds of Kangol. Numerous crosses floated over the heads of the raccoons as they leveled up like crazy. Ark reached level 108 and his tactical skill increased considerably. At that time, Diedrich flew back. Master, the clean up is now close to finishing. There are no monsters around Yggdrasil. Okay, the amount that I can raise my level and skills has become limited. The preparation is sufficient. The game hangs on this. Ark immediately gathered the raccoons and sold them the warriors' cookies. The ravenous soldiers ate the cookies wildly with shaking shoulders. The raccoons that had their morale raised to 100% weren't afraid of death at all. This way. Popo pointed from the front. A few kilometers around the bottom Yggdrasil, there was a break that looked like a giant cave. The gap was so huge that 100 people could enter and line up in rank. Ark stationed the soldiers too injured to march at the front of the entrance. I hate it, I want to fight with my Hyung as well. The front is going to be many times more dangerous than it is now. I won't have the capacity to protect you. I don't need the protection. I am from a warrior raccoon clan that fought to the death. I'll just enter by myself. That I understand. Then don't fall from my side. Got it. Yes, I'll protect young. Popo brandished a twisted dagger. Ark sighed. He really didn't want to take him, if possible. However, Popo was a soldier and there was no time to argue with him. The current rate of seal destruction. 68%. It's not enough. Ark checked the information window and immediately ordered them to march. Charge. It is right in front of your eyes. Ark led his troops into the interior of Yggdrasil. The light of the ore didn't reach inside and it was difficult to even see an inch in front of him. Besides, somewhere in the darkness a mist was pumped out that clogged up his breath. To make matters worse, the interior was complicated like a maze. In some places, thick tree branches tangled together to block a route. Ark looked back at the elder and asked. Elder.nim, I don't know. When I went, it wasn't this dark or complicated. Did it transform? I can't do it. Diedrich, go first and examine the terrain. Ark commanded and Diedrich flew away and searched around. However, he soon returned and shook his head. No, it is too complicated and I don't know where I am. Unbelievable. 1st Division soldiers march forward and find the way. Yes. After a few minutes of searching through the darkness. Squeak, double bang. What is that sound? An attack. Avoid, incoming. Quack. In the darkness, a huge object flew and attacked the troops. When he used Eyes of the Cat, he saw that it was a huge thick vine. Yggdrasil used its inner wall of vines to attack indiscriminately. Do not panic and maintain formation. 1st Division form a circle and protect the troops, 2nd Artillery Division use Plan A.3 to barrage the vine. 3rd Engineer Division, dedicate yourself to helping the wounded. It was a fearsome attack that flew in the dark. Although it was a situation that would cause fear, the morale of the raccoon troops was already 100%. Thanks to that, the fearless raccoons calmly followed Ark's command. Flashes from the cannons firing penetrated the darkness. 3-4 vines were destroyed under a chain of explosions. However, another vine took their place along the floor. Ark young, fighting the vines won't do anything. Popo jumped back and forth as he shouted. The vines are Yggdrasil itself. If you destroy the vines then they'll just be replaced. We must hurry to seek the core of Yggdrasil and remove the source of corruption. I know. Ark shouted in an irate voice. He could guess that much just by looking. But was it as easy as he said? How would he move the troops that are battered from all sides by the vines? At that time, something appeared like lightning inside Ark's head. Yes, that's it. Ark immediately packed Lancel's sword into his bag and replaced it with sword, which was Deimos transformed into a blade. Saw blade. Although the damage was better, Lancel's sword had several bonuses which meant more damage. However, this time was different. It was a time when a special effect was more important than damage. Snake, return all items to the bag. If you run out of space then discard the Japtum. Sack. Snake quickly climbed Ark's body and entered the bag. And uncontrollably spat out items. Items were also quickly thrown out of the bag. Tears gathered as even in this situation, Ark didn't want to give up 1 copper. But there was no time to think about it. Snake, paralysis poison. When Snake climbed back out, Ark immediately made it eat a poisonous plant and shouted. Snake, which produced poison inside its body, spewed out venom. Go. Once the sword was poisoned, he switched on the whip. Ark, who had done all that in a few seconds, twisted his sword, and swung the saw blade at the vines. Chwerarak, the sword attacked like a fan and hit all the vines within a radius of 7 meters. The number of times the poison could be used was 5 times, but if he used the sword like a whip to strike 5 times, the number of uses disappeared. And it took 3 seconds for the 6 vines that were struck to fall paralyzed to the ground. Although he attacked a lot at the same time, the probability of all the enemies being poisoned was low. However, if he used a poisonous herb the probability increases. Continue, create the poison. Ark made Snake eat the poison non-stop. And he jumped crazily all over the place and wielded his sword. Soon all 20 vines that had attacked the raccoon troops fell to the ground paralyzed. Ark restrained the raccoons from attacking the vines and shouted. It is not necessary to attack the vine. Anyway, it can't catch up to us. He arranged the raccoon troops after defeating the vines and advanced. However, as they entered the maze became even more complicated. In the end, it was difficult to distinguish where they were and they became even more disoriented. In the meantime, some of the raccoons died from the offensive of the vines. In the beginning he had 300 people, but only 200 entered Yggdrasil and that number was now reduced to 150 people in the interior of Yggdrasil. Damn, I keep losing more troops. It won't make removing the corruption from Yggdrasil any easier. The boss would be even more difficult. Thanks to the difficulty level of C+, it was important to preserve all his raccoon troops. But honestly in this state, he couldn't even guarantee that he could find the nucleus of Yggdrasil, the current rate of seal destruction. 80%. He closed his mouth as it began to dry up. Meanwhile, he turned a corner. All of a sudden he felt a feeble shake from the bag. What? This is star fragment. Once he opened the bag, he saw a feeble light shining from the star fragment of the 3 marvels. The elder's eyes widened and he muttered as Ark took out the shining star fragment. A star fragment. That's right, you had a star fragment. What do you mean? At the center of Yggdrasil is another of the 3 marvels. And according to legend, the pieces of the 3 marvels would recognize each other if they were within a certain distance. That stupid raccoon. Only telling him this information now. Ark swallowed the profanities that were rising up his throat. He cleared his thoughts as now wasn't the time to be angry. Woom woom woom, he moved the star fragment back and forth until the light became stronger. And he felt like a child being pulled to one side by a force. This way. Ark judged the situation and immediately shouted. Concentrate your power on defense. Don't worry about anything else and just follow behind me. Unfortunately, I have no time to concern myself with stragglers. The life and death of the continent as well as the underground world is concerned in this battle. At whatever cost, I have to prevent the resurrection of Nidhogger. Ooh oh oh oh. Ark shouted while running at a furious pace without looking back. The raccoon soldiers in the lead prevent vine attacks using their shields. He didn't know how many people died from the attack since there was no time to turn his head. If he stopped to help them while surrounded by vines, it would eat up time again. Ack, don't pay any regard to us. He heard a praiseworthy sound caused by drugs. Of course, Ark didn't even look back as he continued running. And at a crossroad he would go depending on where the light from the star fragment shone stronger. For 10 minutes, he ran like crazy while striking vines. Suddenly he heard water and saw a bright ambient light. Hyung, we did it. This is the heart of Yggdrasil. Popo jumped and shouted. Ark and the raccoon troops had arrived at a huge cavern. In the center, there was a giant bud that rose from the ground. A crystal ball the size of a fist was lodged. But the flesh surrounding the area where the crystal was stuck seemed to swell up. Dugun, Dugun, Dugun. The odd flesh twitched like it was breathing. And with every pulse, he could feel a black sinister aura. He was able to determine the circumstances with a glance. The Heartsoul bead is causing Yggdrasil to be corrupted. 1st Division soldiers, 2nd Artillery Division. Concentrate your attack on the crystal ball. Wah ah 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 ah. The soldiers ran forward holding their swords. However, it was the artillery that attacked the crystal ball first. The artillerymen aimed the cannon and pulled the trigger. 50 sparks flew from the muzzle as lit up the darkness as it flew through the air. Just as it was about to hit, the leaves at the back suddenly rose and protected the crystal ball. And every bullet disappeared under the leaves. At the same time, the defensive vines attacked the troops as well. Quiet. The heavy troops became disordered as they fell to the side. A red warning message appeared in front of Arkansas. Boss monster awakened Hartsul bead has appeared. Asterisk, a page is missing from the Ross. Cocoons hung along the wall. The size of the cocoons was 10 times the size of the ones he saw when reclaiming the dungeon. Then when some twitching, the cocoon split in half. Then something slowly crept out. Plant golem. A giant body covered with bark tore the cocoon. It slowly emerged like a scene from a horror movie. Oh my god! If all the cocoons hatch, there would be around 100 plant golems swarming the cavern. They had difficulty fighting a dozen plant golems. If they were surrounded by 100, then they would need all their concentration to survive. Switch attack. 1st Division, stop the plant golem. 2nd Artillery Division, attack the cocoons. When Ark raised his voice, 50 bullets started firing at the cocoons immediately. Just like the famous classic RTS game Star Go, maybe the cocoon's defense was really strong. Sure enough, the defensive power of the cocoon was unimaginable. After hitting 100 feet up, the cocoon barely exploded and the dead body of the unfinished plant golem fell. And meanwhile 3 plant golems had finished hatching and emerged. Unbelievable. The degree of difficulty for this boss. Even if he concentrated his power, he wasn't sure if he could break the crystal within the time limit. If they tried to avoid the vine's attacks, the rest of the plant golems would hatch. And until the artillerymen finished attacking the cocoons, there was no way for the heavy troops to attack. He only had 150 troops, but even if he had 300-400, it wouldn't be enough. The current rate of seal destruction. 86%, geez, what is with this hospitality? How am I supposed to defeat this boss? If I want to defeat it within the time limit, I'll have to completely destroy the petals. It was really endless. If one cocoon was destroyed, then another one would rise. However, if he didn't pay the vines any attention, then it would attack and deal damage. He was being pushed back. He couldn't seem to grasp the feeling of control of the situation. Ark swung his blade coated with paralysis poison at the vines in order to gain more time. However, after 10 seconds the paralysis wore off and the situation was the same. I can't waste time on the vines, but they keep on thickening. Can I tie it up? A thought suddenly sparked in Ark's head. That's right, it might lead there. No, I think this is definitely correct. I can block all the vines and plant golem at once. There's no other way. Ark made a decision and immediately commanded. 1st Division soldiers attack the back of the bud. 2nd Division artillerymen, concentrate your attacks on the cocoons of the plant golems. 3 Division, hand out potions that will increase damage. But how do we prevent attacks from the vine? Popo gasped. Leave that to me. Transformation off. At that moment, the sword changed back into Deimos. Deimos, protect me. Clack clack. Clack clack clack. Snake, spirit body glue. Snake opened its mouth and spat out the glue. Now the rest is ours. Diedrich, use your full power and attract the vines this way. Eek. Is that really okay? Don't speak and just do it. I don't understand, so I'll just do it. Hey, over here. The stupid vine. Diedrich opened his wings and soared. He flew through the air at an incredible pace while avoiding the vine's attacks. Dozens of vines huffed as they chased after Diedrich. And after a moment, it glimpsed him and the vines changed their direction towards Arkansas. Well done. Ark had quickly thrown the glue in front of his body. Wee-oh-ee-oh, I shall stick them all. Green slime. The ectoplasm gave a strange sound and sprung out. The ectoplasm hit the entwined vines and stuck them to the ground. They only became even more tangled as they tried to escape. It's a success. Ark waved the ectoplasm as he jumped all over the place. When Diedrich attracted the vines, he brandished the ectoplasm. And the slime increased and wound around the vines. The entangled vines became stuck to the ground. The number of times the spirit body glue could be used was a maximum of 5. He had already used it twice, so there were 3 times left. However, once used there was no limit to the time it would stay stuck. The material was the ectoplasm, which increased the affinity with the spirit. And once glued, it would never break before falling. Double bang. Deimos stopped the surprise attack. Thanks to the fusion with Warwick, Deimos had 1000 health. And thanks to the shield, his defense dramatically increased. Diedrich, I've finished cleaning up here. Lead the other vines towards this place. So the ectoplasm spread and attacked dozens of vine stems to the walls and floors. Ha ha ha. How about that, wood bastard? As Ark had already used it, he even used the ectoplasm to glue the cocoons shut. When the plant golem tore it to escape, there would be a perfect blockade. However, when he finished gluing everything, 1 hour had already been wasted. But the vines and cocoons were glued together and couldn't attack anymore. Once I've tried it out, it was an extravagant item. Ark marveled at the efficiency of the spirit body glue. It was used to repair the lever and open the door as well as build a new skeleton body. And now it was used to attack a boss that had a difficulty of C+. At first he wasn't sure what to do with it, but now that he's tried it out, it was an object with limitless utilization. Sheesh, this is so good. I can only use it 2 more times, so I shouldn't waste it. He had a chance to win now thanks to the spirit body glue. The only thing left is... Okay, one more thing to eliminate. Unconditional assault. Ark used his tactical skill to make the raccoon troops attack one target. The 1st Division swung their swords at the bud while the artillery fired like crazy. The engineers even threw an explosive potion. The 150 raccoon troops poured all their firepower on the target. The leaves gradually withered and twisted off one by one. And finally, all the leaves fell off to reveal the crystal ball. Even without the protection of the leaves, the crystal ball had a lot of health. But after a few minutes, the health fell down to 2%. Then a brilliant idea shone in Ark's eyes. The whole army, unconditional retreat. The raccoon troops were perplexed by Ark's order. Why was he calling a retreat with victory right in front of his eyes? However, since the additional tactics orders were absolute, the raccoons discreetly dispersed. Now. Blade Storm. Ark took out a sword and used his skill. The special effect of the Blade Storm was displayed. The sword broke into many pieces and whirled around like a storm. And the bunch of sword fragments was drawn to the crystal ball. The hundreds of fragments did x5 damage. Inside the crystal ball, something scrambled before there was a popping sound. And the black aura stopped flowing from the crystal ball. The crystal ball lost its power and fell away from the bud. Your level has risen, your level has risen. Your level has risen. The message windows popped up simultaneously. 1, 2, 3.8, 8 times. After he defeated the awakened Heartsoul bead, he leveled up 8 times. Ark had commanded unconditional retreat at the last moment in order to get all the experience. It was a level 400 boss monster. It was a huge chunk of experience. I thought of sharing the experience with the raccoons was something he couldn't even fathom. One piece of common sense, there was a limit on experience gain in New World. If he completed the quest and boss monster in several steps, his levels would rise but the experience wouldn't apply 100%. The first time the level rose he would get 100%, the second time 90% would be applied, the third time 80%. And so on. In other words, no matter how much experience the boss gave or how difficult the quest completed, at a high level it was impossible to raise more than 10 levels at one time. But even with such a penalty applied, he still gained 8 levels. It is astronomical experience. Wahahaha, I level up 8 levels at once. Now that they grasped the situation, the raccoon soldiers had bitter looks on their faces. Dirty. Dang. Tick. However, they didn't dare say such words under Ark's eyes. Well, anyway, the underground world was saved, so the raccoons should be satisfied. You did it. Arkansas Hyung accomplished it. Subarutalp is saved. Popo tears fell as he glanced around. Yes, I made a promise. Hyung has never broken his promises. Ark rubbed Popo's head when suddenly. Heartsoul bead, handle with care. The Heartsoul bead is a crystal ball filled with ancient magic and a curse. An ordinary person who touches the Heartsoul bead will lose their soul to the devil. But now it has lost its magic and is just plain beads. As expected, it was the Heartsoul bead. Ark picked it up and sighed. There was a lot of talk, but this situation was finally neatly arranged. Okay, it has ended. Everyone went through a lot of trouble. Ku. Kung. Ark had opened his mouth to praise the raccoon troops. When with a sudden roar, the whole place started shaking. Popo saw the buds of the tree start breaking and through his body. Ah, Arkansas Hyung. Danger! Ark had been pushed to the floor by Popo. And reflexively lifted his head as his breath returned. Popo. A crack had spread across the floor like a spider web from the shock of the bud. And protruding from the gap was a black shape that impaled Popo. Popo had lost 90% of his health and his body was flashing red. Ark hurriedly rushed to Popo. Woo! Then, an eerie ringing came from under the crack. Ark's face hardened as he turned his head. Underneath the crack was a cavern where the end couldn't be seen. And climbing up the rocks along the walls were black shapes. The monster's whole body burned from the heat, but what was even more terrifying was the enormous existence at the center of the black form. The deep red eyes of a dragon were visible in the tattered body. From a dozen meters down, the huge body started climbing up. It was a scene like the devil was rising from hell. It looked horrible, but after looking at the dragon's information he had a more realistic fear. The immortal General Nidhogger. Level 500. It was the nightmare of the northern continent that was sealed by the 7 heroes. His breath got stuck in his jaw. Oh my god. What on earth is happening? The Heartsoul bead was destroyed, so why is Nidhogger still resurrecting? I never considered it. The elder flopped down in a panic. What? What do you mean? Nidhogger had been sealed using the divine power of Yggdrasil. But in order to break the Heartsoul bead in this battle, Yggdrasil received too much damage. Therefore it lost the power required to maintain the seal. That. Double bang. Once again, a roar was heard and the cracks widened even further. Some of the dead people wearing gear began to emerge from the gap. Raccoon troops, steady. Attack, attack. The surprised raccoon troops began hurling attacks. The dead were bombarded and pushed back into the crack. But it was only a temporary measure. Rocks. There were hundreds and thousands of dead souls from Nibelheim. Nidhogger offered them the ability to climb out of the crack. Heck, I haven't come this far just to give up. Ark cursed. Now, the only reliable thing was the spirit body glue. Ark filled the crack with glue. After he did, the crack became quiet for a while. But it was only temporary, as with another shock a new crack opened. The crack spread out and was right next to the old one. Eventually Ark burst out screaming. No. Even if I try to close up the crack, it's no use. Really, will it end like this? It's over. Everything is done. Raccoon troops abandoned formation and flopped down with a desperate moan. At that time, Popo's body that was in a critical condition fell. Ark Hyung. Popo. Ark and Popo hugged. Something green and sparkly spewed from Popo's eyes, the current rate of seal destruction. 97%, pant. At the same time, screams emerged from the planning department of the Global Exos company. Wah, what at this? Kim Gwon-tae looked at the monitor with bloodshot eyes. The formerly fine monitor suddenly changed as uncontrollably data started appearing. It was like he suffered from hack-like symptoms, but he had already experienced this phenomenon once. An event quest. When an event quest appears in New World, it was necessary to update the data in the main system. Kim Gwon-tae jumped and flinched as he heard Ha Myung-woo's voice coming from the side. Event quest. What do you mean? The enormous amount of data. There is no doubt. Somewhere, an event quest is about to start. The security level, hook. After he checked the data on the laptop, Kim Gwon-tae let out a muffled scream. And murmured in a trembling voice. The event quest has AB difficulty. What nonsense is this? When it is AB difficulty, doesn't the average user have to be level 300 in order for it to start? But the average level of the users hasn't even reached 100 yet. But it is true. The event quest has a security level of B. Oh damn. Has the main system gone crazy and discarded the security rating? If only. Ha Myung-woo moaned and beat at this desk. Where is this going to happen? The place where the data is being gathered appears to be near the Brant Mountain Range. But that place has no town, for now I can't tell what will trigger the quest. Stop. All the employees, set aside your work. We have to do whatever we can to stop it. If a Class B event quest is activated now, it will throw off the balance of the game. Understood. Even if you have to take an axe to the main computer, stop it. Kim Gwon-tae shook his head helplessly. But all the outside interference codes have already been blocked. Then do I just have to sit here and watch stupidly again? Well, while he was watching the scrolling data, Kim Gwon-tae's eyes narrowed like a hawk. He lifted a telephone and turned to Ha Myung-woo. What is it? The data is somewhat abnormal. What do you mean? When the event quest was activated, another data showed up. Another data. Explain it in a language I would understand. Ha Myung-woo threw the phone and looked at the monitor. Kim Gwon-tae explained, pointing to some data coming up on the monitor. Here and here and here, this is not quest-related data. Rather, the data appears to be a confrontation with the program that started the event quest. So you see, if I used a metaphor, I would call it an antivirus program. Vaccine. A program that catches viruses. Yes, if the computer is infected with a virus, won't the vaccine program run automatically? It is similar to such a program. Now the data is automatically moving and blocking the event quest related programs. You mean the event quest might not be triggered? If this program is perfect. Perfect. Ha Myung-woo wrinkled his forehead as he frowned. But Kim Gwon-tae searched through a thick booklet and found what he was looking for. And when one page was compared to the computer monitor, he nodded. Yes, when it is perfect the event quest won't be triggered. Any outside interference is blocked, but since this program lurked in the interior, it doesn't seem affected. But this program is missing an important source. What is that? Kim Gwon-tae sighed and shook his head. I don't know. But even if I do, there is no way to interfere from the outside. The only way to settle it in the game is to defeat the boss. It seems to act like a human and ignore the war between the data. The reality was that the next generation of lost myths and legends were breathing in a virtual reality game called New World. It was a world unknown even to its operators. Volume 5 Chapter 6 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 6 Dark Peace, what are you doing? Miners. Diedrich, Dimos, quickly bring the miners. Ark shouted at the lifeless raccoon soldiers. Popo's health was rapidly decreasing. Popo lifted his trembling hands. Ah, Arkansas Hyung. Ark shouted as he grasped Popo's hands. Yes, I'm here. Hold on and wait. This wound will heal quickly enough. Hyung. Did we fail? Eventually. To stop the plans of evil people. Isn't it possible? It's not over yet. Master, I've brought the engineers. Then Diedrich and Dimas appeared, dragging one behind them. When the engineer poured a potion, Popo's health was instantly restored. But the symptom where his health constantly decreased didn't improve. No, instead it seemed to be accelerating. The confused engineer poured a detoxification potion to try and cleanse it out, but the result was the same. Mum, Dad, sobbing, Subarutalpes. Popo was in a delirious mental state and burst into tears. Damn, what is happening to you? He had thought everything was resolved just a few moments ago. But in a short time, the situation immediately became worse. The raccoon troops fell into a state of panic and lost their souls, and the seal destruction was still continuing. And now Popo, who he thought of as a little brother, was dying. There are so many things happening at once that it wasn't possible to contain them all. Let's try to save Popo. Surprisingly, the thing that Ark chose was Popo. And of course, it was not the result of logical judgment. He knew that it was only a NPC. And once the seal was broken, it would be difficult for Ark and the raccoon troops to survive as well as Popo. If he used a rational judgment, he would have decided to move the raccoon troops and figure out a way to stop the seal from being destroyed. But he couldn't let Popo die in front of him. It was an emotional judgment, not a logical one. That is a human. There was nobody that would sacrifice their life for world peace. But there were a lot of people who would sacrifice their life for a person they held affection for. Even if he was good at simple maths, it was one that was full of contradiction. But affection wasn't a matter that could be calculated using pros and cons. Popo, stay with me. You're not going to die. I will not let you do so. Ark grabbed Popo's hand and used his nursing skill. At that moment, a phenomenon he was unable to understand took place in the vicinity of Arkansas. The shared time was stopped. The shaking ground and trembling raccoons, even the dust floating in the air. Everything went perfectly still. What the? Flash. Ark turned around as the green light emanating from Popo's eyes became more intense. And on one side of the wall, a picture was drawn like a projector screen. It was an image that was stuck in places like the noise in old film. An image of Yggdrasil, holding you. The ceiling of the underground world with its giant trees showed. In the vicinity of the town, smoke rose and showed raccoon families living peacefully. It was showing a comforting image from the mind. In the video, Popo was visibly laughing while holding the hands of his parents. At that moment, a close-up appearance shed light. Author, Red Man. The face was masked, but he was recognizable at a glance. The man had red eyes, red hair, and a red aura. He wielded a red sword and made the raccoon village a sea of blood. Overwhelmed raccoons fell one after another. Among those, Popo's parents barely hid Popo. The red man had killed all the raccoon families and came to the interior of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil used all its strength but was not able to resist him. The red man proposed something to Yggdrasil. However, Yggdrasil refused and the red man aimed at Yggdrasil with his sword. Then, one raccoon attacked the red man from the side. It was Popo who had to hide and watch his parents' deaths. For vengeance, he had grabbed a dagger and ran after the red man. However, Popo collapsed bleeding with one blow. Yggdrasil was protecting its own spirit was a defense boundary. However, the death of his clan had disturbed the defense enchantment. The red man did not miss the opening. He allowed Popo to chase him for the sake of this moment. The red man squeezed the heart soul bead and tore through the enchantment. And the Heartsoul bead had powerful magic that was swallowed by Yggdrasil. A humiliating defeat. However, even in that desperate moment Yggdrasil didn't give up. Using the last of its strength, Popo was warped to a safe place. This was an arrangement to protect the ancient vow. The video ended there. At the same time, the brilliance in Popo's eyes disappeared and the time that had stopped restarted again. Suddenly, Ark heard Popo's voice in his ear. Arkansas Hyung, Popo. What is it? I think it's all over now. There was a light of conviction in Popo's eyes. I already died then. Died. Because a part of my living body came from Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil already knew then. It couldn't stop the red man with its powers. Before being hit with the magic, a part of its spirit moved to me. In order to find the savior that would stop that guy's ambitions. It knows now. Popo looked at Ark with new eyes. Yggdrasil's awaited savior was the descendant of hero Mabon. It was Arkansas Hyung. Then he told me to bring him here to Yggdrasil. Now it is my turn. Your turn? Ark asked with a worried voice. Popo nodded with a pale smile. You know. The power of Yggdrasil is necessary to protect the seal. Now, I'll give back the power that Yggdrasil gave me. It should be enough to prevent the resurrection of Nidhogger. Popo pushed Ark and slowly raised his body. And he approached the place where the seal was located with weak steps. Ark looked at his form and tried to talk many times, but only closed his mouth. He would like to ask but was afraid of the answer. Popo lowered his head to the seal for a while and murmured in a low voice. I wanted to live a little bit more. I met Hyung and discovered the outside world. I would like to hear more things. This world. And Hyung. What adventures Hyung had. How he lived. I wanted to know. And if possible. If it is possible to say. Tears fell from Popo's eyes. Now, wait a minute. Wait, there has to be another way. When Ark raised his voice, it surprised him. His partner was a NPC. The NPC would clear up the situation. Normally, it would be welcomed with open arms. But it wasn't possible to do that. He didn't see any other way. But this was different. He didn't want it settled in such a way. It was a NPC, but he didn't want the NPC to disappear forever. However, Popo shook his head. I'm sorry. Hyung, the promise to go to the outside world together. I can't keep it. Flash. An enormous light emerged from Popo's body. Like a metal put into a flame, it was red before it started turning white. The current rate of seal destruction. 99%, 98%, 97%. The number that had continuously ascended started going down. Once it spontaneously recovered, the magic was drawn down to a huge circle on the ground. Popo. The devastated Ark looked at Popo with blurry eyes. That was when almost all the cracks returned to its original state. Suddenly a deafening cry came from the ground as flames emerged. Popo's health was reduced to 50%. Ugh. Giggling, impertinent raccoon child. This body is an emperor of Nibelheim. At best you will just be sealing me again. It sounded like a voice was coming out from hell. It was Nidhogger. After Nidhogger attacked Popo with the flames of hell, the seal's destruction rate started climbing again. The hundreds of years. If you though I would leave politely after being sealed for hundreds of years, then you miscalculated. Before Yggdrasil fuses with you, you will die without a trace from the fires of hell. No, I stopped at I'm dead. Underground world and Arkansas Hyung. Then I'm going to save you. Impertinent. Ack. When the fire became stronger, Popo's health decreased even more. However, clenched his teeth lightly and endured. I'm going to. I am from a clan of raccoon warriors. Support. I'll do. Kukuku, you dare defy me. Once again, the explosive flames became stronger. Yes, Popo. You can do it. Master, Ark plunged into the flames. At the same time, he felt a shock as he immediately lost some health. Ark only felt a degree of the impact, as an NPC Popo would truly feel the pain as the flames burned him. Even so, Popo had not given up. He was a little boy who had stomached such pain. If so, it was time to show the will of Ark, who was a user. Ark took off his mantle and used it to block the hole where the flame was emerging. And he closed the lid with his own body. The mantle, which had 50% fire resistance properties, the Veil of Fire. When he switched to a Dark Walker, he gained a 50% resistance to the dark. Fortunately, fire and darkness, with the two properties, the damage of the fire in the darkness fell by 50%. And 50% of it was all Arkansas. Ah, Arkansas Hyung. Popo flinched and stiffened as he watched Arkansas. As he looked at Ark, tears flowed down his face. Popo, do it. Please do. Discard that dragon and throw it back into hell. You can do it. No, it is only possible if it is you. Remember when we first met and you said you wanted to live like a hot foreigner? No, the foreigners aren't so hot, you're a few times hotter. This situation is too hot. Damn, do you understand? Popo, when you try, you're a guy that can do anything. And if possible, live. You're going to live. Become the hero that seals that worm in hell and live. Ark continuously used his nursing skill. He had no choice but to scream out all his feelings. At the moment, Ark saw a mysterious light pour out. The light seemed to dance in the darkness around Popo's body before descending. Popo's mental power went down to the bottom of the flames before ascending. Goodbye, Hyung. A smile formed around Popo's mouth. However, in a short moment Popo was enveloped by an even stronger light. At the same time, the destruction rate of the seal went down at an incredible rate. Until finally, the current rate of seal destruction. 0%. The seal was fully recovered. Chwerarak, crunch, double bang. Suddenly huge thick branches stretched out. The branches intertwined together into several layers and formed a ball and chain on the seal. Then the crack disappeared and a magic circle finished appearing. Quack, this, unbelievable. No. Nidhogger's voice faded as he was sealed. And Popo changed into light and scattered. You understood Popo's behavior, who had the courage to sacrifice himself. And you learned about the sacrifice's courage by yourself. You understood your partner's true sacrifice and respected his intentions. You didn't want to lose Popo, but you did your best to respect his intentions and fulfill his wish. The true sacrifice of Popo and your sacrifice for each other formed a great rapport that moved Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil will shed everything about Popo and he will be born again into a new existence. If you want to meet Popo again, grow as you meet the millions of foreigners. Due to the success of miracle nursing, all stats increase by 1. Affection increases by 10. Fame increases by 50. Increased the alignment to good by 50. Suddenly a dim light fell into Ark's hands as a crowd gathered around him. Foreigner. A ringing sound appeared in Ark's head. He flinched and looked up as a hologram appeared of a man that was Yggdrasil's representative. It was in the form of a Buddhist priest with a white beard hanging down to his chest. You. I am Yggdrasil, the ancient worlds that are already forgotten as well as Popo. Foreigner, first I would like to show respect to you. I have already seen all your achievements through Popo's eyes. If it weren't for you, I would have never been able to stop the resurrection of Nidhogger. And Popo would have had no choice but to face death in vain. Death in vain. Then Popo. Yggdrasil looked at Ark with gentle eyes and nodded. Popo's death was inevitable. But at the last moment, a miracle surpassing the magic occurred. It was the result of your affection towards Popo and his towards you. Hope is really the mysterious power of life. Then Popo is still alive. Thanks to the miracle, Popo has received permission to live again from the powers that govern the world. That seed is my alter ego, and Popo. In accordance with Popo, I give that seed to you. Please find a new land with hope and plant the seed. It is the seed of a new era and Popo will finally be able to see the wide world. Ark looked at the seed with bemused eyes. Arkansas Young. He heard Popo's voice from the seed. And a little image rose up from the seed. Popo. It's really embarrassing. With an embarrassed expression, Popo scratched his head. Well, it is like you heard. Now I can accompany you like this. Please look after me in the future as well. Ha ha ha. Ark was taken aback and laughed as he sat down against the tree. That's right. He often forgot, but it was a virtual reality game. If you truly want something to happen, then it wasn't impossible. It has ended. Ended. What do you mean? Event quest.it has been cancelled halfway through. Kim Gwon.tae looked at the monitor with a soulless expression. Just a few moments ago the monitor had a crazy amount of data. But now only a few pieces of data came up. It looked like it had been engaged in a long war and was now cleaning up. I can understand that by looking at the monitor. Ha Myung.woo shouted in a raspy voice. What I want to hear is why. The Class B event quest started and now it just suddenly cancelled. Even if something is stopped, don't I still need reports? I'm really sorry. There is no way to figure it out now. Hell, that fellow is really tedious. I agree. We might be fed up with him but... Kim Gwon.tae blew out a huge sigh. He started computer-related work 10 years ago, but it was the first time he was ignored by the computer. The operator doesn't have to lift a finger to run the game. It even rejected the operator's interference. It moved depending on the program that seemed alive, and that was often a fearful idea. Can such a game even exist? He had a sudden urge to blow up the main system to stop this thing. However, New World's main system's worth was equivalent to the budget of a small nation. If New World was blown up, the whole world would shake. Because the service had started, he had no choice but to go all the way. I can guess one thing. After a while, Kim Gwon.tae spoke in a cautious voice. The whole process that started the B-class event was something likely to be caused by artificial errors. And some sort of restoration program was operated to block it. This means that two programs that oppose each other coexist in New World. But artificial, contradiction. What does that mean? The two programs running at the same time in its basic form is perfect. If the first program is invoked followed by the triggered program, then that means is not just triggered by system errors. It is clear that someone must have built the program with a specific purpose. Do you understand? The two programs were made by two people with conflicting thoughts. At the moment, Ha Myung.woo's eyes went back to him. His turned head seemed to say that he wanted Kim Gwon.tae to make it simpler. Either way, one of them would be related to the main programmer Park Woo-song. But who is the third person? He created a program to counteract Park Woo-song's. It's like that. Okay, let's put it in order. We don't know who was the one that started the event quest and who stopped it. And we don't know who would be favorable to global exos. Right. But looking at the circumstances, their performance must be equivalent to that of Park Woo-song. Am I wrong? No, that's right. Ha Myung.woo's eyes narrowed. The reason why operators trembled was because of Park Woo-song's genius. Even if he searched the world, there was nobody that could match him. But now there was a person that planted a program that could oppose Park Woo-song. If they were able to find him, then he might have the key that Ha Myung.woo was looking for. Okay, then send an email to the developers to find him. If the material is identified, then track down his location. I don't care how much money it takes. And in this case, you got another one. Something. Don't forget that intentional or not.no, I think there is a 90% chance it was intentional. Kim Gwon-tae organized the date files while muttering. The anti-dot program that solved this problem wasn't perfect. Although it is an amazing program, like I said earlier, there are several layers of code missing. It is too blatant that they couldn't have missed it by mistake. Instead, there was an indirect variable. Indirect variable. User, Kim Gwon-tae pulled the data file onto the monitor and spoke. It was a summary of the anti-dot program from a little while ago. Please look. Do you see the most important keyword? This is part of the indirect variable. Here there are some of the choices being presented. Depending on your choice, the rest of the program was to act like as if the quest branched out. And the indirect variables are only accessible inside the game. You mean this event was stopped by a user? That's right. It looks like clues have been solved. Contrary to expectations, Kim Gwon-tae was very surprised. Ha Myung-woo thought of something and said, I guess you know better than I. Before Park Woo-sung covers up his traces, send a mail to headquarters. Park Woo-sung directly. Yes, the content of the mail should be a challenge to the user. The user isn't a part of global exos. But it isn't accepted so seriously at headquarters. When developers put out new games, it is common for them to judge the results. But Park Woo-sung immediately disappeared without a trace, and there was a huge lock on New World. Now he realized that the problem was serious. Therefore, he left the contents of the email for Park Woo-sung to identify. Eventually, the conclusion reached by the headquarters was that Park Woo-sung hid a clue inside the game to unlock it. It was the reason that Ha Myung-woo used the company entrance examination as a pretext to drag users in. The conditions of the company examination meant that millions of users should stick to the game. And they worked out a plan to dig up the secrets of the game through the regular reports. In the end, the millions of users will hand you the key. I was a little skeptical at first, but now I'm convinced. And this user is the person I desire. The users that can participate in the system. The information they have is needed. The user's gaming system. If we know this, then we could possibly undo Park Woo-sung's lock. What are the coordinates where this incident happened? Near Brant Mountains. All personnel should focus on that area and monitor its surroundings. Alternatively, examine if anything has happened in Cairo. If there was an event quest, then obviously something big has preceded it. And find out the identity of the user who stopped it. I understand. Ha Myung-woo commanded, who immediately passed the information down to the monitoring agents. However, the incident happened in the underground world, thousands of meters underneath Cairo. The monitor personnel who wandered the Brant Mountains couldn't have known that. However, there was a chance that Kim Gwon-tae and Ha Myung-woo could figure it out. If they had paid a little bit more attention to their selected examinees' reports. However, as soon as Hyun-woo's reports arrived, it was instantly sent off to the shredder. It was bad luck for both Hyun-woo and Ha Myung-woo. At that time, New World was entering a new era. New World's main scenario proceeded over time. In New World, the scenario was divided so the contents of was in progress. However, after a few years of game time, it would automatically change to Episode 2. The main system requires a data update for Episode 2. What decision? Yes, I think we'll like it just as it is. What I mean is that it is too hard to say yes. That's right. Ark nodded. Nidhogger was once again sealed and the peace of the underground world restored. Ark had organized the survivors and led them back to the closest village. First, by changing the taste of the warriors' cookies, the raccoons returned to their original state. Fortunately, there are a lot of other herbs he could blend with the cookies that made the addiction not as strong. Appetite-killing stew was fed to them and they were quickly restored. The raccoons then realized that they had been addicted. But it wasn't regarded as a big problem. Because if he hadn't done so, then the underground world would have perished. However, his intimacy with them couldn't help falling a little bit. Well, since I won't come to the underground world again, it doesn't really matter. However, there were still a few problems that remained. Once Yggdrasil regained its power, the underground world returned to its original state. The Kangol and plant golems changed back into raccoons. The problem was just that. They still had the memories of their time as a monster. What we have done so far. Alas, I. The raccoons suffered from killing their own species with their own hands. In addition, the raccoon troops also killed a lot of Kangol and plant golems. They remembered that they had killed each other. Even if they were controlled by an irresistible force, it wasn't easy to pretend like nothing had happened. To solve that problem, the elder had a meeting with representatives of several villages. And he wanted the raccoons that had been turned into monsters to leave the underground world. The elder was embarrassed, but Ark thought about it in a positive way. There are too many raccoons to be isolated, and it isn't possible to live together and not confront them. So this is an opportunity to widen their field of view. When the heart is settled after living apart for several years, then they can come back and talk about it. But how would they live if they have no knowledge of the outside world? The elders muttered in a concerned voice. Then a brilliant idea shone in Ark's eyes. That's right. Ark called up a concerned heart. He quietly looked at the raccoons that were to be expelled standing to one side. Do not worry. Is there anything you can do? There is a way, but it is far. But I know a pioneering village. Lancel village is a great place that is happy to accept anyone as a resident. But we are a beast species. Yes, it is fine. The meow is already living there. Meow. The meow didn't like socializing with people. It is a great place to live. It is also a pioneering town, so it would welcome anyone skillful like the raccoons are. The raccoon clan would prefer a place that requires good artisans, right? Yes, it is as you said. The elders nodded and replied. And he went over to communicate the plans to leave to the raccoons. If the truth seeker recommends it, then we would like to go there. Ark talked to 70 raccoons and they accepted immediately. So now the problem is all resolved. Ark smiled and looked at the elders with a coy look. Of course, the law was there should be compensation for his effort. Well, I remember receiving a promise of compensation, so if they are grateful but don't stop to wipe the mouth, then it could be considered a betrayal. Ark blatantly used his eyes to pressure the elders. The elder, who belatedly understood his meaning, nodded. Yes. In fact, I have something I had thought to give to you. Right. Ark grinned as the elder looked through his bag with a burdened expression. This has been handed down to the raccoon clan that I thought you might like it. Anyway, receive this as a token of my sincerity. The elder extended one crude leather helmet. Wait. 5 user restriction. Dark Walker profession, level 80 and over. It is a helmet that has been passed down from generation to generation in the raccoon clan. The ancient raccoons made it from the material of a mysterious species that enables it to transform the user's form. Ever since Subarutalp was isolated, the outside world has forgotten the ability. However, the power passed down from the ancient raccoons was still used. The raccoons used the ability of the helmet to trade with the outside world while hiding their identity. The quest had automatically been completed once he received the quest item. However, Ark had a little look of disappointment. Era. What? There's no experience. Because none of the quests received in the underground world were easy to complete. Besides, the completion of the quest wasn't even mentioned in the information board. He had expected to gain 3-4 levels when the quest was completed. However, there was no experience at all. Then, the sound of the information window popped up. Currently owned, 3, there was something mediocre about the message since it didn't even give experience. Frankly, he wasn't satisfied. But are there other ways to add stars in the system? However, no matter what, I solved the quest, but the only reward is 1 old pith. No, it's still possible an incredible reward would be given later. And the difficulty of the quest compared to the not so great looking helmet. Well, as long as I got the necessary thing. If he didn't know if he could endure it. In fact, the performance of the helmet was slightly vague. Ark was still using the crystal golem's head that he obtained early on. Of course, he found a few more helmets. It had superior defense, but he needed options with mana. The raccoon's pith also had a mana up option. However, its defense was 20 points higher than the crystal golem's. Also, his summon demon skill used a lot of mana and that would increase even more. Yes, the crystal golem's head usage limit is too low now. If I sell it later for an appropriate price, it probably wouldn't be popular. And now I need more agility than mana. Ark was satisfied to some degree and put on the raccoon's pith. But the raccoon's pitch had an unexpected bonus that Ark hadn't considered. Equipped with 3 items from the set and the effect of the set will be applied. Set items effect. Ark's eyes widened. The bonus added from the set items was enormous. It indicated that when Ark equipped the set his strength, agility, and stamina increased by 10, while his defense also increased by 20. In addition, there are still 2 more items. If I can find everything and complete the king set. He couldn't even guess how much bonuses would be added. Set items that they were often seen in other games, but I didn't know New World had them. So far, he had never heard such information. After all, it is only when you possess at least 3 of the set that you can tell. Does that mean I now have to be careful when I sell an item? It was difficult because the items looked different from the other ones in the set. However, he could get a significant amount of money if he sold it on the auction. Every one of Ark's thoughts was about making money. Thank you, huh? Well, it is lucky that you like it. Then I'll take this and go. Since I am meeting Yggdrasil, I'll say goodbye in advance. I see. Ark turned to the elders and bowed. And outside the town hall, hundreds of raccoons had gathered. When Ark came out, they lined the road. Serve, hut. The soldiers raised swords while the artillerymen pointed their guns at the sky. Finally, each leader saluted Ark while the cannons fired simultaneously in the air. At the same time, colorful fireworks appeared in the dark sky of the underground world. It was like a spectacular Olympics opening ceremony. Ark Commander, hooray! Well, you have worked hard and we achieved such peace thanks to you. As a group, the raccoons are thankful to you. Anytime you want, we are willing to lend our strength to you. We have learned how to muster courage thanks to you. The elder hit Ark's shoulders as he spoke. Ark looked at the raccoon soldiers with deep emotions in his eyes. In the words of the elder, they were actively conscripted and trained by Ark, and he had fought together with the NPCs. How much did it mean? He also felt affection for the soldiers of Jackson. That's right, now the underground world is at peace. I have to say goodbye. Ark looked at them one by one as he left the town. And after a while, he went to find Yggdrasil. Once inside Yggdrasil, Ark saw that the inside had already been turned into a shrine. The vines weren't seen and small lights floated around like it was daylight. And everything Yggdrasil willed it, the tree trunks would split and a new path formed. Thanks to that, Ark could arrive at the center in a straight line. Welcome. Have you finished saying goodbye? Yggdrasil welcomed Ark in the form of the Buddhist priest. Yes. Now the only thing left is your original purpose for coming here. I heard that I had to undergo a test to receive the 3 marvels. Yggdrasil lightly asked with a smile. Do you know what piece of the 3 marvels is here? I haven't heard it yet. The raccoon elders also don't know. The 3 marvels that I kept is the dark piece. Dark piece. Yggdrasil nodded. As the name suggests, the artifact contains the powers of darkness. According to legend, the piece fell off the Lord of Darkness, but I don't know whether that is true or not. Anyway, it is the most dangerous piece among the 3 marvels. In the past, even the truth seeker had trouble controlling its power. There was a possibility of being inadvertently misled by the powers of darkness and straying from the path. Therefore, a test must be passed before receiving the dark piece. Yggdrasil sent him a soft look, but you have already proved everything you needed to in a moment of desperation, the courage to embrace the dark without losing your courage and overcome the hardships. Because of the previous vow with Hero Mabon, I will give you the dark piece. Yggdrasil gripped his fist tightly. When he opened his hand, there was a stone sculpture emitting a black strength. His knowledge of ancient relics needed to be 50 to confirm the item. However, Ark's knowledge of ancient relics was at 83. Taking the piece automatically opened the information window. Your knowledge of ancient relics has confirmed the fragment of stone filled with an ancient power. Hero Mabon has left his power inside the three marvels for later. If the truth seeker obtains the three marvels, it is possible to obtain Hero Mabon's power. The owner of the dark piece can use Hero Mabon's techniques. Once again, pleasure has come at the end of suffering. By completing the quest to reclaim the piece of the underground world, he has received the second piece of the three marvels. As soon as he sealed up Nidhogger, compensation started flowing out. In particular, the main purpose of the Dark Walker was to find the three marvels, so the compensation was tremendous. First was the gift of darkness too. Since he had already received the gift of darkness, it was somewhat expected. But a 40% increase in abilities in the dark. Isn't that like being level 140 when he was level 100? It was his new skill Dark Dance that was unexpected. When he read the information, his expectation was different. Unlike other professions, Ark didn't have a good evasion skill yet. He wished for it, but there was a reason he didn't like it. The problem was that Dark Dance consumed mana. If I use it once, then it consumes 300 mana. It also does not damage, so he would waste 300 mana just for teleportation. If he used 100% of his mana, he could only use the skill 4 times. In addition, a chain skill was created with the Dark Dance skill. Dark Strike, that I don't know how effective that technique is since it uses 400 mana in one go. I could use Blade Storm once with that mana. Blade Storm was his strongest attack that consumes a sword instead. On the other hand, Dark Strike only increased the damage of his critical strike. The Dark Strike was also risky, so he would rather use Blade Storm once and lose a sword. Well, I still increased my skills, so it isn't too bad. Ark decided to be satisfied with it. After all, he had achieved the purpose of coming to this world. But the way, can I ask you something? Speak. Do you know the location of the remaining three marvel? Ark recalled the description of Yggdrasil from Norse mythology. Yggdrasil was the symbol of wisdom rooted in 9 different worlds. Of course, there was no guarantee that the number of worlds in the myth and in the depth of the earth was the same. Especially since it existed in ancient times and met Hero Mabon, it may give him a clue. However, Yggdrasil shook his head. That I have spread my roots through most of the northern continent for a long time. So I see a lot of things. The rumors I heard about the location of the three marvels was from a long time ago. Maybe that it is in a world that you don't know about. Another world. Then has it been destroyed? Yggdrasil laughed at Ark's question. No, it's completely different. The Middle Earth is the world that you know. If spoken in our language, Midgard is just one of the 9 worlds. In other words, humans exist in a world on this system. The Lord of Darkness and his followers lived on a different system. Then I would find the remaining 3 marvels in a different system. That I don't know either. However, you are the truth seeker. Didn't you come here in accordance with the guidance of a greater will that governs everything? If you try, it might be possible to detect its presence. Do I have to go back from the beginning? Ark sighed. At that time, Yggdrasil spoke again. This is a bit of grandmotherly advice, but be careful. Yes. The red man weighs on my heart. Nidhogger has been sealed in this place for hundreds of years, with the secret only being told to a few people. His reason for trying to resurrect Nidhogger is unknown. But if my guess is correct. Yggdrasil murmured and sighed, his purpose might wake up the darkness. What on earth is the darkness? A person. A malevolent deity. Darkness. It is the existence that every being on the continent fears that would bring disaster. Nothing more and nothing less. And if the purpose of the Red Man is really to wake the darkness. His biggest goal is directly linked to the heritage of the 7 heroes. So pay attention and don't overlook him. I will keep that in mind. Then this is it. Now, you should go back to the place that requires you. Yggdrasil approached him and stroked Ark's head. Then Ark's body was engulfed in light. Small particles of light rose up in the heart of Yggdrasil and followed the passage. He followed the capillary of moving water along the stem until in his range of vision, a blue sky appeared. His adventure of commanding the raccoons in the underground world had finally ended. Duririri, duririri. At that time, his phone ringtone was audible from far away. Volume 5 Chapter 7 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 7 Underdog takes one more step. The sound of metal colliding with each other was heard. The battle had been going on for quite a while and a few people had already collapsed. It was the rehabilitation group and delinquents. But even those who hadn't collapsed didn't have a lot of health left. Not even Roko's Song of Life could compensate for the health being lost. The people who were attacking them were NPCs in black clothes, assassins from the Dark Brother organization. Who, did you think I would just give up? The person watching from the back let out a brutal laugh. They indicated towards the assassins from the Dark Brother. A few nights ago Andal, who had escaped, followed Justice Man in Cairo. Of course, it was in order to watch the movements of Justice Man's party. He took over the quartermasters, so Ark would resurrect soon. Then Andal shadowed them secretly in case they moved to another area. However, Ark didn't resurrect even after a couple of days. That Ark, did something happen to him in reality? Andal thought of a plan that would solve everything in one scoop and it was sweet. He hoped to find Ark and beat him up in the real world. Because he never imagined that they would defend the quartermaster for so long. However, was there a reason Ark didn't resurrect after sleeping for a few days? Have to dig out the reason. Heck, I really don't like that guy. Andal ground his teeth together. If Justice Man and his party didn't leave Cairo, that means that Ark would resurrect here. In other words, it was an opportunity to get revenge. You'll see soon, Ark and Justice Man. I'll return the favor 10 times, number 20 times. Andal hid around the quartermaster in Cairo hoping for revenge. And, finally, the time for revenge had come. Alan contacted the Dark Brother again and an additional 15 assassins were dispatched. It wasn't free, of course. The money required to hire 15 people was 1,500 gold. Just like hiring mercenaries, even the Assassin Guild required compensation. In the end, if he combined the first sum of 300 gold, then 1,800 gold was spent. In cash, it was 18 million won. Even if it was Andal, that was still a large amount for him. Damn, when I think about the lecture I had to go through to scrape that money, but if I can kill Ark and those guys then I don't care. I'll kill them again and again until I'm satisfied. Andal had completely forgotten the purpose of the game. Only revenge. For that he would willingly sacrifice everything. If Ark resurrects and runs away while I'm fighting those guys then it would be more difficult. Andal left one assassin at the quartermasters and led the rest to the cabin. Justice Man's party consisted of 14 delinquents and the rehabilitation group. In total, it was 28 people. However, their average level was not more than 60. Even if they had hunted around Cairo, only a few had risen to level 70. On the other hand, Andal had 14 assassins that were level 120. If I don't want to lose this then I have to use this much power. In addition, the new assassins sent were more cautious than before. We are assassins. We kill the opponents while suffering little damage. The assassins waited for the evening. They received a bonus 10% to their stats in the dark. In addition, one of the main weapons of the character with a dark attribute was stealth and assassination. Those delinquents won't be a problem. However, the group of foreigners with strong organizational abilities would be more complicated. The assassins hid themselves using stealth and waited outside the cabin door. And surprised 3 of the rehabilitation members when they exited. Using their assassination skill, they dealt 300% damage. With 14 level 120 assassins concentrating their attacks on them, the 3 rehabilitation members didn't even have time to scream before they collapsed. The enemy. A delinquent came too late to help the rehabilitation members. As soon as the battle began, it was under the control of the assassins as they issued orders. The assassins activated their scrolls and cornered them. 7 delinquents collapsed instantly while numbers 1408 and 1409 of the rehabilitation group also died. What the hell? Ha ha ha, it looks good. Cheeky children. Andal giggled as they kept dying. Now there were only 7 delinquents, Justice Man and 6 rehabilitation members left. If they excluded Lorenzo, Sid and Rocco, then it was only 15 people. And they also only had 50% health left. 2 assassins also died, but the health of the remaining assassins was above 70%. I'm going to make you beggars along with Arkansas. When an NPC dies once, the delinquents couldn't revive. Of course, the rehabilitation members could revive, but it wouldn't have an impact on the outcome. The law of New World was that if a user died from an NPC, then they would be immediately revived at the quartermaster. However, if they died in a group battle, then it was different. The resurrection would be stopped until the battle was completely finished. The system was to make sure they couldn't resurrect themselves and fight in the area near the quartermaster. In other words, once the rehabilitation members died, then they couldn't interrupt the battle. When the battle ends, all of us can't revive at the same time. At the quartermaster, it was only possible for them to revive one at a time. The users would be resurrected at the quartermasters depending on their time of death. If all the rehabilitation members died and they defended the quartermasters against resurrection, then it was possible to beat them. Andal didn't pay any attention even if the assassins' numbers decreased. This battle can only end with a winning conclusion. And now, the goal was right around the corner. Andal smirked and laughed as Justice Man's party pushed in vain. These children, so fast. Damn it, my skills can't even reach them. Being hit 2 or 3 times is punishing. These guys are incredibly strong. Even if Justice Man used his justice stat, he still couldn't fight against the assassins one-on-one. In addition, there were too many opponents that he couldn't exit the battle state. In the end, he had no choice but to fight them face-on. But their agility difference was so large that most of the times he attacked, a miss warning would show. Then there would undoubtedly be a counter-attack. Justice Man Ajushi. Rocco hurriedly used the Song of Life. Rocco's voice was heard softly over the sound of the lute. Then Justice Man's health that was at the very bottom quickly restored. If it wasn't for Rocco, then the battle probably would have been over a long time ago. When the battle had started, the assassins prohibited the use of potions using the No Recovery scroll. However, a limit of the No Recovery scroll was that it had no effect on a minstrel song. Che, this girl again. Andal shouted with a hard countenance. What are you doing? Kill her first. Andal yelled at the assassins. Stop. I won't allow one finger to touch Rocco. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members stood blocking the assassins. However, it wasn't enough and the health of Justice Man and his party quickly decreased. Some also fell to the ground as they were stunned. Ajushi. Appa. Rocco screamed in a tearful voice. She had been hunting with Justice Man's party for 2 months. In the time when she couldn't battle, they had always helped her. Instead of colleagues, they were now like her uncle and older brothers. Even though it was a game, they were still stabbed by a sword and collapsed. It was the assassins hired by Andal. She felt regret as tears started falling. The assassins who had stunned Justice Man then rushed at Roko. It is the end. Minstrel. Ack. The blade advanced underneath her nose. Roko didn't even think about counter-attacking and just raised her arm to protect her head. It was at that time. Something clear flew across the space. Cock, cock. Tong. A violent clash resonated through the air. Following the sound, the assassin was thrown back with a pop. Roko was suddenly surprised and raised her head with eyes that were 2 times larger. The person who used stealth in front of her was a user. Wearing leather armor with a bone sword that it was Arkansas. Ah, Ark Appa. Was I a little bit late? A smile spread on Ark's mouth. Arkansas. It is Arkansas. All eyes focused on her as Roko spoke. Arkansas Nim, Ark Hyung, welcome back. Sid and Lorenzo spoke with tears in their eyes. Andal also looked at Ark with a shocked face. There was a reason he was surprised that Ark showed up. In preparation, he had left an assassin stationed at the quartermaster's. Ark didn't even make contact with the assassin and appeared here. Unless. Yes, didn't you definitely die at that time? Who said that? I'm afraid I didn't die by your hands, but certainly in the hell. Ah, it took some time to come out from there. No way. You should wait before judging whether it's possible or not. Your opinion seems to be quite different. Don't you know that determination can make many things happen? Determination. I told you. I would strip you naked. Ark said with a smile. Andal retorted like he was bored. You think that the situation would change just because you disappeared? And realization showed on Justice Man and his party's faces. That's right. They had forgotten when Ark appeared, but there were still 12 assassins left that were level 120. On the other hand, Justice Man had 15 people with an average level of 60-70. And their health wasn't even 50%. Even if it was Ark, one person wouldn't change the situation. Kukuku, stupid. You're going to be sorry you didn't run away when you had the opportunity. I have good manners unlike you. However, Ark was still composed. I forgot to tell you, I brought a few friends with me from down there. What? Friends? Yes, they should be arriving around now. Master. Diedrich's voice was heard from behind him. Andal reflexively turned his head and his face stiffened. What is that? Behind Ark, the ground around the cabin started shaking as small forms started appearing. They numbered nearly 100 people. They were hooded so it wasn't possible to examine them closely. 3 or 4 whiskers protruding from the nose was exposed on the side underneath the hood. That's right, it was the raccoon inhabitants of the underground world. Ark had received a call as he was leaving the underground world. The phone call was from number 1407 who had died early. Andal had brought 14 assassins to raid the cabin. Ark was troubled as he contemplated. If there were 14 assassins, then they should succeed in defeating Justice Man's party. But even if Ark showed up, the results would be the same. Then the raccoon troops appeared in Ark's mind. Yes, they can appear in Cairo through Yggdrasil. Ark immediately called Yggdrasil through Popo's seeds. Popo was spiritually connected to Yggdrasil and could communicate with it. Ark explained the situation to Yggdrasil and asked for assistance from the elders. His request for support was received, and the 2nd Artillery Division was sent to assist their former commander. Meanwhile, Ark left Diedrich to prepare for the battle and rushed to the cabin. Let me introduce my new friends. Ark smiled at Andal. Say it again. The head count from a little ago was. This child, what are you doing? Kill them. Andal shouted at them to attack. The 12 assassins rushed forward with their swords. Level 120. It was definitely an amazing level. But who were the artillerymen of the raccoon troops? The troops who had undergone Ark Spartan training and defeated monsters that were level 150 and 250. At the moment, dozens of the raccoon troop watching from the forest grabbed their weapons. And clink, clink, the cannon was armed with swift movements and then fired in unison. Bang bang double bang. The ensuing scene would cause the heart to race. Colorful fireworks exploded from everywhere. The assassins were no different from the falling autumn leaves. Every time they were hit with a bombardment of ammo, their health quickly declined. 9 assassins died from this simple method while the rest scattered messily. Justice Man and his group just looked on with a bemused expression. This is ridiculous. Andal raised his voice as 9 assassins immediately died from the attack. Then Ark raised his voice to stop the bombardment and spoke. I'll give you a chance. What? 3 assassins remain. That was the number that you used to chase me in the past. The others will step back and watch as I duel with the assassins. And whatever the result, how about I forget about our bad relationship? Ark watched Andal as he spoke. Honestly, that annoying because I know people like you don't like giving up, and I also won't be able to do anything as long as you're chasing me. So let's conclude it with this battle. Andal rolled his eyes and asked with a doubtful look. How can I believe that? Justice Man Ajushi. When Ark turned his head and asked, Justice Man instantly nodded. If there is such a condition, then there is no reason for me to interfere. I understand. We won't cut in. Now, how about it? Only your choice is left. Andal considered for a while before nodding. It is good. The assassins that I won't cause any trouble. Then shall we begin? A laugh emerged from Andal's mouth. This stupid person is still the same. Has he already forgotten facing the same numbers not long ago? That memory that I remember it very clearly. Ark stared at Andal with a cold look as he replied. Then you should already know what will happen. Go, kill him. Andal ordered the assassins, who immediately took out a scroll. No recovery, impossible to release, battle state, seize. It was the same combo of scrolls that forced Ark down the hell. The assassins used the scrolls to prevent any possibility before rushing in. The sword attack from 3 directions. Then Ark's eyes started shining. Now is the opportunity to get revenge for my previous defeat. It was when Ark had an overwhelming advantage that he applied for a duel. The abrupt desire for victory spread in Arkansas. So far, when the 3 assassins had rushed him, then he was helpless. Ark would never admit such a powerless defeat. He would not be satisfied if the conditions weren't the same. And another reason was to confirm what he had obtained from the underground world. He wanted to see how much his skill proficiency had been raised by the 3 marvels, not just look at the skill level. If he won against the 3 assassins under the same conditions, then it would be solid evidence. I can win. No, I have to win. Dark Dance. Ark lowered his upper body as he used his new skill. Suddenly, the area was dyed with darkness. In the middle, 3 red imprints were seen brandishing swords. The image seemed like an infrared mode in spy movies. Ark, who had tried out the skill for the first time, was puzzled for a little bit. What the? I thought the Dark Dance was just a skill that raised the evasion rate. And at that moment he heard the sound of a flying sword. A red footprint also appeared on the ground in front of him. It seemed like the commentary he saw in martial arts textbooks about footwork. Then I should move following the footprints. Ark laid a foot on the red footprint carved on the ground. The footprint disappeared before a new one appeared in front of it. The more times he stepped on it, the faster the footprint disappeared. Although it was initially easy to follow along, over time he had to concentrate in order to keep up with the speed of the footprints. However, the effect was indeed amazing. Su Su Suk, Sasa Sak. He just walked along the footprints. While concentrating on the footprints, he could barely see the movements of the assassins. However, Ark's body moved like the wind and avoided all attacks. Oh my God! When Ark avoided the damage and emerged from the other side, the assassins were surprised. But it was Ark that surprised them. This dark dance. It was expected that the evasion rate and defense would increase during the period. However, it wasn't an easy technique to use. The dark dance was similar to the dancing games that were in style a long time ago. In other words, different patterns of footwork would appear on the ground depending on the situation, and the amount of damage avoided depended on how well he did. The first time he used it, he made around 40% mistakes. The damage received from the 3 assassins' attacks was only 250 damage. It meant that damage became invalid nearly 50% of the time, even taking his defensive powers into consideration. If the percentage of completion increases, then I might not receive any damage. But there's even more. The dark dance didn't require the use of his hands. This time, he focused on following the footsteps. However, once he became familiar with the dark dance, then he could also attack. Of course, it wasn't as simple as it sounds. If he focused on attacking, then the completion percentage of dark dance would fall. It was also possible to receive unexpected damage. In addition, if the completion rate dropped below 30%, then the penalty of receiving a critical hit would dramatically increase. Am I looking at a double-edged sword? But if I could attack while keeping the completion rate above 50%, there would be tremendous side effects. First, I should get used to the pattern. Ark continuously used dark dance. The pattern of the footprint would change depending on the circumstance. It was natural. Because the same attack wasn't always used. However, after a few repetitions he gradually got used to the pattern. The attack was avoided using the minimal movement while grasping any chance for a counter-attack. When looking at the principles, it wasn't that different from what Ark had previously done. What the hell is this guy? These movements. The assassin spoke in a confused voice after the next attack also missed. After he used the 4th dark dance, his completion rate went up to 60%. Ark then began fighting back. Dark Blade. He used the dark dance and dark blade chain skill, Dark Strike. Ark's sword instantaneously spread out like the rib of a fan and struck the assassin's neck. Dark Blade ignored the defense and struck a critical hit. Using Dark Strike, an additional 200% damage was also added. The assassin's health declined to 30% with 1 strike. No way. Andal sucked in a breath at the enormous damage. Ha, what the? Did you think that I wasted my time during the 10 days? This was the reason that Ark had applied for a duel. During his time in the underground world, Ark had raised his level. When the 3 assassins had pushed him, he was only level 90. However, during the underground labyrinth he increased his level by 5, and after he commanded the raccoon troops in the fight against Yggdrasil, then he gained 21 levels. Ark's current level was 116. But was that all? After receiving the Dark Piece, his Dark Attribute bonus was raised to 40%. In terms of his stats, he was around level 162. He also had new equipment and set item effects. They only knew the fighting pattern of Ark before he fell into the hell. It was like an entirely different existence. On the other hand, the assassins were level 120. With the Dark Attribute, they would be level 132. Even if they were professional assassins, if the level difference was 32 levels. Bang! Cough! This guy's replacement. The assassin who received Ark's concentrated attack collapsed. From 3 against 1 the situation changed to the much simpler 2 against 1. Ark used his remaining 400 points of mana to attack using Dark Strike. Under his shower of attacks, 1 more assassin quickly collapsed. Now there was only 1 assassin remaining, but Ark's mana was completely gone and his health was down to 30%. On the other hand, the one remaining assassin had 80% health. From now on, it is a skills game. Ark used his sword, hand combat in a desperate struggle against the assassin. With the level difference, he overwhelmed the assassin with just the use of his sword, hand combat. Ka kok, tong. Ark blocked the assassin's sword and used riposte. Ark struck the assassin hard with the counter-attack and the assassin was sent flying through the air. At the same time as he landed, Ark attacked him with a shower of kicks. The assassin was also formidable. Using the last of his power, he swung the sword and pushed Ark into a critical condition. But at the same time, he got hit on the head by Ark and died. Hayu, I won. Ark blew out a breath. He had defeated 3 level 120 assassins by himself. He won. Ark Hyum won. Wah ah ah. The rehabilitation members, Lorenzo and the raccoon troops cheered from the vicinity of the cabin. But the cheer changed into a scream in the next moment. Ha! He. Ark, it's dangerous. When he finished fighting against the last assassin, Andal, who had been watching vigilantly for a chance, attacked Arkansas. Currently, Ark's health was only 180 points. If a strike landed, then it would become a critical hit due to his state. No, it certainly looked that way. But just before Andal's sword reached Ark's neck, the light abruptly turned off in front of Arkansas. Skeleton, a skeleton holding a sword and a shield, had blocked Andal's attack. While Andal was confused, Ark turned his head and laughed. I know how guys like you think. In the first place, Ark hadn't expected Andal to keep his promise. No, he hoped that he wouldn't. He wanted to test out the skills he obtained in the underground world, and he knew that Andal wouldn't accept the result of the duel. He had marked him as an enemy until the end. Therefore Ark deliberately left a gap for Andal in his critical condition. After he guessed the timing, he released Deimos from his transformation into the saw blade. Andal was caught in Ark's trap. So now the promise is broken. You bastard, why did you believe me in the first place? This fellow is absurd. You still say things like that in this situation. Damn, you'll see. No matter what it takes, I'll force you into hell. Andal said as he took out a scroll. It was the warp scroll which had become Andal's specialty. Oh, that guy again. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members moved a little bit. Ark only smiled as he took out a scroll and activated it. Scroll, magnetic, target Andal. At the same time, Andal's body blurred before he was forcibly pulled to Arkansas. What? What the? Didn't I tell you? I didn't only play. Ark clicked his tongue and muttered while feigning pity. When he exited from the underground world, Ark didn't wait for the raccoon troops and immediately began battle preparations. The thing that Ark regretted the most from being attacked by Andal was not learning how to properly use scrolls in battle. When Ark recaptured villages in the underground world, he immediately gathered information about the scrolls from the specialist in each village. One interesting thing he learnt about was the magnetic scroll. Although it would drag the target forward, there was another use for magnetic. If the timing of magnetic was used in conjunction with warp, then the effect of warp would disappear. The reason why magnetic was rated higher than the warp scroll was because of this hidden function. It was the so-called resistance of the scroll. Therefore, in order to oppose or eliminate the effect, there must be a counterattack. This was the true advantage of scroll utilization. You said I'll see. Is it time now? Ark laughed as he approached the frightened Andal. However, in that moment he responded in a desperate voice. Hyung, just kill me then. I have used the lie scroll. Since I'm not chaotic, then you would become chaotic if you attack me. Your level is over 100, so can you take such a penalty? At best, all the NPCs would be ordered to kill you. And after I die, I would receive no problems from the NPC. You didn't receive the archipelago, he. That disgusting bastard. Justice Man murmured in an outraged voice. Does he think we would be afraid of something like that? Ark, you don't have to take part. We'll kill this guy. Please wait. Hyung.nim, Ark leisurely took out another scroll. When he triggered it, the shape of a huge sword formed over Andel's head. When the sword struck Andel, his health was immediately reduced by 50%. Cough, no way this is. Sword of Truth. Sid burst out with excitement. Sword of Truth, it was a scroll that only activated when the opponent used the lie scroll. It dealt powerful damage as well as eliminating the effect of the lie scroll. In addition, it also changed the alignment to chaotic for a period of time. In other words, there would be no problem killing Andel. Ohu, that's nice. Now it means I have unlimited chances to kill you. The rehabilitation members surrounded Andel as they cracked their knuckles. However, Ark shook his head. Not yet. What? Hyung.nim, don't you have a lot piled up? Please receive this. Ark handed the rehabilitation members a few scrolls. After reading the brief description, the rehabilitation members' eyes shone brighter than ever. Oh, Arkansas. If it is you, then it is done. Rather at this point we're really sorry. Still, we can't help it. Because it is our policy to step on someone who tries to step on us. Of course. We understand that much. Because he was the one that picked a fight first. We don't have to be fair. What are you doing? Andel murmured in an uneasy voice. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group, Ark and even Roko just tore the scrolls with a smile. The scrolls were applied non-stop to Andel. He had bought in bulk various scrolls to give to the assassins, which could be used at any time to make gold, and he just left it in his bag along with equipment. The aim of the robbery scroll was to get any items that would make money. But that was just the beginning. Didn't I tell you? I would keep on attacking you until you lose everything. Ark and the rehabilitation members used the seize scroll 4 times. As Andel was chaotic, after his death the probability of dropping his equipment items would dramatically increase. After using seize 4 times, he didn't even have to see the results. Bastard era. What was that? From now on, it's just the beginning, Ark spoke with a pleasant smile. After losing the battle, I'm going to step on you once again. That's my theory. With a scared look, Andel died. Ugh, master. This woman, stop this woman. Diedrich screamed before fleeing. After refreshingly stepping on Andel, Ark joined Justice Man and the rehabilitation company who he finally met after a long time. And after Diedrich transformed himself into his child form, he found himself being chased after by Roko with great affection. Ho, he is. It's great to see you. It's not good, not good. Don't do that, come play with Nuna. Who is this Nuna? I told you, I'm 300 years old. Call. Understood. You're a 300-year-old child. Happy. I'm not a child. Diedrich shouted with a painful cry. However, Roko didn't hear and just hugged Diedrich tighter. Then Daimos suddenly showed up at her side. Oh. You are, Skull. Daimos was glad and quickly nodded his head. Unlike Diedrich, Roko had spent quite a few friendly days with Daimos. However, Roko's forehead furrowed as she muttered something. You look slightly creepy. Dang. At Roko's words, Skull was shocked as he showed a sulky expression. After he changed, it was the form he wanted to be proud of. However, in just a moment. Clatter. Daimos turned around and clung to Andel's body. Daimos' eyes flashed for a moment as he fumbled around. And like a psychic healer, he put his hand through Andel's shoulder. And then surprisingly, his bloody hands emerged holding a scapula. Don't tell me that he can also collect bones from a user. When Ark thought about it, it was a big hit. Deimos immediately changed his scapula to Andel's. Andel was a warrior in the game. Because of the bone exchange, his strength and stamina was reduced while Deimos was increased. Andel was really unlucky. Deimos changed the shape of his scapula to his favorite. He smiled as he tinkered with his new shoulder. No, it seemed like he was smiling, but he was obviously laughing. He laughed sneakily. Although it's good that his stats rose, that it really is like a horror movie. Deimos. What is your real character? The skull that used to roll cutely across the ground couldn't be seen anywhere now. It was a good thing that his stats climbed thanks to bone collecting, but the way he acquired other bones was really creepy. The rehabilitation group stared in amazement at Deimos' bizarre behavior. Ark also had a similar expression, and had to explain the situation with a smile. Haha, don't worry. This guy has a strange hobby these days. And among such surroundings, the rehabilitation members had managed to finish resurrecting. Then the leader of the raccoon artillerymen saluted Ark and said, "Commander, we should go." "Well, thank you. Give my regards to the elders." "Yes. Let's go." The artillerymen saluted before returning to the designated place. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group looked at the raccoons with amazement before asking, "What? Did the raccoons escape from the zoo in a group?" "They are my friends from the underground world." Underground world. Ark explained the last few days to a curious Justice Man. Justice Man breathed out a sigh with an amazed face. "It sounds like a fascinating place. Damn, if we knew beforehand we would have entered too." "I'm sorry. But I didn't have a way to enter the underground world. And Ajushi and Hyung. Nims wouldn't have been able to survive the bottom." "That's right. There is someone I would like to introduce." Ark took out small seeds from his bag. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members stared as a small figure emerged from the seeds. It was Popo, the hero of the raccoon clan. Popo scratched his head at the attention of the foreigners before greeting them. He, "Hello. I am a Popo, Ark Hyung's brother." "Ah." Then Roko, who was harassing Diedrich, came running over. "Woo. See you, cute, it's a finger-sized raccoon." Roko Nuna. Ark Hyung talked about you a lot." "What? Really, what did he say?" "That he had a pretty girl as a sister." "You really are pretty, just like I heard. Can I call you Nuna from now on?" Popo was better at flattery than he thought. "Ho ho ho, you're sweet. It is in the eye of the beholder. My younger siblings aren't like that." "Yes, please call me Nuna. If you are Ark Appa's brother, then you're also mine." "Popo, did you say? Can we talk for a short while? Tell me in a little bit more detail about what Ark Appa said about me." Roko carried the seeds to a place a short distance away. Che. Then Diedrich, who had been abandoned, kicked a rock that landed beside Skull. Although he complained, he indirectly enjoyed Roko's attention. If he really hated it, he would have changed into a bat and ran away. "I'm living quite happily." The raccoon boy was sociable. Roko, who was interested in Ark, abandoned his two summons. The form that she was interested in was quite different in others' eyes. That's right. By the way, what do you think that Andel guy will do? Just let it go. For the time being, he won't connect for a while. But what if he tries to bother you again? Right. But I wouldn't mind. Here in the chaotic city it would be a difficult situation, but the other areas won't have such a penalty against resurrection. So if he attacks me once, then I would be able to return it twice as much. But it's also not easy. Although, you don't have to worry about your skills based on what we saw before. Well, Andel might hire more assassins again before connecting. Although Lorenzo and the delinquents would receive help from the guard NPCs, we are different. So I think we should leave Cairo before there is more trouble. That's good. Our time is more precious than that guy. But I have some things to finish first. Ark's pupils turned gold after a long time. He had already forgotten about Andal and turned into a money-making mode. Sid. Can you please arrange all of this? Ark handed Sid all the Japtum he obtained in the underground world. Pant, this is. Sid's eyes widened at the huge pile of Japtum. But it wasn't because of the Japtum. It was due to the ore, the currency of the underground world. All of the 1,600 Nirunma leaves he obtained from the thief hideout had been used to make the warrior cookies and sold to the raccoon troops. First 1L. But soon the price was raised to 2L because he was running out of ingredients. Fortunately, the raccoons were already addicted and had no choice but to buy the cookies at the higher price. Thanks to that, Ark managed to get 2,400 ores. Even if 500L was used to pay for item forging, there was still approximately 1,900 ores in his bag. Where did you get so many ores? Ark, who hadn't showed up for a while, finally appeared with amazing items. Sid still couldn't understand the strange user that was Arkansas. No, you expect me to organize everything here. But if we sell it in Jiren, we can't get a 20% higher price. I don't care. Just sort it out. And change all the items robbed from Andal into gold except for the scrolls from Cairo. You should bring Jack.Tongue so you don't make any mistakes. I understand. Soon Sid and Jack.Tongue headed to Cairo carrying the items. The reason why he sent Jack.Tongue was to take advantage of his fraud skill. Thanks to Ark, Sid had raised his sales skills, but it wasn't possible to sell any more items once he received a profit of more than 15%. On the other hand, if Jack.Tongue's fraud skill was used, then he could receive an unconditional 15% profit. Okay, now let's finish life in Cairo. Ark led the rehabilitation group and headed towards Cairo. It was in order to complete the Clear Lorenzo's Name quest that had been postponed. Earlier, Justice Man had handed him the warehouse key before they headed back to Wukasu with his supplies. Then, he made him sit down while Lorenzo explained the circumstances. That was what happened. I see that I've just blindly doubted you without even knowing that I'm sorry. Wukasu said to his son in a regretful voice. Lorenzo seemed tearful as he shook his head. No. It was my fault this whole thing started. Father, I'm sorry. Father. Now I am your father. Yes, father. I'm sorry for not calling you that in the meantime. I got it. So stop saying such things. Being confronted with your faults must have been hard on you. I never thought I would have children, so I raised you sternly, without unconditional love. That must have been really painful for you, and I didn't know. No, let's stop. I'll forget your past. If you've decided to become a new man, then it is done. Father. Wukasu and Lorenzo wept as they hugged each other. The rehabilitation members had tears in their eyes as they looked at the two NPCs. Although they were NPCs, Lorenzo's path seemed to overlap with that of the rehabilitation group. Hyung.nim, justice is really a good thing. Yes. Justice Man nodded with a satisfied expression. However, there were no tears in Ark's eyes. Now, Wukasu Ajushi. Let's slowly do the calculation. Calculation. Why is it like this? Did you already forget the promise? Promise. It's not like that. Why would I forget? Yes, I do remember. Didn't I promise to sell you anything from the items recovered for a 40% discounted price? Okay, if you need anything then tell me. I'll do anything for the man who recovered my son. Since I'm a person who also runs a big business in the capital. I'm a second generation. Even if other stores want them, I will save it for you. Ah, father. What a moment. That. At the moment, Lorenzo was shocked and blocked Wukasu's mouth. However, it was already too late. By the end of Wukasu's words, Ark's eyes flashed as he drove the nail in. Without a doubt you promised. You clearly said that even if the items were wanted elsewhere, you would save it for me. That's right. Why? What's the matter? Nothing. Not at all. So let's start the business. Ark laid his purse on the counter as he smiled. Wukasu's face then became terrified. The embroidered purse on the counter contained an unimaginable amount of money. 500 gold. Ark laughed and nodded his head. Yes, in the short time here Ark had gathered 5,500 gold. When Ark first came to Cairo, he only had 1,000 gold. When he was in the underground, without stopping he sent items back to Sid to sell which earned him 300 gold. However, the largest part of his illicit funds was selling drugs to the raccoons. The way to earn money was as bad as expected. When the ore was sold by Sid using his skills, he earned 30 gold for one piece of ore. The total price was 570 gold. Thanks to that, Ark's total gold was 1,870. But was that all? There were also the items collected from Andal. Scrolls were sold in Cairo, so they were removed as there was no reason to sell it. However, the rest of the equipment items and consumables sold for 500 gold. Thus, he ended up earning 2,370 gold. Of course, Ark's plans didn't end here. I have to maximally make money. Justice Man Ajushi, Hyung.Nims. I'll guarantee it. Once I buy it and sell it to other users, then the profit from this business would be 50%. Certainly. After hearing Ark's explanation and calculating in their heads, they nodded. When buying an item, it is clear that the profit would be guaranteed. There was nobody who would say no to such deals just to save money. Okay, everyone will invest as well. Except I don't know what the outcome would be once the group splits their earnings. Even if you only have a few thousand gold, it would be enough for a business transaction. Can't help it. Still, it is lucky that everyone can come. You're the blessing for the group. You're the person that earns money the best. The rehabilitation group said with a heart-warming smile as they began collecting the gold. They were only level 60 but they weren't poor. After all, the rehabilitation members were formerly a part of the dark professions. Even if it was only a game, they still used their former skills to earn a little bit of money. Since the beginning of the game, people could buy gold from the auction house. With their purses being emptied, 4,000 gold was exceeded immediately. However, Ark wasn't investing all that money. Ark advised them to use 2,000 gold to buy equipment. Hyung.Nim, now is the chance to change equipment. In the underground world, there are a lot of items that are difficult to find. The price is expensive but I can guarantee its performance. The rehabilitation members were moved by the flattery and quickly parted with 2,000 gold. Ark grabbed the money bag and immediately returned to the underground world through Yggdrasil. Ark was the hero who had rescued the underground world from a crisis. Therefore, intimacy was at its best. In the underground world, he got a discount of 30% off any items he bought. Wow, this isn't a joke. Doesn't this dagger have additional damage when thrusting? The rehabilitation members saw the items Ark returned with and cheered. They were items from the village of craftsmen, where the price-to-performance ratio was at its finest. The performance was also rare for mid-priced items. The drops from the assassins were moderately split up and after the items were equipped, their damage and defense was upgraded. However, upgrading the rehabilitation members wasn't the only reason why Ark suggested changing equipment. Ark noted the pleased members before saying in a quiet voice. Jack.Tung Hyung, in fact I got a little discount for solving the quest. So there was a little bit of change left over. Then you can have it, as a tip. Yes, I had trouble with it. Even if it is outside money given, I need it. Just pack it without saying anything. Child, because you are too good to mask it. As expected, even though they were former hoodlums, the rehabilitation members were big-hearted. This was also the reason why he didn't include Sid with his selling skills. Because he had accumulated a history of part-time jobs, Ark perfectly grasped the nature of the rehabilitation members. Wow Hyung.nim, thanks a lot. Child, such a thing. Us Hyung.nims won't begrudge such a sum. By the way, how much change was left? 600 gold. Eek. 600 gold. The rehabilitation members let out a booming laugh. As Ark had no trading skills, they thought he would receive a 5% discount and have 100 gold left. If they knew that the change left over was 600 gold, the rehabilitation members wouldn't have been able to talk about it so easily. However, the bus had already left. Since the rehabilitation members lived with honor, they couldn't take back their words. That was also one of Ark's motives. Hyung Nims are really generous. Ha ha ha. It's not like that. Our generosity is only a little bit big. But 600 gold. The rehabilitation members broke into a cold sweat as they trembled while bluffing. Therefore, 600 gold was added to Ark's fortune of 3,000 gold. The 2,000 gold from the rehabilitation members also remained. If they included Sid and Roko, then there was a total of 5,500 gold. You're going to buy all the items using this money. Yes, did you assume that I wouldn't have enough for everything? Even though all the other stores would buy these items. A promise is a promise. You are really. Wukasu eventually sighed and nodded. All right. I will discount it, but you really seem like you've chosen the wrong profession. You would have succeeded as a merchant. Because you wouldn't shed tears over friendship. Thank you for the compliment. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll gladly arrange things. Wukasu burst out laughing. As a trader he had lost, but as a father he had regained his son. Therefore, the question of profit or loss wasn't a problem. Wukasu willingly handed all the items recovered in the warehouse to Arkansas. They were expensive items only sold in Cairo and none could be found in any other stores. The value of the scrolls was also expensive, so he bought 10 sets of them first before Sid's 6 bags, and his one spare bag was so full it looked like it would explode. Ah, Arkansas Nim. The bags are overflowing. Sid shook it with a happy face at the thought of all the profit. Sid.nim, contract. Yes. Oh, yes. Sid wrote the contract with trembling hands. Merchant's agreement. It was a sale agreement worth 5,500 gold. No matter what, he would never entrust it to Sid without a contract. But now Ark trusted Sid 100%. I can't believe I really wrote a 5,500 gold contract. Sid confirmed the contract with tears in his eyes. In accordance with the share of the proceeds, Ark would receive 58%, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members 30%, Roko 5% and Sid 7%. Roko and Sid's original investment wasn't that much. Sid had only concentrated on raising his skills, so his profit he made so far wasn't that much. And Roko was only a bonus mascot, so her gold investment was small. When dealing with a few thousand units of gold, 5% wasn't a small amount. 5% of 5,500 gold was 275 gold. Since the expected sale profit was 40%, that meant that it was a profit of 385 gold. Even if Sid only received 7%, that was still 577 gold. It would be enough to pay off his debt and recover his money as a merchant. In addition, merchants also raised their characters by trading. If he traded with other users outside of a store, his skills would raise and he would obtain experience. 40% of the profits on all items meant that he would receive a large amount of experience. The penalty received by the silk market slump wasn't a problem anymore. It is worth playing the role of Arkansas Nim's bag for the meantime. His feelings of grief quickly withered. Ark made a warm expression and asked Wukasu. But Ajushi, what will you do now? I thought because I couldn't return to the capital, I had to stay here. But I want to make arrangements to return to the capital. That's right. You were worried about the crowd that this guy used to hang with showing up. Do not worry. Justice Man moved forward and said. We can settle that problem since we're heading to the capital anyway. Is it really possible to do that? Of course. I already asked the delinquents about the location of their other hyungs that tried to bully you. But why would you guys go so far? You might even lose your life. Wukasu looked at him with worried eyes, while Justice Man laughed and shook his head. Ha ha ha. How can I achieve justice if I'm always worried about preserving my life? That's right. The reason why we came here was also for justice. In addition, only delinquents can reason with other delinquents. That's why I have to teach them the true duty of delinquents. The rehabilitation members emphasized in unison. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Well, it's the least we could do after you suffered a loss to your sales. Justice Man said absent-mindedly. Justice Man joined Ark, who was organizing everything he obtained in Cairo outside. So now the destination is determined. Yes, since it was our destination from the beginning. Can I accompany you? At that time, Sid rolled his eyes and interrupted. Sid.Nim, yes, the items from Cairo would be more expensive in the capital than Jiren. And the capital has more high-level users that can afford it. When organizing the gold, it isn't 100 or 200 gold but 5,500. Even with a 1% profit you would earn 55 gold. However, the capital should make the profits rapidly increase, which would make us happy. If I'm with the rehabilitation group then it won't be so dangerous. I would like that. Because I also want to go to the capital. You too. Yes, I also have to stop there. Ark nodded and replied. Finally, the group left the area of Cairo. It was time to move to a new area. And Ark still remembered the promise to meet Shambhala at the arena in the capital. He was involved in events that he never considered and was delayed, but he still remembered. But I have to visit Jiren and report my quest to the Institute of Magic. Well, since Jiren has a gateway it shouldn't be a problem. I understand. So we set off together. At the end of Ark's words, Roko was glad. Is this the first time that everyone has traveled together? Yes, well, how lovely that you and Ark get to go together just like you wished. Jack.Tongue Appa. Roko shouted with a red face. Fortunately, Ark's face was also red for no reason. A refreshing wind blew from somewhere. It's good. I'm glad that I am able to laugh with people who are like family. Volume 5 Chapter 8 You are listening at Novel Full.audio. ACT 8 Experiencing a spar. Ark and Justice Man's party left Cairo. They were headed towards the capital of Schudenberg Kingdom, Celebrate. This was because some time ago, a spokesman announced the full content. Attention all citizens of Schudenberg. Finally Bristania, the Cineas Principality and the Kingdom of Bavaria are no longer at war. The three countries have signed an armistice. This long war has fortunately ended peacefully with no confrontations. Wah. The NPCs and users cheered at the unexpected news. There were three human kingdoms present in New World. The relationship between the Bristania, Cineas and Schudenberg kingdoms were poor. Because Schudenberg and the three kingdoms bordered each other, it wasn't easy for users to cross the borders. While the NPCs in New World thought of it like a Cold War state, it made the users uncomfortable. Other users and even friends started in the other kingdoms but they could not meet. In addition, most of the border area had been designated as off-limits. However, the armistice agreement was signed. This meant that you could adventure in more areas. The spokesman raised his hand to calm the crowd and spoke again. We'll inform you of the gist of the armistice agreement. People are free to trade with everyone in the three kingdoms. If you cross the border to trade, you must be granted eligibility and a special tariff of 5% applied. After he spoke for a long time about the boring contents of the agreement, he stopped and paused for a bit. But this is the most important information of the armistice agreement. So far, the border region of the three regions has been prohibited from battle. The three powers have declared a vast area of frontier to be cleared. Frontier. That's right. Everything in this area would be open to all foreigners. The users opened their mouths as the spokesman's explanation continued. This was an easier summary of the spokesman's words. The official name of the triangular border region of the three kingdoms was Nagarin. Not too long ago, a minor skirmish developed between the three armies resting at the border. However, many events have occurred in recent years, such as the Jackson event quest and other incidents all over New World, so they came to the conclusion that the war should end. The armistice agreement was signed after soldiers from all three armies retreated from Nagarin. As a result, there was a large area that was left empty. The kings of the three kingdoms thought about how they should use this blank area. Because once the soldiers left, there would be a lot of space. They finally came up with the solution of foreigners. The foreigners were strangers who pursued their own lives free of the calculation and interest of the three kingdoms. The reason that Nagarin was open to foreigners was simple. When many foreigners occupied Nagarin, their powers and interests was judged to become a military buffer zone. In addition, if foreigners occupied the land and poured money into it, then the three kingdoms would also profit. The leaders were quite satisfied with the good idea. However, even if they were called kings, they were still NPCs. They believed that they had thought of it themselves, but it was a scenario that had been prepared for New World. Had begun. If you're a part of an outstanding warrior guild, then you will be given the chance to occupy a castle. In addition, the foreigners that occupy a castle would receive a formal barony from the three kings. Following that, the spokesman explained the rules of the siege. The rules on how to occupy a castle were simple. In the upper part of Nagarin, something called the Throne of Governance existed. If the first user that sits on the throne is a guild leader, then they will become lord of the castle. They also had to maintain their status for 3 days in the game, which was 24 hours in real time, while fending off attacks from other guilds. If successful, the lord can activate the castle's defenses which operate within a certain sphere of influence. The state of being a lord wasn't permanent. The user that occupies the castle has to accept another challenge at least once a week. When they are defeated, the three kingdoms would deprive them of their power. They also had to pour money into developing their castle when they couldn't know if they could keep it. Anyway, a buzz started among the users after the spokesman's announcement. They could be an owner of a castle. This was a huge event. It wasn't a funny game anymore. If someone went back through the past Korean games that were unprecedented hits, owning a castle was seen for the first time in the game. Occupying a castle would provide huge wealth and honor to a guild. It was to the extent that after ruling for 1 year, they would be able to own a house. How much more would the money increase in New World, which was a new generation of game? The possible benefits obtained would be terrific. And the spokesman even explained this. Once someone becomes a lord, they are given the right to implement and collect a tax. If they intend it, they could even confiscate a user's assets. Of course, it was also easy to rule with tyranny and then have to protect the seat from other users. But anyway, for that area, the authority of the Lord was close to infinity. I can't consider it when I have to pay attention to Arkansas. Alan gripped his fist tightly. Alan had just received a call from Andal. He had used 1,500 gold to buy 15 assassins and sent them after Arkansas. His plan didn't go so well. How the hell was he accompanied by 15 assassins level 120 and still not finish Arkansas? In addition to all the items wasted, he came whining to him. Stupid bastard. It was difficult to find the Dark Brother and commission a job. Alan risked his fame points and he also invested a lot of money so far. After he hired 15 people, his fame points dropped a lot. But wasn't the result more helpful to Arkansas? Of course, a good reason for that was Andal. He also never thought that the rehabilitation group would interfere or the appearance of a NPC. But nevertheless, the decisive problem was Andal's stupidity. New World wasn't that simple online game that Andal thought it was. The assassins would move better under proper directions from the client. In other words, if the client doesn't move properly then the assassins couldn't exert their power. The user's level wasn't the most important thing. As expected, I shouldn't have trusted him. Andal had become the reason for his investment loss. Even when he died, Andal didn't admit it, but his skills were inferior to Ark's. Even the organization couldn't deal with Ark and his teamwork. And with the presence of the NPC troops then it had become more difficult. He must be stepped on before he passes the company's entrance examination. If possible, I have to find him before it is too late. Then Alan shook his head. No. I can't miss this opportunity because of Arkansas. In fact, Alan already knew the information about beforehand. In reality or the game, there is nowhere that is impervious to bribes. The Holy Knight Alan was one of the few users that could access the cathedral. The action of the Three Kingdoms was heard through a NPC with high intimacy at the cathedral that he bribed. They have already decided to open Nagarin to the foreigners. But if you went ahead then the cathedral would later support you. Do you understand? Not long ago, a bishop in the cathedral had called him and secretly told him that. Although it was open to foreigners, the NPCs with authority also desired power over that area. Because they couldn't do it directly, they would have to align with the user who has control over Nagarin. The three biggest guilds and the royal families were probably making similar moves. Since then Alan had stopped all work and focused on building his guild. While the entrance examination wasn't important to Andal, Alan was different. He had a reason to join Global Exos. Therefore, Alan believed that occupying power in New World was enable him to pass the condition of the entrance examination. The system meant that it wasn't easy to occupy the castle, but once it is occupied the guild can establish a huge tax and raise its power. The opportunity is now. The users would soon flock to that area and stay up all night to siege the castle. I have to gather all my strength and move before a powerful guild occupies it. Alan's eyes shone. Even if I didn't get anything out of it, the Dark Brother organization will still regard Ark's party as an enemy. Because 18 assassins were killed, that I'll leave Ark to them. And when I raise my power I can step on Ark anytime I want. Alan made a decision and immediately moved to the guild office. A week ago, he had invested a huge amount of money into the guild Dawn Blade. Alan filled the majority of the guild with candidates from the exam. They were stronger and higher level than the users who just enjoyed the game. He secured them in order to occupy the castle. That alone should give a strong impression on the personnel from Global Exos. Alan looked at the beautiful elf magician waiting in the guild office and said, "Lariat.nim, I've been waiting for you to arrive." "Yes, I have heard." This announcement would certainly have a decisive influence on the company's entrance examination. And Lariat should receive a similar score to me as the guild sub.master. Always that I'm thankful. Please only follow me. Because I will certainly make you pass. Yes. Lariat was burdened and softly replied while avoiding his gaze. Lariat clearly felt troubled by Alan's sudden approach. Ever since the Jackson event. No way, that don't tell me it's because of Arkansas. Men also had intuition when it came to women. Lariat clearly had a good impression of Arkansas. When the idea entered his head, Alan angrily furrowed his forehead and didn't speak for a moment. Yes, you're not that different from other girls. Once I've got everything in the world then you'll be begging for my affection. Yes, everything revolves around me in this world. It isn't possible to leave me until I'm dissatisfied. Alan's mantle flapped as he turned around. Gather all the members of the Dawn Blade Guild. The beauty that was responsible for Global Exo's reception desk let out a sigh. She was also taking the company's examination under the name of Lariat. However, she was sighing more often these days. Alan's becoming increasingly more oppressive. Initially he was a kind and friendly person. Of course, passing the examination was her reason for playing the game. But that wasn't her only purpose. She was one of those users with a pure mind who wanted to just enjoy New World. That was the reason she was with Alan, who played the game more actively than anyone else. She could afford to play the game with Alan, who was an attractive colleague. But since then Alan had changed. Her colleague had suddenly become overly domineering. When someone came to be an examinee, he had a system that passed over. Then he would use his power to control their general funds. On the other hand, if they didn't listen to him, then they would be kicked from the guild. He seemed to play the game just thinking about how to obtain a high score in the entrance exam. What had made Alan so impatient? It was something she couldn't understand. Among all my colleagues, the recent evaluation of Alan isn't very good. People should be gathering to enjoy the game. The 2,000 people that gathered. This wasn't how I wanted the game to be like. Hey, pretty girl. Why is your expression so dark? At that time, one guy who was waiting approached and spoke. When she looked up, she saw that it was someone from the planning department of Global Exos, Ho Myung-Hwan. Ah, it's nothing. If such a pretty girl sitting at the desk has a gloomy face, then my motivation will drop. It's not a big deal. When Kong Mi.Su attempted a smile, Ho Myung-Hwan handed her coffee before talking again. If you're worrying about the company's entrance examination, then it isn't necessary. You have a friend called Alan, yes. The planning department is already paying attention to Alan. His evaluation is quite high, and as his partner yours is as well. If you keep it up, then you'll surely pass. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Ho Myung-Hwan scratched his head before walking away with a cool laugh. At that time, Kong Mi.Su remembered something and asked. Do you happen to know anything about Arkansas Nim? Arkansas. Ho Myung-Hwan sounded puzzled. I've never heard of him. You know him? Yes, a little bit. I know every ID that the planning department is paying attention to. I've never heard of him, so it is possible that he hasn't been playing an active part in the game. But I heard that he made a considerable achievement in the event quest. Kong Mi.Su said with an expression that indicated she didn't understand. Yes, apart from Alan, most people also know Ark's name. During the event quest, wasn't he the user that was responsible for the success of the plan to blow up the Scorch cannons? Therefore she couldn't understand how the planning department couldn't remember his ID. Kong Mi.Su explained this to Ho Myung-Hwan, who tilted his head. Really? Strange. That is certainly enough to deserve attention. There are 2,000 candidates, so someone might have missed it. I understand. I'll check it again. Please. Oh ho, Miss Global Exos, Kong Mi.Su is asking after a guy. Do you have a man on your mind? I'm jealous. It's not like that. Ha ha ha. Okay. Don't twist your face so much. Well, I'll look into it. Ho Myung-Hwan rattled off a joke before heading off. Kong Mi.Su looked at his back with a complicated expression. Of all the people who was at the interview, Kim Hyun.Woo.No, Arkansas. Why did his name suddenly pop up? She honestly didn't know. But Ark seemed to show a different form every time they met, so she was nervous about his existence. Yes, I was just feeling nervous. That's all it is. What is this? If you want to sleep, then you should sleep at night. Hyun-Woo rubbed his swollen eyes as he listened to the complaints. Then Gwonhwa. Rang farted and squeezed his head. This guy, what happened to the game? You were playing the game with me. The game connection suddenly died, so I came to check on you, but you were only sleeping. I told you. I had so many things to do in the underground world that I never slept much. When I was your age, I stay up all night for over a week. Were you a super robot that was designed by the country? Anybody could do it. It's just about their mentality. So I must have a weak mentality since I keep falling asleep. Ark pouted his lips. Guanwa.Rang smiled and replied. Anyway, we had time to meet up before Hai.Sung connects to the game again. Since there is still plenty of time for me to introduce someone to you. In fact, I've tried to introduce them before, but it was difficult since they were busy. Introduction. Is this like a group blind date? Don't speak nonsense and wait a moment. You have to come. A ringing sound was heard as one man entered the cafe and looked around. He was a 30-year-old man around 170 centimeters tall. Wearing a sleeveless T-shirt, baggy shorts and dragging their slippers, they looked like third-rate gangsters. He surveyed the cafe before approaching Guanwa.Rang and flopped down beside him. Hyun.Woo moved as he looked at Guanwa.Rang. Guanwa.Rang was an ex-detective. While doing that, he met and associated closely with the rehabilitation members, but there were many others that felt different. When Guanwa.Rang walked past, there were many delinquents that complained. After seeing his appearance, Hyun.Woo could understand their feelings. Fortunately, Guanwa.Rang remembered to welcome him. Why are you so late? Agu, Hyung.Nim. Didn't I join Hyung.Nim just like you asked? Once you gave up being a detective, your fate improved. Since the early evening, those young guys have been writing in that notebook, so should I call the National Police Agency to take them away? Stop playing. The police will only stop the hoodlums when you aren't able to anymore. I bet the profit is better for the police. The company smiled and answered as they looked at Hyun.Woo. Is that your friend? Yes, This is Hyun.Woo. Greet him. He was a junior at an athletic university. This is Lee Myung.Ryong. Before he was a detective, he was a delinquent. Good to see you. I'm Lee Myung.Ryong. As you've heard, I used to be a delinquent before being a detective. Lee Myung.Ryong smiled and extended his hand. It felt like holding a stone, which was to be expected since looked like a hoodlum. I'm Kim Hyun.Woo. Hyun.Woo shook his hand before looking at Guanwa.Rang. But why would he interrupt his sleep just to introduce a policeman? Hyun.Woo, you said that lately you've been constantly exercising. Yes, I do it for 2 hours in the morning. Yes, that's why your skills are a lot more proficient in the game. But there is a limit to just exercising. Because the National Police Agency he works for is near your house, you can train at the NPA gym now. Yes. But. Hyun.Woo said with a puzzled expression. Certainly it felt like his movements didn't change that much these days. There was obviously a limit to exercising alone. Well, after exercising his physical strength also increased, so that might be enough for an ordinary person. However, Hyun.Woo applied Taekwondo to the game. So he had a greedy desire to increase his skills even more. But why was it suddenly the NPA gym? Since he never heard about it in advance, Hyun.Woo looked at Lee Myung.Ryong with confused eyes. Lee Myung.Ryong's face tightened as he paid no regard to Guanwa.Rang. It's not a burden. At the NPA many civilians come and go just like a normal gym. There is also a guy who was once a member of the Taekwondo national team. Although his nature might be dirty, you can learn Taekwondo directly. Have you heard of the representative who had to step down because of violent incidents? Are you going senile? How can you say such a thing in front of the kids? Anyway, it won't be a problem to use the gymnasium. I'll stop coming if anyway at the NPA gym says something. Geez, it won't be a problem. But as your Hyung.nim, you should know that the NPA gym is a lot different from your normal neighborhood gym. It doesn't matter what your character is or if you are a friend of Hyung.nim's, if you play around then we won't take it lightly. Lee Myung.ryong looked at Hyun.woo with doubtful eyes. Kukuku, you haven't heard. Although he comes from an athletic university and looks trivial, he is a surprisingly adept pupil. In the old days, didn't I tell you about a guy who landed a spin kick on my jaw? He is that guy. Oh, that friend. The one who was on the streets looking for a fight. Fight? Don't be ridiculous. Really? That was a long time ago. It was to such a degree that I would be frightened by his approach. When compared to now, it was truly a different person. It was like a cage. Ah, a Jushi. Hyun.woo shouted angrily with a red face. It was the event where he flew at Detective Gwonhwa.rang who made even terrorist organizations tremble and kicked his jaw. It was something he would never forget. Shortly after his father's traffic accident, Gwonhwa.rang had visited Hyun.woo who was wandering for a while. His mother wanted to talk to him. That was Gwonhwa.rang's first words. However, before he could finish the words Hyun.woo sharply turned around and kicked Gwonhwa.rang in the jaw. Any other victim would think of a lawyer to get some compensation. Gwonhwa.rang just turned as he stumbled. However, after a moment Gwonhwa.rang just laughed with a pleasant expression. Hyun.woo remembered it from here. After that, he fainted while being beaten into the ground and woke up in front of the intensive care unit where his mother was lying. He honestly didn't know if the tears he shed then were tears of penance or because of the pain he was in. Was that the first time since I was born that someone made me faint because of the bloodthirst? Was that why I was afraid to approach? When Hyun.woo stared at him in dissatisfaction, Gwonhwa.rang pretended ignorance and just looked away. Suddenly, he felt sharp eyes on him. It was Lee Myung.ryong, who was styled as a third-rate delinquent. Oh, this guy was the one who kicked Hyung.nim's chin. No, it was just an accident. A Jushi was just compliant. He just received it. This guy. Is that a joke? Lee Myung.ryong's mouth lifted as he nodded. Okay, stand up. The gymnasium is empty so I have to see it for myself. Yes. But I really. What guy would whine so much? Follow me. Like most delinquents, Lee Myung.ryong had a straightforward nature. Hyun.woo was eventually dragged with violence to the police gym. When he first arrived, he thought it was quite a nice gym. It was stocked with different types of exercise equipment and the changing rooms and shower facilities were also cutting edge. Hyun.woo looked around with amazed eyes when Lee Myung.ryong spotted a locker and threw a uniform at him. Lee Myung.ryong then changed into a uniform. Try it on. The size should mostly fit. Yes. Is the child just going to come here and then leave tastelessly? If you're a martial artist then you should join. Ah, you might be surprised but it is a prohibited matter in this gym. Even a guest can't do it. It isn't done. If you do then it is the death penalty. So hurry up and quickly change. The South Korean detective had trampled on his human rights. Therefore, Hyun.woo changed into the uniform and quickly stood up while looking at Lee Myung.ryong. Next to him, Gwonhwa.rang was just looking from a distance away. Lee Myung.ryong scratched his chin and said. The NPA gym doesn't have any rules or anything like fouls. Two people fight, and if one person is knocked out and can't continue any more then the battle ends. If you understand, begin. Lee Myung.ryong who had narrowed the distance suddenly popped up like a ball. In a flash, his foot tried to sweep him onto the floor. Hyun.woo was frightened and quickly backed up a few steps. However, before he could get in a blow Lee Myung.ryong changed his posture and aimed for the temple. He was reflexively able to bend his upper body in order to avoid Lee Myung.ryong's attack who quickly moved a few meters away. His movement was like a demon's. "Ho oh, you are okay. It is enough to see the form, just like Hyung.Nim said." His attack failed twice, but Lee Myung.Ryong said it in a pleasant voice. In fact, Hyun Woo was also amazed. Lee Myung.Ryong's kick was at a level of speed similar to pro wrestling. Hyun Woo, who had a little bit of instruction in Taekwondo, couldn't even be compared. It might have been a coincidence, but he also avoided the subsequent attack on the chin. And Hyun.Woo was able to use his form to avoid the attacks twice. The movements learnt in New World can also be applied to reality. He had no idea until this day. Ark used the evasion techniques that were useful in New World. Not only were techniques in real life passed onto the game, but the game also teaches techniques that could be used in reality. The instincts learnt in the game and reality was mixed. But in fact, it was an obvious result. In a virtual reality game, the user's brain was used to move the characters. Although different brain waves were amplified by the computer, it was no different from the way your body moves in reality. What interested him was the fact that skills from the game could be used. "I thought I would get hit by Lee Myung.Ryong's attacks after I was unable to avoid the Kangul's vine attacks. But I avoided the Kangul's attacks on unstable ground. If the strong opponent was on a mat, then it would be easier to avoid." Hyun.Woo kicked the mats a couple of times and nodded. Anyway, the sparring had begun. He had to try his best to win since it already started. Hyun.Woo started do some steps while breathing clearly. Increase tempo, until Hyun.Woo suddenly accelerated and suddenly kicked forward. "Look at this guy. He attacked immediately without looking. Contrary to what he looks like, he's quite good." Lee Myung.Ryong kicked lightly while swapping between his left and right foot. But that was the movement that Hyun.Woo aimed for. Hyun.Woo gave a sharp cry and he rotated and stabbed forward with his feet. He felt a heavy weight passing to his toes. Success. Hyun.Woo turned as he felt an exhilarating feeling. At that moment he stumbled and his eyes widened as he looked at Lee Myung.Ryong. Sweat suddenly slid down his spine. Lee Myung.Ryong had stopped the foot by blocking with his thick forearm. However, that wasn't the reason sweat was flowing. He had never been impressed by ordinary people, but something was flickering in Lee Myung.Ryong's eyes. It was difficult to express in words what the feeling was. It felt like his body was being cut by a sharp knife. Hyun.Woo knew from experience. A really scary man wasn't a man who had a muscular body. The voice also doesn't have to be loud. Immediately the person had poison in his eyes. It was the eyes of a person who had chosen and experienced more violence and pandemonium in their lives. It was often present in the eyes of military personnel. Dangerous. At the same time, a warning message popped into his head. Hyun.Woo immediately retreated as he took a couple of steps back. And he didn't move. It was the instinctive behavior herbivores use to escape from a predator. However, Lee Myung.Ryong rushed in before he could move his body into the ready position. It really was like a predator rushing forward. Was it 20 years ago? It was the K.1 period where martial arts contests bloomed. However, it received criticism and soon degenerated into a spectacle, but as a result the UFC greatly advanced the development of martial arts. A line of clear victory or defeat was drawn which focused less on the spirit and mind and more on a systematic and scientific method. That's right. Martial arts greatly developed using that period as a foundation. However, that was only the technical side. They used that time period as the foundation for the development of withdrawal. Dangerous techniques were banned from mixed martial arts competitions. In other words, it was the most effective technique in practicing. However, he didn't learn from a gym that taught those practical skills. It wasn't easy for him to tell which techniques weren't supposed to be used. Therefore, the martial arts appeared like the canines of a large predator. However, In modern times there weren't many places to learn actual practical techniques left. Among them, the police SWAT team learned it directly while battling life and death during the day and the night. And Lee Myung-ryong was the head of the SWAT team. Unlike a game, Hyun-woo was experiencing taekwondo where real blood spilled. The technique was an excessive standard move. But the anomaly was that two perfect techniques came pouring out. Furthermore, each one aimed at the jugular, so it felt strange that he survived the attacks. When he blocked with his arm, it felt like the bone was being hit by a hammer. If it hits a vital spot, then I'll die. It was the bloody attack that naturally made sure that death would be associated with it. But that woke up Hyun-woo's stubborn character. If I don't stop him, then it isn't possible to end this. Hyun-woo ground his teeth together and put power into his shaky legs. Strike. The opportunity for Hyun-woo to attack only came once. Hyun-woo kicked his feet and struck like a hurricane while he had the chance. And when Lee Myung-ryong began the movements to use a sidekick, he quickly moved his feet. Dark dance. It was the footwork from the dark dance that he learned not too long ago. When Ark's movement became complicated, Lee Myung-ryong showed the intention to rush forward. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo avoided Lee Myung-ryong's attacks and sprung forward like a rubber ball. He expended all his power on a knee kick. Lee Myung-ryong's eyes flinched. The footwork he used wasn't present in Taekwondo, so he couldn't anticipate it. However, he lived in a world where unexpected situations could become a bloody violent battlefield. Lee Myung-ryong called off the movement by stopping his body and falling towards the floor with both arms thrust out. Then his body twisted and he kicked out. Another name for it was the windmill. Lee Myung-ryong's heels smacked Hyun-woo's chest. Hyun-woo was thrown to the floor. Heek. It felt like one of his ribs was cracking under the shock. Gwon-rang, who was watching from the side, jumped up. Hyun-woo, you bastard, you're insane. Like an afterthought, a look of whoops flashed on Lee Myung-ryong's face. Sorry, I unconsciously went too far. Are you alright? Yes, it's bearable. Hyun-woo took a deep breath and stood up. His chest hurt, but the feeling was quite refreshing. Sparring, how long has it been since he tasted this sensation? In addition, Lee Myung-ryong's skills were a few levels above the instructors that had previously taught Hyun-woo. No, it felt much stronger than the martial artists who fought on the TV. Hyun-woo knew that such an opportunity to spar with someone so like that wasn't common. Moreover, he would sincerely try to hurt his opponents. Hyun-woo grinned as he wiped at the sweat on his forehead. With you be teaching the technique for that windmill? I never saw that on TV. Let's start again. Oh ho, look at this guy. Lee Myung-ryong eagerly shook his shoulders but flinched as he saw the angry face of Gwon-rang. Then he sighed and shook his head. No, that's it for today. Even if you can stand it for the moment, it will hurt quite a lot tomorrow. Grab a poultice and put it on the swollen area before leaving. And don't forget to come to the gym when it is time to exercise. I'll be here from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Yes. Then you're going to directly teach me? Yes, so go have a shower and leave for the time being. Yes. Hyun-woo nodded and bowed before heading to the locker room with an excited expression. Lee Myung-ryong looked at Hyun-woo's back before saying in a serious voice. Hyung-nim, did you say that he stopped training for 5.6 years? That's what I heard. His age is 20.2. Yes. Lee Myung-ryong laughed at Gwon-rang's answer. Kukakakuk, he's the real deal. Just like Hyung-nim said, it may be possible. When I brought him to you, I had forgotten this, but his skills had become better from what I saw before he played the virtual reality game. I didn't know if you would take him. It was to the extent that I didn't even know. He was raised well. Leave. I will positively raise him. Guanhua.Rang and Li Myung.Ryong laughed as they faced each other. There was a look of mischief in their eyes. When he exited the gym, Guanhua.Rang had a car waiting. Come in. I'll take you. My house is only a few stops away, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense and enter. Guanhua.Rang forcefully pushed Hyun.Woo into the car. The spare with Li Myung.Ryong seemed to have taken more out of him than he thought. Even if it wasn't so, Hyun.Woo who had been dragged out while sleeping because tired and slept for a moment. But when he opened his eyes at Guanhua.Rang's voice, had he arrived at the wrong place? Era. Where is this place? Get down. Someone you know will be appearing soon. Yes. But what? So I'm going. Hyun-Woo was left astounded as Guanhua.Rang drove away. What on earth? Meeting someone I know. Hyun-Woo Appa. At that moment, Hyun.Woo hadn't known what to do. Suddenly, a woman stopped in front of the convenience store with an awestruck expression. It was a familiar voice. Sunday he remembered that she told him she attended night classes to get into university when they were working part-time at the convenience store. Hyun.Woo hadn't known where it was, but Guanhua.Rang was probably aware. That was probably why he dropped Hyun.Woo off and suddenly disappeared. Damn, I thought it was a raccoon but instead it was a bear. What are you doing here? It can't be. Did you come to meet me? Ah, well. Hyun.Woo scratched his head as he opened his mouth. Hyun-Woo wasn't a bear. Even though he never said it, he didn't want Young-Hae.Sun to think that. Of course, he didn't hate Young-Hae.Sun. He just wanted their relationship to continue as siblings. However, if he told the truth in such a situation then he wasn't a man. Are you hungry? Rice. Did you want some? Hyun-Woo opened his mouth as Young-Hae.Sun looked embarrassed. But he quickly smiled and opened. Appa shouts. The limit if 6001. 80001. I know a good tonkatsu place in the neighborhood. Okay. I'll shout you coffee from the vending machine. Ho ho ho. I understand. I'll let the house branch fade instead. The road at night is beautiful and scary, isn't it? Young-Hae.Sun used the opportunity to grab Hyun.Woo's arm. Using the element of surprise, this guy. He felt like a woman in a movie. This may be a little bit dangerous. Volume 5 Chapter 9 You are listening at Novel Full.audio. ACT 9 The Evil Silrian Arena. It is very vague. Ark sighed as he messed around with a dark red key. Traveling with Justice Man and the rehabilitation group, Roko and Sid took longer than expected. Roko took a break when she had to work at her part-time job. When Roko wasn't there, the party had to stop to set up a camp while Ark concentrated on hunting, but with Roko they could just ignore the monsters and head straight to celebrate. The party was finally able to reach Jiren on the third day. While Roko was away, Ark reported to the Jiren Institute of Magic. Hopefully I'm not too late. Shannon welcomed Ark with a face that indicated he had been suffering a lot. Yes, did you find what was requested? The Heart-Soul bead was found. Ooh, is that true? But there is a little problem. A problem? What's the matter? The Heart-Soul bead broke so the magic is gone. Ark explained the situation calmly. He encountered the monsters that had been changed thanks to the beads and it broke during the fight that he didn't tell them that through the Raccoon clan's sacrifice, Nidhogger was sealed underneath Subarutalp. The reason was that Yggdrasil had asked him to keep it a secret to preserve the stability of the northern continent. Shannon blew out a sigh and looked depressed. Thought if that was the situation then it can't be helped. I'm sorry. No, it is better to control it before its influence spreads even wider. I hope you don't mind that the Magic Institute will take care of the rest. Shannon shook his head in case Ark tried to reject it. He had done everything to search for the Heart-Soul bead so that there would be no political problems. The Magic Institute was worried about those facts. Nobody knows how the Heart-Soul bead could affect the continent. In the end, the Magic Institute taking responsibility for any disaster caused by the Heart-Soul bead was avoided. However, if the Heart-Soul bead broke, then it was a different matter. The Magic Institute was partly responsible for the loss thanks to improper care. But at least they could avoid any of the predictions of the disasters that would have occurred. We will bear responsibility for not managing the Heart-Soul bead properly. But the problem for the Magic Institute is the power that had disappeared. For the moment, we will make up an excuse for why we can't show the bead to the royals and the other guilds. Anyway, good job. My eyes were definitely correct. I hope I didn't betray your expectations. Of course, rewards and achievements would follow. Ark was glad as Shannon continued talking. It was a linked quest that had the difficulty of the quest increased to +C. When the quest was completed, he immediately gained 4 levels. The dissatisfied feeling when he didn't receive any experience for the lore quest was quickly solved. However, Ark wasn't satisfied with just that. First, the Heart-Soul bead made him search for a group of thieves, before leading him to Cairo and then the underground world, with a total time of 1 month spent on it. He didn't go through all that trouble just to increase his level. Ark stared with greedy eyes as he waited for Shannon's next words. Maybe I can gain access to the Magic Institute's treasure house once again. However, Shannon's only reward was an old key. What is this? Why, didn't you previously tell me that you were interested in the biology of your creature? It was the time when he was looking for a way to end Snake's metamorphosis. Of course, the problem was solved and Ark forgot that he had even asked the question. But it seemed like Shannon didn't forget. After that, I looked for materials in the library but couldn't find anything. Then I remembered about the key. In fact, the Magic Institute doesn't really have a lot of information related to biodiversity. When Magaro went missing a long time ago, he took all the books related to that subject. If you seek out his laboratory, then you can gain the knowledge that you wanted to know. But was this a joke? He almost died and suffered to complete the +C rank difficulty quest, and the only reward was information about creature biology. Ark made a dissatisfied expression and began to open his mouth. It is not just a book. Magaro lived in the prosperous time when magic was flourishing. Yet he was still one of the top 5 alchemists on the continent. In particular, he was a genius at inventing new ideas. The scrolls and magic sold at the Magic Institute were all made from ideas that he produced. Obviously there would be amazing magical knowledge piled up in his laboratory. Ark quickly closed his mouth. He could smell money from Shannon's words. He had no interest in acquiring different knowledge. But if the legacy of the genius magician in his laboratory was still intact, who knows what might be in there? With any luck, he could find new magical items or learn a new skill. Where is the laboratory? Do you remember how I said Magaro went missing? Shannon shook his head and added. After that, the Magic Institute gathered many magicians and tried to visit the laboratory. But after decades of finding no traces, it was abandoned. Even the key has been forgotten by now. Along with the legacy he left behind. I wasn't the only one who decided to give you this key. It is the key to the laboratory where all of Magaro's research was kept. Although the location hasn't been discovered yet, it is an important asset to the Magic Institute. It wasn't easy for my heart to give it to a foreigner. What do you mean? At a meeting of the Magic Institute, Grand Master decided to give you the key. The Grand Master decided that if you solved the robbery case, then you would be given Magaro's key. Shannon was the president of the Magic Institute's branch in Schuttenberg, while it had a separate rank for the highest magicians. The chief of the Magic Institute in Bristol was a Grand Master. I don't understand. I've never even met the Grand Master. If the key is so important, then why are you giving it to me? The magicians have faith in you as a person. They wouldn't have decided to leave such a thing in the hands of a trivial person otherwise. Why waste thousands of warriors searching for it when you could use just one? Isn't that a separate thing? Ark did not believe those words. People should work for it themselves if they wanted something. However, in medieval times thoughts like Shannon's were common. It was similar to when Arthur became a king after he pulled out the sword from the stone. And New World was based on the medieval times. He could understand Shannon's rationale on a theoretical basis anyway. His words were like the language of a shopkeeper who would say things like, "These clothes fit you perfectly," so Ark nodded his head. "So this key will give me a clue." "Nobody knows. But you are already managed to do impossible things twice. You created a miracle in Jackson and managed to regain the Heart-Soul bead with just a small clue. So we judged that you would be able to handle it and entrust the key to you." Then Ark found himself offended from a part of Shannon's words. Shannon gave the key to him a while ago, but now it was only entrusted. Although the difference was small, he trusted his intuition. This compensation isn't so simple, is it? Ark asked with narrowed eyes at the smile on Shannon's lips. "You're insightful as expected." "That's right, the key is the compensation for settling my request, as commissioned by the Grand Master of the Magic Institute." "Commission?" "Yes, after the genius Magaro disappeared, the Magic Institute lost all access to his research. It is a legacy that the Magic Institute can't give up on. So I want to ask you to please look for the laboratory." "Of course, I don't know how difficult the work will be." "No, definitely not. Although it might be hard to believe, but trust in your talent and development. Therefore, we'll recognize your right to all the goods in the laboratory." "How is it? Will you try?" Shannon offered him another linked quest. An alchemist was a profession that could create scrolls and various magical items. If it was a genius alchemist, then it could be assumed that there would be many items piled up in his laboratory. If the Magic Institute gave him all the rights to it. It is a quest with a huge reward. "I understand. It might take a while, but I'll do it." Ark nodded, and soon the quest was registered. When he completed the Heart-Soul bead quest, his friendship with the Magic Institute went up by 100 points. When he rescued the crew of the event quest, his friendship points were raised by 50 for each crew member. Thanks to the 200 points, he received the quest for the Genius Alchemist's laboratory. If a friendship of 200 is needed for the quest, then I'll definitely receive compensation. "And that red man you previously spoke about?" "Yes, did you find anything?" Ark fixed his posture and asked again. "The red man, an unidentified NPC who tried to use the Heart-Soul bead to revive Nidhogger. It was probably the most important NPC for the Global Exos entrance examination. The unknown person. However, he was unable to find any clues in the underground world. Before leaving for Cairo, he had asked the Magic Institute about the Red Man, but they had no answers. Even the Magic Institute's information network couldn't discover anything about his identity. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to obtain information about him. While Ark was disappointed, Shannon said something else. "But the Magic Institute also wants to discover how the Red Man is connected. Although I've said it before, for some reason there is an ominous feeling. We'll continue to collect information using the Magic Institute's networks. Perhaps we will come into contact with some new information." He had received the Magic Institute's promise of cooperation. And Yggdrasil even offered to use its roots that stretched throughout the continent to look for the whereabouts of the Red Man. He had a huge information network at hand. When it is to this degree, my information isn't delayed compared to other users who rely on organizations. It was even a possibility of finding the way to pass the entrance examination faster than other users. While you are looking for the Red Man or Magaro's laboratory, occasionally send me a progress report. We will set up a transfer mailbox in your name. Ark has established a transfer mailbox. It will become more comfortable to receive and send mail and items. An unforeseen bonus was added. Ark had considered establishing a transfer mailbox. However, it was postponed because it required 50 gold to register. If I had wasted money to establish it, I would have cried. Anyhow, just like that, Ark got a new quest. Before leaving the Magic Institute, he was suddenly reminded of something and asked, "Do you have any information about the flora and fauna that inhabit the continent? We have a few materials, I think. Do you need it?" "Yes, I think it would certainly help." "Really? But the Magic Institute prohibits any material being taken out. All right. Therefore you can browse and mail a copy to yourself. Thank you." Ark bowed and exited the Magic Institute. He required data on flora and fauna because of the shining slime essence recipe he created in the underground world. Therefore he had the idea to use the wide information network of the Magic Institute. Anyway, after he joined his colleagues again to head to Celebrate, he couldn't help feeling somewhat tricked. It was a laboratory that the Magic Institute had stopped searching for. And the only clue was the key. He also didn't know what to do or where to go. Damn. What if he failed to find the lab after all? It would mean that completing the plus C rank quest was useless because all he received was the key. "Appa, what are you doing?" Then, Roko's voice was heard from in front of him. Ark quickly woke up from his thoughts and made Snake eat the key and then shook his head. "Young. Forget about it. Do you know how many times I called? Were you zoning out again?" "No, I was just having other thoughts. But why? Didn't you see the system window?" "The system window? We arrived at Celebrate." At Roko's voice, Ark belatedly looked at the system window. The map information that was previously in the eastern area had changed to Celebrate. "Justice Man Ajushi and the Appas are waiting. Come quickly." Without even waiting for an answer, Roko pulled him by his arm. Just that after being tricked by Justice Man, he had reluctantly been forced to have a date with Roko. She had become casual with Ark, which was why she was able to interlock their arms. But deep down, Roko's attention didn't feel unpleasant. He was dragged by Roko to the hills to the south where the rehabilitation group was waiting. "Arkansas Nim, we've finally arrived. This is Celebrate." Sid pointed down with an overwhelmed face. Ark cried out without thinking. "Ah!" At the heart of the forest at the bottom of the hill, a huge fort city stretched out. Celebrate, indeed, the capital of the Schudenberg kingdom, was on a different scale. Huge white walls reached a height that was 3-4 times that of a commercial city. It was neatly organized into different compartments, with the market, auction house, cathedral, guild office and various other buildings showing a colorful appearance. But above all, the beautiful streamlined shape of the city was what attracted Ark's attention. It was at the moment that he truly felt like he arrived in the Schudenberg kingdom. "That we've finally arrived." It was only 1 week after they left Cairo. "Everybody make sure to meet here again after 1 hour." The party was scattered in front of Celebrate's gate. "Appa, I have to go to my part-time job. I'll log on at 11 o'clock this evening." "Arkansas Nim, I have report my merchant exclusive quest that I received in Jiren." Roko logged out while Sid walked to the business district with a jangling noise. Justice Man led the rehabilitation group to the tavern. The tavern was the place that multiple players used to gather information from NPCs. It was to gather more information about the thieves threatening Lorenzo. "I still have some time before the promise to meet Shambhala. In the meantime, what should I do in Celebrate?" In fact, Ark and Shambhala had never clearly made an appointment. When Shambhala left Jackson, he had one-sidedly left a note to meet at the arena. That was nearly a month ago. Yet Shambhala talked about the next month. October hadn't ended, but he had arrived after 29 days. Ark had established the transfer mailbox. Then he made sure the NPC confirmed that Shambhala was registered. Fortunately, Shambhala was registered as a customer of this mailbox. Ark immediately sent a letter to Shambhala. The content was that they would meet at the front gates of Celebrate on the afternoon of the 29th. There was no reply, so it is possible that he may have left for other areas. Ark spent some time looking around. Wow, great. Look at those buildings. The people here must be freezing. Popo exclaimed with shining eyes. He had only lived in the underground world, so the appearance of Celebrate was an amazing sight for him. In fact, Ark was the same. Celebrate was a different area where level 50-70 players gathered compared to Gyron. There were thousands of users, but there were many above level 80 and even above level 100. His eyeballs rolled back. Until now, he had been hunting around Gyron, so Ark couldn't imagine seeing so many users that were level 100. It isn't easy to get past level 100. The region also had NPCs that sold high-level items. The types and number of stores were less than Gyron's, but each sold only high-level restricted items. The armor sets that could be sold at the best value in Gyron were only sold at the intermediate level in Celebrate. The items on sale by the users were also at least level 80. Era. That's the shoulder. Ark stopped walking in front of a flea market stand. Among the armor sets, there were also pieces that could be worn on the shoulders. However, the shoulder items were still not common in New World. The NPC had insufficient awareness, so the shoulder piece wasn't treated well, and the drop rate from monsters was also atrocious. In addition, the lowest restriction on wearing it was level 80. It wasn't even possible to see it in Gyron. But there was quite a lot of high-level shoulder armor gathered. Leather shoulder blade. The option was quite good, with a defense of 25. When he saw the new equipable item, he automatically swallowed saliva. The price is 300 gold. That is quite expensive, but it would be a good defensive armor to have. But now Ark was broke. He had used all his money investing in items from Cairo, so he only had a few gold left in his wallet. Well, after Sid finishes clearing out all the items, then gold would come rushing in again. Until then, there is no time for shopping. It is almost time for the appointment, so let's go back to the gate. Ark guessed the time and returned to the gate. The gate was crowding with thousands of people coming and going. Then someone tapped his shoulder, and after he turned his head, there was a user wearing a black mask. Hey, you're late. Shambhala. Ark grinned widely and shouted. Fortunately, he had checked his mailbox. You left it until the last day of the month. Isn't that terrible? I'm sorry, I was a little busy. Although you went to all that trouble, I'm afraid it might be for nothing. Why? Do you have other business? No, it's not. Shambhala scratched his head. Actually, I've already signed up for another tournament. The reason that Ark and Shambhala arranged to meet in Celebrate wasn't simply to look or talk to each other. It was only to compete, because they wanted to see each other's skills in front of spectators. However, Shambhala had already applied for another match before he checked the mailbox. Another fight. Yes, the fight is starting tomorrow. When it is finished, then we can have a drink. But it doesn't finish with just one battle, it is a tournament system this time. The progress of the games would take over 3 days in real time. And if I cancel the tournament application, then I can't apply for another fight. I can't participate in this contest. It is possible. But this fight won't be fair. Fair. The game I'm participating in is 2 against 1. Shambhala and Ark thought for a moment. The reason why Ark wanted to meet Shambhala was to formally fight against him. That was also true for Shambhala as well. However, Ark already found more meaning in meeting Shambhala than he previously had. A proverb was handed down in martial arts. If one practices 100 times more than they thought, then a single encounter was 10 times better than that practice. It was indeed the truth. Sometimes the instructors of martial arts would teach mental training, and people would go home claiming it was a waste of time, it was all silly talk. What are martial arts? In the end, the thing being honored was the techniques. If you looked at history for the period where martial arts were flourishing, was it the Warring States period? But that context doesn't fit, as recently people claimed that it was the technique that beat the opponent. So he'd rather train his body and mind 1,000 times than just rely on technique. A former member of the Taekwondo national team and current SWAT team leader, it was at Lee Myung-Ryong's insistence that Ark master both. Well, after a while he waited for the next words. Anyway, the key to building martial arts skills was practice. That was the reason Ark was looking forward to sparring with Shambhala. Shambhala was proficient in Kung Fu. By sparring him, he would obtain more than if he just fought ordinary monsters or users. Just a few nights ago he had received severe training from Lee Myung-Ryong. It was common that if he spent one day practicing, he would have to lie down for the next few days. That it was so severe that after the first 2-3 times, Ark was frightened to visit the gym. However, suffering through such training instilled confidence in Arkansas. Ark had wanted to test the results though Shambhala. 3 days. That it wasn't a short time, but it was a special opportunity. Ark nodded and replied. I can't complain since I was very late. Okay, I'll wait. If we don't take this opportunity, then who knows when the next chance would be. What will you do in the meantime? I will probably just go hunting in this area. While he was thinking, Shambhala opened his mouth and said something else. Instead of exiting the city, why don't you try the tournament? The tournament? Yes, you should become familiar with the arena. Is it your first time? Contestants who are unfamiliar with the arena would tend to lose in their first exhibition match. That would make it difficult when you fight against me. If I fully explain it, then it would become too long. Now, you should come with me to look at it. Shambhala suddenly pulled Arkansas. After crossing the busy streets of Celebrate for 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a large amphitheater that looked just like a Roman Colosseum. The field was quite popular as there were huge crowds flocked around the area. Shambhala made his way through the crowd as he explained. This is Celebrate Arena, the evil Silrian. There are quite a lot of people. Naturally. In one day, dozens of fights are held on the evil Silrian stage. And every competition has prizes that you can't get anywhere else, and sometimes the supplementary prize will give rare items. In order to get the jackpot, it depends more on your luck and skill than your hunting ability. It wasn't just a simple match. The evil Silrian arena was a speculative market that combined the odds of gambling. While the fight of user against user was unable to be manipulated, monster against user or NPC against user were ways for the spectators to make money. And just like horse racing, the dividend was determined and the prize money was given based on that. Because of odds were high, users and NPCs in the evil Silrian arena instantly became celebrities. Now, it's here. It is better than me explaining it 100 times. The procedure is simple. Before you go out for a match, you should determine the compensation and prizes. However, each match has different rules, so you should read the explanations. Then after you select a tournament, then you should hand in an application form to the NPC. Ark looked at the flyers that Shambhala was pointing to. He carefully read all the rules for the evil Silrian arena on the flyers. The first match held in the evil Silrian was divided into 2. The match ends after a single fight, and among the players that won, a gambling system was used to determine the final winner of the prize. It was a single match against an NPC or PvP, and those users who obtained certain qualifications could apply. However, for the PvP single match there was no prize. Of course, in addition to PK, there was also the PvP duel system. However, the duel wouldn't be fair because it didn't account for the level difference. On the other hand, the evil Silrian match was a fair fight because it was subject to level restrictions. In addition, even though there is no reward for the fight, they could accumulate honor points which could be used to appeal to various NPCs. If their honor accumulates, then it would also affect their quest system. The single match was also used for pure fun and games. But the tournament that most users were excited to join was the one where NPCs participates with a large number of users. The tournament was divided into solo, pair, party and guild, and prizes or rare items were given as supplementary prizes. It was the tournament that was connected to enjoyable gambling. Game system. Items prohibited. Winner's prize and supplementary prize. 100 gold and a glory gauntlet. Registration date. Closed competition. Currently in progress. Game system. Items prohibited and level equalized, all participates fixed at level 50. Winner's prize and supplementary prize. 500 gold, rare vision, random, registration date. Deadline imminent. On the 31st at 5 p.m. It is fairly decent. Ark glanced at the leaflets with curiosity. Attached to the leaflet was a picture of the supplementary prize. There wasn't a detailed explanation, but just looking at the item it could be seen that it was an item of considerable standard. But since the reward is the supplementary prize, it won't be so easy. The number of people who usually participated in a tournament was 100. Using the tournament system, there were at least 7 chances to win. While the tournament was ranked high among most leveling systems, the winning average wasn't high. The outcome depended on your real skills. Such a condition meant that winning over 100 people wasn't an easy task. The basic rule of the evil Silrian. After a user applies for a match, they can't apply for another one for 72 hours. If there wasn't such a restriction, I would blindly apply for every match. How is it? Is that a tournament that you would like to fight in? Shambhala asked from beside him. Let's see, I'm still not sure yet. I have to look around a little more. Ark shook his head and turned to the other flyers. Then, Ark looked at a tournament flyer that attracted his interest. Era. Surely it can't be. Ark pushed people out of the way as he ran towards the flyer. Game system. Consumption items prohibited, however, skill-relevant items are excluded. Level equalization, all participants fixed at level 100. Winner's prize and supplementary prize. 200 gold, Magaro's secret map. Registration date. Deadline imminent. 6 p.m. today. Magaro's secret map. Ark was surprised to the extent that goosebumps rose on his body. Magaro. A few days ago he had received the quest from the Magic Institute, and wasn't that where the name was discussed? But now that name was on a secret map. Magaro might have written the map and indicated the location of the hidden laboratory. Seinen had given him the key and said that fate would guide him to the clues. Of course, those words were certainly true. Although it was a bit vague, this was a part of the common game system used in other games. In other words, specific quests are created only after clues that relate to the quest appear. There was also only one quest item made as a measure to prevent it from disappearing. Ark had also expected this quest to proceed that way. If he had the key, then he was sure to have a chance encounter with the clue. But this opportunity wasn't perfect. In New World, it wasn't possible to complete a quest just by relaxing and thinking that because it is a game, things would happen. They would have to devise the method and personally go look for the clue. In the end they might finally catch a clue. That would determine the success or failure of the quest. But in a place like this, he had never expected to find a clue in this way. What happened suddenly? Did you find a favorite supplementary prize or something? What the? Shambhala turned to the flyer with an awestruck expression. No way, you're interested in that supplementary prize. Ark nodded. Then after looking around, Shambhala pulled Ark somewhere else. Shambhala stopped at an area a little bit away from the evil Silrian and spoke in a low voice. What is the reason that you need that supplementary prize? What the? I cannot say anything more. Just that it has to do with a quest that I received. Quest. So, you're also associated with the genius alchemist. How do you know? Shambhala scratched his head. Sheesh, this is getting complicated. Okay, let's just lay it out there. Okay. In fact, I got a genius alchemist-related quest. Where? From the NPC of the Magic Institute. Magic Institute. No, I got it from a quest item. Shambhala pulled a book out of his bag. At various points on the old book cover, someone had written The Diary of Magaro. After I had no contact with you the other day, I left Celebrate. The supplementary prize I desired was taken, so I had no business anymore. I hunted the undead at an ancient burial site for several days and received this. At first, I thought it was a common history book, but when I picked it up the status was confirmed. After using the identifying skill, this came out. The information. I don't know, there were a bunch of ciphers written. I only understand this part. Shambhala turned to the final chapter. A connecting place. There is no doubt that it refers to Magaro's laboratory. When I read this part, the quest was started. Magaro was a genius alchemist who wrote this, so I was thinking that the hiding place would probably be in a rare location. Therefore, while searching for information about Magaro's hidden map in Celebrate, I took part in a few fights. Perhaps the magician's lair on the map will contain the cipher to decipher the text in the diary. Shambhala looked at Arkansas. I explained what I found. Now it is your turn. What is the information that you know? That I got a Magaro-related quest from the Magic Institute. What? The Magic Institute. Yes, the information that I have fits your reasoning. I still don't know everything yet. But I can say with certainty that the diary and map alone would not complete the quest. Snake, Magaro's dimensional key. A long black snake spat out a key. This is Magaro's dimensional key that I received from the Magic Institute. After examining the information, I can guess that all three items, the key, diary and map, must be gathered to find the laboratory. Damn it, we must obtain the map, don't we? Shambhala's face contorted as he became upset. The situation had strangely twined together. But the Magaro-related quest couldn't be shared. Of course it was possible to share the items, but only one person could complete the quest, and of the 3 items necessary, 2 were already split between Shambhala and Arkansas. If one of the 2 people don't give up, it would be impossible for both of them to complete the quest. Shambhala thought for a while before peeking at him. I would be fine at you had it. Although it is not that close between, say us. I'm sad. If you make your snake eat it, then even if I kill you, then I wouldn't be able to receive it. I also won't die politely. Ark grinned and replied. Then Shambhala nodded his head and made a suggestion for compromise. Okay, so it is simple. Here's the deal, it is urgent that we get our hands on Magaro's secret map. Because even if we quarrel among ourselves, it would be no use if it enters someone else's hands. Do you agree? But I cannot guarantee that you would win. But if you and I join hands, then it is different from talking. Join hands. Yes, there is still time remaining until the tournament starts. And to ensure fairness, the mechanism means that you can change partners before a match. But your partner. Those guys don't need to concern you. The application deadline was running out, so I just dragged some junior that I knew. However, you would have a much higher winning percentage than him. Since then I have recognized your skills. I assure you that you can also believe in my abilities. If I pair with you, then we'll surely be able to win. Thank you. Shambhala's proposal was quite convincing. Ark had experience with fighting many users at the same time. However, not many users showed the same skills as Shambhala. Ark 2. When it was the same level, then Ark had confidence that he wouldn't be defeated by anyone. With such a pair, winning was a certainty. Okay, you and I will become a pair and win fairly. What's next? The situation is simple. Once you obtain the secret map, you will have all you need to put the clues together. The remaining problem is that there is a clue that you and I would have to share. The simple solution is that you and I should fight. Then the person who wins takes everything. That's right. Shambhala nodded with challenging eyes. Ark faced Shambhala with his mouth closed. If he had received such a proposal in Jackson, it would have been difficult for him to accept. When he calmly compared it, the battle power that Shambhala showed at that time was a level above Arkansas. However, Ark had grown a lot more confident. In addition, a few days ago he had met his master Li Myung. Like the earth at the end of a drought, it would suck in water quickly. The same goes for Arkansas. After he met his teacher, his skills were only going upwards. I will use the remaining time for training and only log in on the third day when the tournament starts. There is also a chance against Shambhala. Even if the circumstances weren't in his favor, there was no way he could reject it. As long as Shambhala was holding Magaro's diary, there was no way to obtain it other than killing him. With Andal it was a revengeful situation, but Ark didn't want his relationship with Shambhala to be like that. In addition, even if he attacked Shambhala viciously, then it would lead to the same thing. If so, he would rather accept the offer to team up and win fairly. Okay, let's do so. Great decision. Then follow me. Shambhala and Ark headed back to the evil Silrian. And Shambhala made his junior give up and replaced it with a new member application. Do you want to replace the member for the 186th pairs tournament? Yes, my name is Shambhala and the replacing member is Arkansas. Of course, Shambhala has finished the qualification verification process. Now let's check Arkansas. Good plus 250 Dark Walker Cat Knight, caretaker of all, Jackson's Hero 98 Adelaine's necklace. Death plus 40, affection plus 10 resurrecting spirit. Strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5% *. You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. When Ark had exited the underground world he was level 116, after the Heartsoul bead quest he was level 120, and when he traveled with the rehabilitation group, he obtained an additional 3 levels and became level 123. The eligibility limit was level 100, which he passed easily. Your qualification is good enough. I will immediately put in a file that a contestant was replaced. Shambhala and Ark are 14th. Therefore, you will fight in the 7th battle of the tournament. The tournament date is the day after tomorrow at 11:00 a.m. so if you are 30 minutes late to the waiting room then you will be eliminated. Any other questions? No, then I wish you luck. Shambhala and Ark left the evil Silrian. The day after tomorrow at 11 a.m. was tomorrow morning in reality. The time was sufficient. After he explained the situation to Justice Man's party, he stopped by the gym before sleeping and sighed in relief. I have to tell Captain Li Myung to teach me as much skills as possible. When he returned to the gate, the party had finished their business and gathered. As soon as he saw Ark, Justice Man shouted. Damn, it seems to be taking a lot longer to find the thieves than I thought. Why? I heard a rumor that the war near the border was finished so everyone would be returning. Thanks to that, the thieves have become too scared and are hiding. I have to look around for them for a while. While the arena is also important, our purpose is to rehabilitate these guys. The biggest problem for Justice Man and the rehabilitation group was the realization of justice. Sid had also found some work to do. I think I have to go to Nagarin. Nagarin. Yes, it is the name of the border region that an uncle told me just now. After completing the merchant quest, I received information about it. All the current player guilds are flocking to that area. There is an event that is taking place there. At any rate, the price of the potions during the guild fight should skyrocket tremendously. Although Sid could be trivial sometimes, he also thought with a merchant's brain. Sid's eyes flashed with determination as he said. Nagarin 50%. No, I'll be back with a 60% profit. Ooh, don't miss it. When I come back, we're all going to be rich. Ooh. We'll be anticipating it, Sid. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members cheered. At that time, Shambhala went forward and asked Sid. Are you a merchant? Yes, but why? How many days will the trade route take? Nagarin is close, but because of some business, it'll take no more than 4 days. Well, that's great. Can you take this instead and write a contract? The thing that Shambhala proposed with the content of his appointment with Arkansas Ark and Shambhala did not have any time to check each other's skills in the last month. Because they had to rely on the ability of the partner in the pairs tournament, even if they beat each other in a single match, they weren't sure the item would be given. So, a contract would be drawn up which gave a third party the item beforehand, who would give it to the winner. The contract details that Ark's item would be given to Sid. And whoever wins the single match will be given the item by Sid. If one of you refuses to fight, the remaining person would automatically be the winner. Ark, do you really have to do this? Of course. If Shambhala hadn't said anything, then Ark would have. Therefore Ark and Shambhala gave Sid the quest-related items. Therefore, the future of the party was decided. Sid headed down the trade route towards Nagarin, while the Justice Man group headed south to search for the thieves. But, there were also eyes watching them from an alley. They are the gang who killed our members. Go contact headquarters. A person whose face was hidden by a black hood took out a document and vanished. On his chest was a red handprint, the Dark Brother organization. Their bad relationship hadn't ended yet. But it wasn't only NPCs spying on the party. Several users were secretly talking about Ark and Shambhala in the alley opposite to the Dark Brothers. Are you certain about those guys? Yes, a little while ago I definitely heard the word related to Magaro's legacy. Then they already have the rest of the clues. Sheesh, are you sure these guys are connected to the clues? What if? Because they are also participating in the tournament, I'll watch the situation a little bit more. The users said, then secretly slipped away. So as soon as he arrived in the capital, the events surrounding Ark had begun. Of course, Ark didn't know any of that. Then I'll meet you before the tournament. Manage your condition well. If you doze off while fighting, don't worry. I am used to controlling my condition. Ark exited the connection after arranging the appointed time with Shambhala. Then Hyun-Woo, who had returned from being Ark, immediately left for the police gymnasium. Ha! I want to ask for strong training for several days. Lee Myung-Ryong was so happy he couldn't express it in his face, so he just nodded. Yes, since I am off duty today, then it is no bother. First, do 200 push-ups, now. The Spartan-style training lasted for 4 hours. Hyun-Woo's body went through such harassment that Lee Myung-Ryong said. Kukuku, it should be like this every day. I'm creating a Superman. Can't I be satisfied with Batman? If you're a man, then it's Superman. Hyun-Woo felt the need to cry. However, Hyun-Woo clenched his teeth and stomached it. Now it was the beginning. It was forwarded by 3 days, then there was no time to rest. Shambhala was strong. When the pairs tournament ended, there was an even stronger opponent that he had to test his skills against. Hyun-Woo was starving and fainted straight away after leaving the shower. When he woke up, 8 hours had suddenly passed. Huck, isn't the tournament starting in 30 minutes? In a hurry, Hyun-Woo went to the unit and connected to New World.in reality, the game.as. Hyun-Woo became Ark. He heard Shambhala shouting in his ear. Damn, why are you only coming in now? The time limit to register is tight. I'm sorry. I guess I was too tired to hear the alarm. Please be careful next time. Because there is not time, let's go immediately. Shambhala pulled Ark as they ran towards the evil Silrian arena. At this time, neither of them could imagine the events that would occur. And from the evil Silrian in Celebrate to Sid who had left for Nagaran. The event with a lot of entangled interests began to surround Arkansas. Ark's eventful adventures would begin now. To be continued. Volume 6 Chapter 1 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT1 Dark Wolf Unbelievable. Shambhala said coldly as he stepped through the busy crowds. From the time he had met Shambhala outside the stadium until now, a frown had continued to crease his forehead. Annoyance was buried in his glances and voice. Because he had slept in, he was late for the time of the appointment. He had made a mistake. He had really committed a sin to die for. But he wasn't so late that they missed the match, so wasn't it too much to keep being angry? Ark thought with pouted lips. I know, and I'm sorry. I said I was sorry. What are you talking about? Aren't you mad that I'm late? I'll be careful next time, so let's just stop it here. Shambhala stopped walking and stared at him. That's right, it would be better to be careful about what you say. After all, there is no second time. Because I will stick a knife if you do it a second time in the tournament. It was not a joke. He had forgotten for a while, but originally he had met Shambhala when he stabbed Ark in the back moments after he reconnected. After he didn't like it, he was a user that could sneak up to someone and stab them while laughing. He had managed to become friendly with such a bloody guy. No, had they become familiar? Yes. Aren't you certain? Please leave it alone now. Do you want to play? I understand, I don't want to be stuck with a petulant partner who would stab me with a knife. Ark muttered with a laugh. Shambhala gave him a sharp look before breathing out a sigh. You're really well, I got it. It is better to relax before a match rather than being tense. Because this tournament might be more difficult than expected. More difficult. Like I said before, the number of people who usually participate in an evil Silrian tournament are around 200 people. But in this tournament there is something weird. From what I heard, the number of people who applied is at least 5 times more. That means around 1,000 people. 1,000 people. Then even if one match has 2 people, that's 500 matches. Ark's mouth widened. However, Shambhala shook his head and said. The number's not significant. There's only one thing that increases when there is a number of entrants. I guess. But although there have been a number of times when many people have showed up, they just increased the number of tournaments. If more than 100 people apply, then the tournament would be extended to 2-3 tournaments. Well, he tried to think about that. It was a tournament method where half the number was expected to fail. So if 100 people applied, then the tournament would continue until there was one winner. However, if over 500 people signed up, then it would be extended to more tournaments. The problem is not the number of tournaments, but the level of the players. Shambhala emphasized in a serious voice. In fact, I think this tournament is insignificant. Are you listening? Since the border of the 3 kingdoms was opened not too long ago, guilds have been flocking to Nagaran. Therefore the users with high odds of winning in the evil Silrian probably belong to guilds. Therefore, the number of participants in this tournament with mediocre skills would be low. Then all the players with skilled capabilities have gathered. That's right, the names on the application list are names that are known by everyone. Therefore, some abstained and were probably hoping to apply for a different one, but 1,000 people still remain. Can you approximately guess what I mean? The name of the participants in the evil Silrian weren't disclosed until the final registration. When the users weren't confident in their skills, they resigned after the application list was revealed. The reason was simple. In the evil Silrian, a system of victory points existed. In other words, the rank was decided by the number of victory points, just like in boxing. And of course, the higher the ranking, the more possible it was to receive suitable compensation. For example, in the special tournament that had a supplementary prize, the reward was an item only sold at an exclusive store. Or there was also the right to purchase advanced game information at an affordable price. The purpose of players coming to the Evil Silrian was to obtain those sorts of prizes. The reason Shambhala originally joined the Evil Silrian was because of a job-related quest. Therefore, your score from the tournament could fall a lot. And if you resign after the first match begins, it is considered a loss and your points will fall. But if you resign after the registration list is announced, you won't be able to apply for another tournament but your points won't fall. If you subtract the players who aren't confident in their skills from the attendance list, there would only be high-level players left. Say that again. Ark organized Shambhala's words. Because large guilds rushed to Nagaran, a lot of people joined the tournament hoping for huge profits. Were they thinking of saving money from this? Shambhala nodded. But the list of top-ranked players being announced still doesn't explain where 200 people abstained. There are two reasons I can think of. The first one is that the ones who remained and are unconfident would join forces. And the second reason is that they want the supplementary reward even at the risk of losing their points. That's right. Is it rare for a treasure map to be given as an supplementary prize in the Evil Silrian? Ark asked Shambhala, who shook his head. That's what I don't understand. Treasure maps are a common supplementary prize in the Evil Silrian. And there hasn't been anyone who received a jackpot using the treasure map. It is an unpopular prize. That's why I don't understand why so many people have gathered just for the supplementary prize. An idea came to Ark after he had been folding his arms for a while. Ark had bought treasure maps several times but never found anything. Treasure maps could lead to items. But what treasure? And how many items would be in the chest? He had grown up watching a cartoon where those that sought treasure from maps found it after much difficulty and death. But the moment they opened the thick treasure chest, their expectations would turn to despair. Inside the treasure chest was at most 3-4 old jars, which didn't even sell for 3 gold at the shops. However, it was good for Ark in its own way. He knew that maps could lead to unexpectedly high items. But if the treasure map led to a ridiculously high-level hunting ground and if he happened to find empty boxes at the end, then there would be a lot of trouble. Even monsters level 300 could be disguised as a treasure chest, such as the time he was surprised by a mimic. The words luck or unlucky were often used these days. Of course there was a chance of really big items being found, but the probability was too low to hang their dreams on it. So even if they found a treasure map, there was almost no one who would invest their time and intentionally go look for it. But people have gathered for the tournament where the prize was a map. Rumors that Magaro's map must lead to the location of wonderful treasure or information that it is a quest-related item must have spread. That's what I think as well. Yes, but it will definitely become a little troublesome. Ark sighed and murmured. But then he shook his head and added in a decisive voice. But nothing has changed. It doesn't matter how many opponents there are, we'll just have to do the same as we planned. To win, no. Do you have confidence? Are you unconfident? Do you want to quit? Ark smiled as he glanced at Shambhala. If you are being courageous while ignorant, that anyway I'm good. Because it is better than a partner who is depressed from the start. And you're right. We just have to win using whatever method possible. I won't let them catch my ankle so easily. No matter what, we'll return the favor. At that time, the voice of a NPC resonated everywhere through a magic loudspeaker. Let's go, we still have to register. The front office of the management was crowded with people. In front of them was a large table showing the tournament. There was 5 minutes left until the final deadline. However, more than half was still unregistered. However, once you've registered, your points would be slashed if you don't win. Therefore, the people were waiting until the last minute to confirm all their rivals and determine if they should participate or not. Are the people that have low-quality equipment also hesitating to register? Ark looked at all the participants in his line of vision. Everyone met the minimum level requirement of 100. Just by skimming he could tell that some were powerful. In particular, it was the range of level of equipment they carried that made his mouth water. And it was the equipment that would play a crucial factor in the outcome. In the evil Silurian, levels were insignificant in a fight. The reason is that the levels of all the participants are adjusted to the tournament level of 100. While it sounded like a fair rule, in fact it was quite the opposite. In the evil Silurian, it was only the level that was adjusted. However, it had no effect on skills and equipment. And if their skills and equipment was at the same level, then without a doubt they would be strong. Therefore, victory or defeat in the tournament was often decided by the efficiency of the skill level and the equipment. Of course, wouldn't a user with proficient skills and better equipment have a higher rating? Between a user who had just reached level 100 and a level 200 user with a rare sword, the difference was like a bamboo sword against a real sword. In a fight, the skill difference would also be important. The absolute standard inside a game is level and equipment. That was the absolute truth. Sheesh, look at those pathetic figures checking out the notices. Shambhala looked scornful before turning to Arkansas. Anyway, we have never thought of resigning just because of our opponent. Let's register and warm up before we are pushed. Because eyes would be concentrated on us when registering, please wear a mask for the time being. Mask. Ark repeated incredulously. Then Shambhala's forehead wrinkled. You, don't tell me didn't prepare a mask. What do you mean by a mask? Oh my God, I never thought you would be this ignorant. Shambhala shook his head with a tired look. Ark looked around with a face that showed he didn't understand. Come to think of it, he had a strange feeling since he entered the office. It was strange when he came in, but he didn't pay that much attention to it. But when he listened to Shambhala's words, he figured out the identity of the mysterious feeling. Except for the authorities, everyone gathered at the office was wearing a mask. Now, Ark flinched and asked with a worried look. Ho, is a mask needed to fight in the tournament? No, your appearance doesn't matter, so it is unrelated to that. But it is better to be prepared if possible. Especially in this tournament. Shambhala scratched his head. The rewards for the winner and supplementary prize are often mixed with rare items. There are a lot of people that would desire the item. You know what I mean. For example, there are a large number of defeated participants watching from among the spectators that would desire the items. Ah, I see. Ark said with a flash. Why had he never thought about that? One of the reasons players would participate in a tournament even though it wasted time was because they desired the supplementary prize. There were thousands of items among those cases that which might be the goal of the user. No, it'll be the target. And an uneasy life would begin after the prize was awarded. Treasure calls for blood. It wasn't a word that was applied in reality. You must be really brave or ignorant. Didn't you even think about it a little bit? The people who appear in the evil Silurian are experts in PvP. Unless it is one-on-one. You might be able to hold out if they jump you. However, if they are a member of a guild, there is a 100% chance that you would be jumped by a group. That is why everyone hides their face with a mask. The brave and ignorant Ark raised an objection. But they would know my name anyway. You idiot, did you think about why the list of users who registered hasn't been shown yet? The final registration is where you make the decision to participate, but it is also the procedure to register the ring name of the contestants. Ring name. Yes, it is another name that is only used in the evil Silurian. Understandably, why the fight starts then the crowd cannot interfere in any way. This means that there is no way to discover the information to use the scrolls or a variety of magic. So if you use a mask and a ring name, then your personal information would be thoroughly hidden. Once he had applied for the battle, he instantly disconnected so Ark didn't understand the situation. Unbelievable. The players who flock to this tournament are interested in the supplementary prize. So if you become the winner without covering your face, chaotic players would swarm like bees. That would be a problem. Now Ark's face became serious. Why didn't he think about those things? It was not simply a matter of winning the prizes. Ark did not want to attract the attention of other players by default. Wasn't that the reason why he didn't register new dungeons discovered in the Hall of Fame? And it wasn't just 1-2 people, wouldn't thousands of spectators would be crammed into the arena to watch the tournament? And they were aiming for the supplementary prize. I already had trouble with my bad relationship with Andal, but if I win and receive the secret map of Magaro. He could immediately imagine it. Shambhala looked at the sandglass which showed the registration deadline and was annoyed. Are you indifferent about your appearance when registering? If you show your face when fighting, then your true identity would be revealed. Hell, and there is no time to go and buy a mask because you were late, that you don't possibly have something that could cover your face, do you? Such a thing. Ark breathed out a sigh. Rattle rattle, an idea floated in his head. Yes, if I have that, then it isn't necessary to use a mask. Shambhala, just wait. I'll be right back. What? Are you trying to buy it now? I told you, there's no time to go out. I'm not going to buy a mask. Just wait for 1 minute. Now, wait a minute. Hey, Arkansas. Ark left the office with Shambhala's voice drifting behind him. Most of the participants were already gathered in the management office, so the hallway was quiet. After entering a deep corner, Ark looked around him. Okay, no one is around. Transformation. A black aura emitted from the pith. The black paint felt like slime as it crept over Ark and covered him. Yes, Ark was wearing the magical helmet that he obtained from the underground world. It was the raccoon's pith that allowed him to use the special transformation that had been a part of the raccoon clan for ages. This is the first time I've just transformation since I got it. Nevertheless, he somehow knew how to use it. The black slime covered Ark and a new window popped up. It looked like the race, gender and appearance setup that appeared when he first connected to the game. Should I make my completely different appearance look good? Anyway, the reality is that I don't really care. But having an outrageous impression while fighting isn't bad. There was no time to demonstrate an artistic sense. Ark gave a straight answer every time the menu came up and created a new character. A character that looked a little evil was created, but that didn't matter. Once he finished the setup, the black slime started to change Ark's appearance. Ark changed and he looked at his unusual form. His face protruded out and his arms and legs were thick. He was over 30 centimeters tall and his hands were swollen like a balloon while his feet were as hard as rock. It was made roughly, but once seen it appears plausible. Ark nodded in satisfaction and went back to the office. Then he entered through the door. Hook, what the? One player unintentionally forced his head backwards and tried to hide as he passed. The following people turned their heads as well. What the? That man is. No way that it can't be a monster. Then that is a beast species. No, it must be a joke. How can there be beasts in the capital of the Schuttenberg kingdom? Haven't you heard about the relaxed border restrictions? Everyone's eyes were concentrated on one man. The person who walked through the crowd as they parted for him like the Red Sea was Arkansas. He was twice the height of an average person and his chest and arms were twice the normal thickness, and every time he moved it was like his muscles were rocks. It was an overwhelming presence indeed. However, people weren't surprised because of that. His 2 meters tall muscular body was covered by black hair. But was that all? Right now, his pupils gleamed red like blood floated in it. Large fangs protruded out of his mouth as his eyes stuck out. The name that came to mind at his surprising appearance was Leakin. Also known as werewolves. However, it wasn't possible for a monster that was a werewolf to appear in the middle of Celebrate. If so, the answer must be a beast clan. Among them, the wolf tribe was the one that the user selected. However, the wolf tribe only started in the Cineas Principality. Therefore, users in the Schudenberg Kingdom haven't seen anyone from the wolf clan yet. Surprisingly, the mood isn't bad. Normally Ark didn't like the interest of other users. But feeling such interest when he was in disguise wasn't bad. At the attention of thousands of players, Ark started to laugh. Kururu, it was an intimidating sound that emerged from his mouth. He thought it was an attractive smile, but the people looking at it didn't seem to think so. The faces of the users were stiff. Some female users were also avoiding his eyes. Hoo, was my smile that powerful? When Ark changed appearance, the part of his brain with taste disappeared. Anyway, there was no time to be playing around. He looked around for Shambhala, who had also been staring at Ark with surprised eyes. Then he flinched and retreated as Ark approached. Kururu, did you wait long? Let's quickly finish registering. When he opened his mouth, a snarl naturally came out. Shambhala tilted his head with a puzzled expression and asked. Are you? Shambhala stuttered before he closed his mouth. Shambhala was a veteran in the evil Silrian. Even when he was confused, he didn't reveal the original name in a place where the attention of users was concentrated on them. Ark noticed the situation and nodded. That's right, really. You definitely have the ability to shock people. Although you only disappeared for a moment, you became this. No, it doesn't matter. I don't know how you did it, but I'll hear it at a more convenient time once we finish the registration. Shambhala dragged Ark to the NPC. The NPC was also surprised by Ark's appearance as a wolf species. When a smile stretched his face, it was an expression that caused intimidation. But after Ark's information was confirmed, a sigh of relief was released. You have the right to participate. It doesn't matter what form you use to participate since the entrants have freedom. But it is really unique. Yes, registration has been finished. By the way, it seems like this is your first appearance. What ring name do you want? Please note that you cannot change the ring name once it is registered in the evil Silrian. Dark Wolf. His ring name had appeared when he confirmed his final appearance. Dark Wolf. Yes, it has been registered. And your partner. Your blue sword. Blue sword. At the NPC's words, mutters broke out among the users who were watching. The disturbance spread through the crowd like a fire. Isn't Blue Sword the hero of that rumor? The powerhouse that went straight into the top 10 ranking in the individual match. Isn't he the one who recorded 37 straight wins? Damn it, he hadn't appeared in a tournament for a while. Unexpectedly, Shambhala was a celebrity in the evil Silrian. But indeed, it wasn't that impossible. Ark also knew Shambhala's skills. In New World, there weren't that many people who could fight Shambhala in a one-on-one match and win. Moreover, in the evil Silrian users competed with the rule of level equalization. It was natural that Shambhala was known to the public. But when the interest in Shambhala rose, the interest in Ark fell immediately. Yes, the wolf probably isn't that big a deal compared to his appearance. That's right, because he is a trivial person compared to Blue Sword. There is no fair way of winning the pairs tournament with that. Then it is worth a try. If it was a solo match I would have no confidence, but since it is a pairs one. The fact that he was acquaintances with Shambhala made it worse. It seemed like he only accompanied him to allow Shambhala to enter the tournament. Therefore those who knew his power disregarded Arkansas. Ark's frown steadily deepened, causing Shambhala to laugh and whisper. Are you actually listening to all this talk? Kururu, I don't care. The results will be seen soon anyway. That's right. But be vigilant because the evil Silrian tournament isn't a game that you can be careless with. Ark was angry at Shambhala's words. When it was a one-on-one PvP, Ark was confident. Shambhala hadn't seen his skills since they met up again. However, Shambhala was treating him like a newbie and it offended his pride. With a hot temper, Ark opened his mouth. Is that blue sword that great? Suddenly a voice mocked from the back of the room. Shambhala turned his head and flinched as he frowned. Your Jewel, the other participants flinched at Shambhala's voice and paid attention. The two people wore a magician and archer outfit. They were also covering their faces with a mask that was carved with a 5-star design. People wore masks and used ring names to disguise their actual appearance, but in the tournament it was the mask and ring name that allowed participants to recognize their opponents. Although equipment items would frequently change, it was rare for a mask to be replaced. Shambhala also used the shape of the pattern engraved to figure out the masked opponent's name. Jewel laughed and nodded. You remembered. There's no way I would forget. I thought it was impossible when I heard the ring name Blue Sword, but it is you. Have you developed your skills while I was in a different area? Or are the other guys just pathetic? Shambhala glared silently, then Jewel turned to look at the tournament table before talking sarcastically. Let's see, did you say Blue Sword and Dark Wolf? The 14th match. So you would meet us in the finals. Lucky you. Fortunately, you can become runner-ups. Kururu, these children, what are they talking about? Ark growled. Normally when someone changes shape, even the character would immediately change. But Shambhala just pulled Ark's arm and shook his head. Dark Wolf, it isn't necessary for you to deal with them. Jewel laughed and nodded. A person with experience is slightly better. They know better after having me as an opponent. Don't think that I'm the same as before. Of course. But I expect to have the same fun as before. Come to the finals with your developed skills. I would be happy to step on you this time as well. Jewel laughed before returning to his original spot. Damn, what was that just now? The 5-star design. Jewel has a 5-star pattern drawn on his mask. Hell, a pioneer is participating. There goes my win. I'm going to postpone my registration. The participant sighed before gradually disappearing. Ark was puzzled at the unfamiliar words and asked. What the? Why would everyone do that? And what is the pioneer thing? They're beta testers. Shambhala said. Ark also knew the words beta tester. In the past, in order to check the various systems of the online game prior to commercialization, they would pick a handful of people for the closed beta test. And New World also had a beta test before commercialization as well. A pioneer was the name of the players who participated in the test. The beta testing period for New World was 2 months. Of course, the raised characters of the beta testers were deleted before commercialization. It was a measure of fairness for the new users. However, they had a head start because their know-how and accumulated information couldn't be deleted. They commercialized their exclusive information and new users couldn't even compare to their speed of growth. After 1 month, the difference between the pioneers with commercialization and the other users was a difference of more than 40 levels. And of course, they monopolized all the early quests and rare items. But most of them started gathering in higher-level hunting areas. Have you fought with a pioneer? Shambhala replied to Ark's question with an irritated voice. My record for the evil Silrian is 37 wins and 2 losses. Of my 2 losses in the evil Silrian, the first one was to Jewel. Are his skills that great? His skills are competent but... Shambhala sighed and shook his head. The biggest problem is the difference in equipment. They're the ones with the most unique items. The level of basic attack and defense is completely different. There are also a lot of special options so you don't know which one would be used. That makes it a challenging opponent. These guys have suddenly reappeared. The situation has become more twisted. Really, nothing could be easily solved. The participants had suddenly increased by several times and the pioneers unexpectedly showed up. He didn't know what to do to make the situation better. But Shambhala muttered with a motivated expression. It has worked out well. I won't have another weak encounter. Shambhala said it like that. Suddenly the horn rang and a broadcast was heard. The determined expressions of the users waiting for the next match were seen, and there was a heavy atmosphere in the waiting room. And occasionally Ark would hear audible shouting and cries from the passageway, causing anxious eyes to flick to the wall with the tournament on the other side. Was this how athletes felt before they competed in a mixed martial arts fight? He had to just sit back and wait for the next fight even though his body was tense and sweaty. It was to the extent that he couldn't hear it when they broadcast his ring name in the hallway. He felt a strange feeling for the first time. Actually, Ark wasn't tense at all until the final registration. This was a game. It was just an event inside the game. That was what he thought. However, when he entered the player anteroom, that immediately changed. The determined expressions of the users waiting for the next match were seen, and there was a heavy atmosphere in the waiting room. And occasionally Ark would hear audible shouting and cries from the passageway, causing anxious eyes to flick to the wall with the tournament on the other side. Was this how athletes felt before they competed in a mixed martial arts fight? He had to just sit back and wait for the next fight even though his body was tense and sweaty. It was to the extent that he couldn't hear it when they broadcast his ring name in the hallway. What are you doing? Come out faster. It was only after Ark heard Shambhala's voice that he stood in surprise. He walked stiffly down the hall, with his heart pounding faster. Clink, keek. The thick steel doors soon parted to the left and right. Ark exited through the doors onto the field with determined eyes. But all he did was look around. Although he had heard the report, he couldn't possibly imagine the real picture. His range of vision narrowed and it felt like he was in the dark. Then, all of a sudden he heard a sound like lightning striking in the sky. Ark jumped and lifted his head. There were odd objects floating over the stadium. Dozens of eyeballs were linked to a round circular object. It was a magic seeing eye that gave commentary on the game. The echoing voice rang out onto the field from a mouth below it. When the announcer's introduction was over, the stadium was filled with loud cries. It wasn't for him, so Ark timidly took a deep breath before withdrawing to the side. Wah ah ah. The popularity of Shambhala was unthinkable. In the evil Silurian, most of the spectators who bet money on winning or losing would watch the tournament. They were naturally interested in the warriors with a high winning percentage, but the higher the chances of victory, the lower the profit would be. However, it is small odds so many people would bet. This meant that the players who would give profit were clear. But that wasn't the only reason for Shambhala's popularity. Even though it was a martial arts game, the system of evil Silurian meant that fighting depended on equipment and skills. However, unlike the other users, Shambhala was famous for showing powerful martial arts. Therefore, there were quite a few pure fans. They all rose from their seats and shouted at Shambhala's appearance. Blue Sword, this time I also walk to you. Take care of the hottest fight. Blue Sword Appa, please look over here. Even placards saying the Appa troops were seen. On the other hand, cynical comments flowed about Arkansas. Hey, Blue Sword. Did you take a dog to fight this time? If you cause Blue Sword difficulty, then I'll grab your ankle. Dark Wolf, don't pay any attention to the nonsense shouted by the crowd. Ark carelessly answered, but he couldn't even understand what Shambhala was talking about. The reason was that he couldn't hear Shambhala's voice above the noise from the crowd. It was reasonable. In fact, Ark had never been in front of so many people in his whole life. In school he spent time as the cleaning supervisor, and even though he learned Taekwondo, he had never gone to a match. He never even had a dream of making announcements in front of other people. Therefore, he was surprisingly timid in the corner. Then Ark was suddenly dropped into the stadium where thousands of spectators gathered. Thanks to that, Ark felt a sense of tension so extreme it was almost like a panic attack. Ark hadn't even been aware of his weakness, and now he was here. During the event quest he had only led dozens of users while he commanded hundreds of raccoons in the underground world. But most of them were NPCs, while the spectators were mainly users. Even if the appearance was similar, the difference was huge. It's terrible. But since Shambhala didn't know that, an exclamation rose in his heart. He's changed into someone who acts from a Korean War veteran. And he doesn't seem to hear my voice or the audience anymore. Is he concentrating to such a degree? Although he thought Ark was just concerned and nervous about his surroundings, the actual situation was different to what was in Shambhala's head. Because Shambhala never even considered that Ark would have a panic attack. Meanwhile, the forms of two users were shown from the other side exit. Justin and Dior. Justin was a warrior armed in steel armor while Dior was a magician with a robe. They were a group that was quite strong in the evil Silurian, so they also received many cheers. Soon the eyes of the circular object rolled round and round. And after a while, the pupils all changed to green. Ku, Kung, at the same time, there was a roaring sound and the tournament changed to a completely different world. Green plants started forming while the swamp reached their ankles. How had the entire stadium managed to be replaced? Well, he didn't even want to know. After all, it was a dynamic game in progress, so strategies that planned for different terrains must be necessary. It was an interesting system, and it quickly released Ark from his mental state. What the? Where are we? Ark scratched his head and looked around surprised. He didn't understand why he was surrounded by lush forests with his ankle locked in a swamp. At that time, the voice of the magician was heard from the other side. Chain of delusion. Kikik. There was an unearthly sound effect as a ghostly object flew off. The attack by the magician started the active fight commentary. Hung, the shape shown isn't that creative. Shambhala laughed and quickly moved his body. The repeated movements were so light that it looked like he was warping. This was due to Shambhala's evasion skill blink. Shambhala used the movement to avoid the magic attack while taking out his weapon. A blue aura was ejected from the dagger, which was the Saint Assassin profession weapon, Black Frost Blade, that Ark previously had. Incidentally, Shambhala had gotten the ring named Blue Sword from his dagger. Shambhala's mouth had the same cold smile as the dagger. Hoo, trying to take care of us with such low-grade magic. Eek. The smile disappeared from Shambhala's mouth. While he had avoided the attack, Ark was struggling against the chains of delusion wrapped around him. No. Way that guy. It was then that Shambhala noticed Ark's condition. However, it was already too late. When Ark hadn't expected a magic attack, Dior was delighted and called out a long order. It took. Well, that guy was just a scarecrow. The cursed soul that was abandoned in a deep, dark place, come out and let your fury curse everything in your path. That order, Dior is a necromancer. Shambhala urgently ran up to Dior. However, it was a pairs match and Justin, Dior's partner, wasn't just watching. Justin immediately raised his shield and rushed Shambhala. With an intense clash, Shambhala was pushed back a few steps. Shambhala's face was contorted with frustration. Hell. This child is strangely huge. The warrior was doping. A warrior could dope themselves with a potion that would raise their stats. During this tournament, there was a rule that consumption items were prohibited. However, there was one blind spot. During the match you couldn't use a consumption potion, but it was possible to use it before the match. Justin had drugged himself with a huge amount just before the game started. He raised his stamina by 20% using the Troll Elixir, his strength by 15% using Lion Power, his attack and defense was raised by 30% thanks to Troll Leap. For 5 minutes his health was restored by 10 every 20 seconds thanks to the Holy Water of Revival. If he was in the Olympics, then he would be immediately disqualified for taking drugs. Thanks to such drugs, Justin's arena level of 100 was raised to around level 131-40. Indeed, the drug's power was awesome. Every time Justin wielded his sword, Shambhala was pushed back a few meters. Meanwhile, Dior's spell was completed. Possession of Bing. At the moment, a huge ghost hit Ark's form. His body stiffened before a message window popped up. You were hit with possession of Bing. Ark tried to struggle against the flashing spirit. However, it was already too late and the voice of the magic eye was heard. You black dog child, Blue Sword is losing because of you. The crowd erupted with swearing. However, in this situation it wasn't even possible to call 100. Under the possession of Bing, Ark's body moved selfishly. He started to attack Shambhala under Dior's control, just like a puppet. Thanks to the necromancer, Ark and the doped warrior, the fight had become 3 against 1. Shambhala's health decreased as he was attacked by swords and magic from all directions. This stupid child. I'm sorry. You're saying sorry while trying to cut me. Shambhala avoided Ark's attack and started attacking again. He had felt like hiding inside a deep rat hole. However, the situation wasn't that bad. While his body was being moved around selfishly, Ark was able to not pay any attention and organized the surrounding circumstances. Shambhala, hold on a little. I'll somehow make up for Bing's possession. Bah, okay. This has to be seen to be believed, with. Shambhala kicked the ground forcefully. At the moment, the muddy water of swamp flew up and obstructed the view. Shambhala used blink successively to gain some distance. While Ark was possessed by Bing, he gave up on attacking from the beginning and only concentrated on reducing the damage. However, even Shambhala couldn't avoid everything and his health was reduced to 40% by the time Bing's possession finished. Have you finished being stupid? I'm sorry. My spirit is steady now. I don't want any of those 1,000 people to get the share of the prize. That's right. Ark glared at Dior while wiping his face of the mud that was covering it. His anger had been firmly pushed down during the 3 minutes and now it bubbled over. Volume 6 Chapter 2 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 2 Brilliant debut. Now I'm going to enjoy myself. Do you think we look like beginners, child? Chain of delusion. At that moment, Ark's eyes lit up. Then he used riposte. He sent the chain of delusion back with a violent noise. The magic bounced off the sword. Dior freaked out and hurriedly stepped back. However, Ark's movement was several times faster. Ark simultaneously threw his body forward and kicked Dior in the chest. Dior stumbled and requested help from his partner. Justin, I can't. This blue sword is incredibly strong. In a one-on-one situation, Shambhala was too much to deal with even when the warrior was doped with drugs. Then Dior bit his tooth and pulled something out from his bag. Hell, I can't believe I have to use this in the first match. Dior held up dozens of canine teeth. He sprinkled the fangs on the floor and 20 skeleton bodies rose armed with a sword and shield or a bow. The magic eye shouted with an intense voice. Good plus 250 Dark Walker Cat Knight, caretaker of all, Jackson's Hero 98 Warriors transcripts, shoulder blades. Strength plus 3 improved NORAD boots, shoes. Movement speed plus 15%, evasion plus 10% Veil of Fire, mantle. Flame resistance plus 50% Adelaine's necklace. Defense plus 40, affection plus 10, blessing of the sea, available resurrecting spirit, ring. Strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5% level 125. He had increased his level by 2 after hunting in the Forest of Souls for 3 days. It was quite good since he had to play in the matches as well as sometimes hunting. The experience for the dead men was low but he hunted quite a lot of them. In addition, the monsters weren't strong so he didn't have to take a rest every time a battle ended. Thanks to not resting and just hunting, he obtained results beyond what he expected. Okay, while this experience is great for a short-term plan. However, unlike Ark, Deimos sighed with a sulky face. Clack clack, clack clack clack. Ark had been stubborn when hunting the dead man. When the dead man died, it turned to powder, so Deimos couldn't enjoy his hobby of collecting bones. Therefore, Deimos didn't enjoy the situation. But while raising the ability of his summons was important, it was more important that Ark's abilities rose. Deimos, I don't have time for you to be sighing. Because Diedrich isn't here, you have to play his role as well. Hurry up. Until we can find another bracelet, there are no breaks. Ark rushed the depressed Diedrich and began hunting the dead man again. When 30 minutes had passed, he heard alarm sounds in his ears. Pant, it is already this time. Ark swung his sword one more time before disappearing from the forest. Why isn't it straight? Li Myung-ryong shouted as he stomped on the floor. Of course, Hyun-Dut-woo also wanted to do it properly. However, what could he do if his body didn't move fast enough to not get hit? While he wanted to fly like a butterfly, his arms and legs wouldn't move the way he desired. Even though he could clearly see the opponent's attack, he couldn't even move an arm to block it. Peppa Peck, after a slow impact shocked him, he stopped for a while and shook his head. When Hyun-Dut-woo stopped, Li Myung-ryong immediately raised his voice angrily. You idiot, how many times do I have to say it? When you are hit, then don't step back but absorb the impact. Use your lower back. Remember to use your lower back in the future. Although it was easy to say, how many people would remember it when being hit with a fist in the face? However, Hyun-Dut-woo clenched his teeth and summoned more power to his legs. It was because he knew from experience what kind of trouble there would be if he didn't follow Li Myung-ryong's words. Damn, well, since I'm going to die anyway, it doesn't matter what state I'm in when I die. This is just like being a zombie. Hyun-Woo rushed at the opponent like a bulldozer when the whistle blew. But at the same moment, Hyun-Dut-woo felt an intense blow to his side. Although he experienced it a lot, it was an attack that he couldn't really adapt to. The blow to his body caused his gut to twist in pain. How is it? Is there a lot of tingling? This is a medicine for zombies. Meanwhile, one more blow struck him on the other side. Immediately his legs started to tremble. However, Hyun-Woo didn't even have the right to lie down comfortably on the floor. 30 seconds left, will you manage to hold up for 30 seconds? Do you want to lie down and get disliked? Hyun-Dut-woo heard Li Myung-ryong say in a sparkling voice. So he drew in a deep breath and corrected his posture. The expression of the opponent who thought it had ended turned pale. After a brief moment, he contorted his lips and started the onslaught. Straight, hook and uppercut. It was like shower of punches that wouldn't stop. However, Hyun-Dut-woo made his defense as hard as a turtle and withstood the attacks. But eventually, his arms lowered and he gradually lost power in his legs. And when both of his arms finally lowered, the fist of the opponent rushed towards Hyun-Dut-woo's face. The person that allowed him to escape the crisis was Li Myung-ryong. Stop. The third round has ended. When Li Myung-ryong's voice rang out, the fist immediately stopped. Then Hyun-Dut-woo let out a laugh and said. A leader is a leader, but you're terrible too. That was a really tough third round to endure. Hyun-Dut-woo sighed and flopped down to the ground. He laid down on the floor and stared at the ceiling of the gym. The after effect of being hit was that the ceiling seemed to shake left and right. Phew, I dug my own grave. That I really will either become a Superman or die. He thought about the remaining practice schedule that was still ahead of him. After he had arrived at Celebrate, Hyun-Dut-woo had asked Li Myung-ryong to train him specifically for the matches in the Evil Silrian. In retrospect, he didn't know why he did such a reckless thing. Special training.it was a grave that he personally dug for himself. The system that Li Myung-ryong used to train Hyun-Dut-woo made Ark's training of his summons seem 100 times more humane. I'm making a Superman. He had thought it was a joke. Of course not. Who would think those words were serious? However, Some humans in the world don't know common sense. This Li Myung. Recently, just listening to the name was enough to make him sweat. For the last 3 days, the training that Li Myung was putting him was not something that most humans could digest. Guanhua Rang said that Li Myung was a delinquent before he became a policeman, but he introduced them anyway. It seems that Li Myung thought of himself as a mad scientist. And it was clear that he was determined to reshape Hyun-Woo into an artificial man as much as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to devise such a non-humane training system. The first day that Hyun-Woo visited the gym, Li Myung just smiled and made him do exercises from the national gymnastics team. So let's start lightly, shall we? Do one-handed push-ups on both sides 50 times. Yes. But I've never managed to do more than 20 push-ups using one hand. Frankly, how many ordinary men in Korea would be able to do one-handed push-ups 20 times? He thought it was a great standard. But no sooner had he finished talking than his stomach was pushed down with a kick. Didn't I say this before? From the moment you entered here. The one thing that is prohibited. Ha, but. Do you think my words are funny? Li Myung smiled and spoke. He was one of the few humans who could beat a man with his smile. I knew a junior who was a short-distance sprinter. That guy was able to run 100 meters in 11 seconds. But that wasn't enough to hand out a business card at a convention. Even when he almost died from the effort, he couldn't shorten it to 10 seconds and eventually gave up and became a policeman. So during the first dispatch, he was a newbie and forgot the strategies and found himself surrounded by delinquents while alone. Well, at first it was all right. The guys were trying to kill him with sashimi knives, so of course the guy frantically ran away. Now, can you guess what happened? As a track and field athlete, didn't he get away unharmed? That's right, but the important thing is what happened next. And then. Since that day, he has been able to run it in 10 seconds. Yes. How? Li Myung replied in a tone that implied it wasn't a big deal. Simple. From the beginning, that guy could run it in 10 seconds. He was built with those kinds of muscles. However, it was the case he couldn't run it because he thought he couldn't do it. Every time he ran, he thought that even though it was his best time, he still couldn't do it. But after that incident, the thought that he had trapped himself with disappeared. It's a touching story. But what does that have to do with me? Hyun-Woo asked, feeling uneasy. As expected, the answer made him worried. It seems to me that you're also a guy who could do that. How about it? Are you not proud? What on earth? What's your basis for that? The eyes in this body. Ah, it was like that. There is no reason for him to object. However, the terrible thing was that Li Myung really took it to heart and continued to make successive points. This mad scientist really believed he was a genius with a keen eye. Therefore, he was caught in the illusion that he might be able to remodel him until he became an artificial man. The even worse thing was that it wasn't entirely absurd. Once he tried it, Hyun-Woo was able to increase the number of his one-handed push-ups. His best record was 20.5 times, that was his limit so far. However, when he was threatened by Li Myung and felt desperate, then it was possible for him to do 50. The fear of violence temporarily suppressed the pain of his body. But that was only a warm-up exercise. Now, should we begin? Li Myung called to the SWAT team member exercising to one side and said. BDNVL.M, this guy did amateur boxing during high school. He was within the top 10 in the nation, so he should be suitable as your rival. The rule is 3 rounds of boxing. Hyun-Woo's face had a look of speculation. The push-ups were to such an extent that he had cramps in his arm muscles. It wasn't even taekwondo, but he was expected to spar in boxing using only his fist. Against a former boxer who was within the top 10 of the nation. He hoped it was a joke, but the word joke wasn't even in Lee Myung-ryong's vocabulary. Lee Myung-ryong fitted the gloves on him while cheering with warm words. If you give up then you will die. Of course, it couldn't be a direct fight. Hyun-woo went through 3 rounds that were 3 minutes each. By the end of the 9 minutes, he had become flattened like a rice cake. Pathetic, being hit by such a trivial guy. Lee Myung-ryong clicked his tongue like he had been presented with a menu. Then it was the abs and back exercises. 200 sit-ups, 200 chin-ups and 200 flank movements. He made him do upper and lower abs exercises 200 times. The various abs exercises added up to 1,000 times. Then another member of the SWAT team was summoned. They were the frontline members that defended the Republic of Korea. Since the job required stamina and skills, the various members could rival the athletes. The member who was summoned this time also had nice muscles. The degree of muscles was so much that Hyun-woo would be easily crushed by it. This guy used to have a career in amateur wrestling. He is slightly better than the earlier guy, since he won a bronze medal in a national competition. 3 rounds begin. It was really crazy. After making him go through a crazy abs workout, now he expected him to do wrestling. Against one of the nation's top wrestlers. Wasn't this just harassment? But he couldn't say anything at the sight of Lee Myung-ryong's cold eyes and started to spar. Of course, the result was that he became a rice cake. Lee Myung-ryong's training was always like this. Hyun-woo had heard that he was a Taekwondo state representative, so had guessed that his training would be an intensive course in Taekwondo techniques. But Lee Myung-ryong only trained him in Taekwondo for 15 minutes. The rest was all training the basic physical strength and sparring. The spars against the athletes were also unrelated to Taekwondo. But Lee Myung-ryong had a firm belief for that part. Do you want to exercise to show a nice kick in front of your girlfriend? Or do you want to become stronger? To become stronger that I'd like to. Then the Taekwondo posture isn't necessary. Because you won't become strong with that type of practice. Strong training should be hands-on experience. This situation is also going to get worse. Anyway, the final stage of his training was leg exercises. After stretching his legs, the final boss Lee Myung-ryong emerged. He was able to judge the situation with the boxer and wrestler to some extent. At least they were people. However, Lee Myung-ryong wasn't a person. Hyun-woo had to experience many times the hell that was his attacks, which battered him like a storm. There were times when he really thought that he was about to die. But Lee Myung-ryong just spoke with a smirk. The thing that people call the human body. It is surprisingly well made. It doesn't die easily. And once it is broken, it becomes even stronger. The ideas of the mad scientist were always terrifying. Since then, he seemed to have adapted a little bit to the pain. And at that time, Hyun-woo realized that Lee Myung-ryong's training schedule wasn't something he had just guessed at and threw together. It is similar to Taekwondo. Taekwondo uses kicks, but the important thing isn't the strength in the legs. The movement of the upper body is more important. Boxing uses fist, but that wasn't all it uses. The movement of the waist and legs is more important when punching. Although he wouldn't be able to spar against a boxer if he couldn't move his arms, Hyun-woo learned how to move his waist and the steps. It was the same for wrestling. Although it only seemed to rely on the waist, the proper techniques wouldn't be able to be used just relying only on waist power. If the power was in the lower back, he would be able to use techniques with natural posture. But even though he understood that with his head, his wrestling and boxing capabilities didn't increase. He had no choice but to become a rice cake as he learnt with his body. That's the guy. The pitiful guy that was taken by you. While Hyun-woo was sparring with the former wrestler again, one of the SWAT team members asked Lee Myung-ryong. Lee Myung-ryong smiled and nodded his head. Yes, he is working hard to be remodeled. Although it has been several days, he is holding up well. It seems he is able to digest quite a lot of physical strength exercises. Are you trying to train him to make it stick in his mind? You are. Stop saying unnecessary things. Lee Myung-ryong frowned at the words, causing the member to flinch. To the SWAT team members, Lee Myung-ryong was a frightening person. How is it? Do you see any talent? Do you think I'm a psychic? That one look would let me know whether he has talent. What the? Then do you have to practice with someone to tell their talent? I don't know how to see talent like you. I don't believe that, but there is one thing that I know. Lee Myung-ryong looked at Ark, who was getting flattened on the mat, and said in a low voice. It depends on whether that guy is able to endure or not. The road to become a Superman is steep and far. Hyun-woo led his unsteady body out of the gymnasium. He exercised at the gym for 2 hours every day. The time that he trained with the team was similar to when he exercised alone. No, if it was increased any more then he would have surely died. Anyway, even if Hyun-woo made up his mind to concentrate on movements for longer, his stamina was limited. When he exited the gym, he saw on the clock that it was 5 p.m. The next fight was at 9 p.m., so 4 hours still remained. If he connected immediately, then he would be able to concentrate on hunting in the Forest of Souls for 3 hours. Hyun-woo soon changed his mind. No, since teacher Lee Myung-ryong changed the training time, there has been no opportunity to visit my mother. During a quest it is hectic, so I would have no time to visit, so I should visit her when I train in the afternoon. No matter how important the game is, I can't neglect my mother. Hyun-woo immediately visited the hospital carrying a basket of fruit. After his mother finished her rehabilitation, her wheelchair came into the garden. These days the time seems to pass quickly. His mother said with a bright look. Although she should be tired since her rehabilitation just finished, she showed no signs of it. Hyun-woo wanted to let her enjoy the time so she would forget the fatigue. After seeing his mother, he was sorry that he hadn't visited in a while. I'm sorry, I haven't been frequently visiting. Don't say such a silly thing. His mother shook her head. Do you think I'm a child? Even if you don't say anything, I know you've been having a hard time. It is not necessary to come visit a sick person. I just want you to do what you want for a little while. Do you understand? Then I'll do that. You're not skipping meals. Yes, I eat until I'm full. But somehow I think you've become a little bit haggard. You also didn't have those wounds before, perhaps. His mother said as she looked at Hyun-woo's face. Even though he wore protective gear when sparring, there were times when his movements were rough and he received bruises. Although his face didn't hurt, it probably looked like it did. I'm okay, please don't think unnecessary things. It's because these days I've started training again. Hyun-woo scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Prepare rice to eat and be careful. At one time he would have only heard it as a boring lecture. When he had gotten tired of his mother's lecture, he became rebellious and acted out. However, that memory was painful now. When he had been unable to listen to the nagging anymore, he realized that the nagging was a precious part of his normal life. And hearing her say those words now warmed his heart. You lost weight. Are you eating your rice? Those were his mother's first words upon waking up in the ICU. It seemed that all she could see was the form of a child who became thin and wasn't able to lift a finger to help himself. That was his mother. It was his mother that Hyun-woo would love for his entire life. Yes, I listened to Detective Gwon's words. He said you were attending the police agency's gym. Although that it is good for your health to exercise, you must be careful not to get injured. Well, Detective Gwon told me that his junior is looking after you, so I don't have to worry. You're speaking quite freely about Detective Gwon. Did you want to see him more than me? Should I call? He would come like a knife if I called. This guy, what are you saying? Because I don't think he would go that far just for me. Oh ho ho, are you turning red? Is my mother going to take the name Gwon? You're becoming cheekier. I should let Ajushi know. Hyun-woo smirked as he looked for a suitable bench to sit down on. As soon as he sat down, his mother took out some apples. Do you want an apple? I'll cut it for you. No. I'll do it. His mother shook her head and started cutting the apples with her free hands. Although Hyun-woo was worried, he just watched and was surprised at her skillful hand movements. It was because he understood his mother's sentiment. Whenever he saw that look, Hyun-woo was reminded of several years ago. His mother was often on the boundaries of life and death in the ICU. The doctors at that time gave up on his mother. There's an 80% chance she will either die or become a vegetable, they said in a cruel voice. Hyun-woo didn't have the courage to watch his mother die, so he threw himself into the nightlife. However, his mother's status dramatically improved. It was from the time Gwon-wha-rang dragged him to his mother and he spent the entire night beside her praying. The doctors called it a miracle. Hyun-woo thought so too. But he now knew. It wasn't a miracle or a coincidence. Why is my home this poor? During his school days, Hyun-woo used to think that his house was quite poor. His other friends changed their cell phones whenever a new model came out, or would buy lots of clothes. There was also another friend who went to study abroad during junior high. On the other hand, Hyun-woo would buy new clothes every few months. He would buy clothes that cost 200,000 won at most. Why was he so poor? That was what he thought. But after the accident, Hyun-woo realized how young he was. At that time, Hyun-woo had to travel around to the houses of the victims' families to give compensation as well as pay for his mother's hospital bills. Even when Hyun-woo asked for help from his relatives, he only received cold, contemptuous looks in return. After they abandoned him, he sold some household furniture to try and make some money and discovered a bankbook in a cabinet. There were 5 bankbooks that combined added up to 100 million won. However, they weren't under his father or mother's name. It was the insurance and savings under Hyun-woo's name. His father received a monthly salary of 4 million won, and he put half of it in a savings account under Hyun-woo's name for 10 years. For 10 years, his father and mother would wear old clothes while buying meat and new clothes for Hyun-woo. Do you know how guilty I feel? That day, Hyun-woo hugged the bankbooks to him and cried all night long. His parents were strong. This also caused the child to become strong. The reason his mother got up every day was because of that. At 17 years old, Hyun-woo realized that simple fact at last. The same was true for now as well. He didn't move his hand even when her fingers started shaking on the knife. It was something that he would have once considered useless stubbornness, but now Hyun-woo knew. Even though it might seem insignificant, it was an important job that his mother wanted to do. And she finally recovered enough to directly cut the apples. The reason that his mother might be able to endure such a tough rehabilitation was because she wanted to do such trivial things. When he thought about that, his chest started throbbing. Hyun-woo erased the thought and quickly changed the subject. But is Gwon-ajushi stopping in frequently? Is this guy hanging around just to tease his mom? No. I haven't seen him in a few days, that's why I'm asking. There had been no contact between Gwon-wha-rang and the rehabilitation members since they started searching for the thieves. Yes, he comes every other day. But your movements have changed a lot. Also your expression has brightened considerably. I'll wait and see how much you get injured before judging. What did you do to get that guy to favor you? I have to be attentive even if I'm not your father. I can't hear anything. Mother, that's not the sound of a joke. I'm also not a child. It isn't necessary to worry about me. Mother also knows what kind of person Detective Gwon is. You're giving me that speech even though I'm considerably older. My mother is still beautiful. That's why Detective Guan fell for the whole package. Let's stop talking about him. Hyun-Woo spoke so seriously that his mother blushed and didn't know what to do. She seemed like a young girl again and looked quite cute. Then, his mother suddenly asked him with a curious look. Why are you laughing about this? Yes. What? Your girlfriend. Aren't you going to formally introduce her to your mother, or are you just keeping her hidden? A girlfriend. I don't have one. I've met her already, so why are you lying? Yes. Met. Hyun-Woo asked with a stunned expression. I can't believe she hasn't told you yet. Your girlfriend visited the hospital room yesterday evening with some porridge. She looked very nice. Her name is Young-Hae-Sun. Yes. Hae-Sung. Hyun-Woo's eyes widened. Young-Hae-Sun approximately knew Hyun-Woo's circumstances. But he hadn't said that his mother was hospitalized or told her the name of the hospital. However, it wasn't difficult to know that it was Guanhua-Rang and the rehabilitation group who told her. Mother, since you haven't been very forthcoming with Mother. Mother was relieved. Yes. You're relieved. You never wanted to discuss girls or any problems you had with them. It's not that. Hae-Sung is just like a younger sister to me. His mother sent him a coy look and laughed. Originally I considered your dad as an oppa as well. Then we became your mother and father. It really isn't like that. Ho ho ho, I understand. You don't have to be embarrassed. Mother understands everything. It's the truth. Mother doesn't understand. Then I'll act like I don't know. Let's finish it here. There is an empty container in the hospital room, so bring it with you when you leave. Understand? If Hyun-Woo is good, then Mother will be okay. Fighting. His mother raised her clenched fist. She had made up her mind and was determined to misunderstand. 7 p.m. It was the time that Young-Hae-Sun would start her part-time job. Hyun-Woo had made an appointment with her before walking to meet her. He had been at the meeting place for 30 minutes and was pacing up and down with a distant look. Wow, I'm impressed with Appa. I wasn't expecting you to call and ask to meet up. My mother told me to return this. Hyun-Woo said as he extended his bag. It was the first time they had seen each other in reality after Guanhua-Rang tricked him into going on a date. Even though he called and asked to meet outside, he didn't know what to say. Did Appa just come from the hospital? How did you know about the hospital? Hyun-Woo asked in a deliberately brusque voice. Then Young-Hae-Sun shrank slightly and replied in a small voice. I heard from Guanhua-Rang Ajushi. Damn, it was just like he thought. That fox wearing the mask of a bear. Actually that I said that I would go together with Appa, but Guanhua-Rang said it wouldn't be good for your mother's heart if I didn't go with the Appas who helped me prepare the porridge. Sorry. Are you angry? He didn't want to hear her apologize. No, quite the opposite. Of course, it was a little bit taxing, but the first thing he thought of when he heard his mother say Young-Hae-Sun's name was thank you. After the accident, his relatives never visited, so his mother was always alone. The only people that came to visit her were Guanhua-Rang and Hyun-Woo. But now someone else has come. It was a person related to Hyun-Woo. Hyun-Woo was secretly worried about his mother and welcomed other guests. Perhaps that was why he was in an exceptionally good mood today. Hyun-Woo scratched his head before shaking it. No, I'm not upset. Although I am a little embarrassed. Yes. What? That why mother fell ill. It isn't something to be proud about. Hyun-Woo had never thought about his mother while he was embarrassed. But many people had heard Hyun-Woo's circumstances and sympathized. He didn't want that. Perhaps that was another reason he hadn't told Young-Hae-Sun about his situation. But Young-Hae-Sun hurriedly said. I don't care about such things. Actually, I thought Appa was really wonderful after I heard about your mother. Really? My impression of Appa just improves even more. Young-Hai-Sun was surprised at her words and closed her mouth. Her voice rang loudly through the area. People passing by looked back startled while some couples giggled and whispered together. But it was Young-Hai-Sun's reaction that was more interesting. He would have thought blushing was the normal reaction, but Young-Hai-Sun just held her head up high and said, "What are you looking at? Is my Appa so wonderful? Omo, what is with her?" Although some women gave her amazed glances, Young-Hai-Sun didn't even react. Hyun-Woo was different and blushed as the eyes in the vicinity looked at him. "Come on. Appa." Young-Hai-Sun took Hyun-Woo's arm and walked off. Ah, that was embarrassing. Was her original character like this? Hyun-Woo was stunned for a short time. The Young-Hai-Sun he knew was a timid girl who didn't speak a lot, loved instruments and shed tears as the assistant section chief. Thanks to that, Hyun-Woo had only thought of Young-Hai-Sun as a little sister. But now he didn't know if his impression was right. The Young-Hai-Sun Hyun-Woo met outside was more active, tough and pretty. This guy, what am I thinking? Her side profile of a raised lip and eyes were surprisingly pretty. However, there was no man who didn't know that such a secret must be hidden. Technically, this was the first time that Hyun-Woo had asked her out. Naturally, Young-Hai-Sun paid attention to her outfit and make-up and was fairly nervous. There was a legend that said once women finished being made up, there was a 150% boost and women would become more daring than usual. Can I visit the hospital again? Young-Hai-Sun suddenly threw a straight pitch. No matter how much Hyun-Woo thought, it wasn't a question that he could easily answer. It was an answer that he would normally refuse. However, under the effects of the 150% appearance boost, women were invincible. Hyun-Woo nodded as he missed the timing to refuse. If mother is okay with it, then I don't care. I'm glad. I thought I would have to visit secretly if Appa said no. What? Ho ho ho, nothing. Anyway, today Appa has walked me to my part-time job. The guy that I work together with often teases me. If I go with Appa, then it won't be like that from now on. Why don't I meet with him? Do you know? He might be a surprisingly good guy. What? Young-Hai-Sun raised an eyebrow and stared. I'm kidding. Okay, I'll escort you there. Bah, I won't bring a soup next time. Young-Hai-Sun turned her head with an annoyed face. Usually it was more than this. After it was decided, Hyun-Woo was dragged off to the convenience store. So I'll take this and go. I have to be connected to the game in 1 hour. Yes. Young-Hai-Sun confirmed and blew out a sigh at Hyun-Woo's receding appearance. Just like Jack-Tung Appa said. Hyun-Woo Appa is weak to an aggressive woman. That's right, Young-Hai-Sun visiting the hospital with porridge and her bold behavior on the road with Hyun-Woo was all a part of Jack-Tung's plan. Young-Hai-Sun had a smile of victory on her mouth. Ho ho ho, now I know how to catch Hyun-Woo Appa. The former criminal was terrifying. However, women were even more terrifying. Then a man secretly approached in the convenience store and asked. Hai-Sun, who was that person just now? That was my Appa that I previously told you about, isn't he cool? Young-Hai-Sun told the man bluntly, who started to look uncomfortable. What does he do? I heard something about a match that is he an athlete? No, it is a mixed martial arts match. The man's face paled at Young-Hai-Sun's answer. And in the future, there was a firm line around Young-Hai-Sun. Volume 6 Chapter 3 You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Act 3 Hidden Power of the Rehabilitation Stage. Hyung.Nim, we've finished rehabilitating all 30 people. The nearby neighborhoods are also clear. Justice Man looked at the thieves with a heart-warming smile. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members had a rewarding day today, implementing social justice. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members were a single group. But thanks to them focusing on one thing, they often lost sight and the original goal and wandered off. It was the same even now. The reason that had left Jackson was to earn some fame at the evil Silrian in order to become an autonomous police force. But their purpose changed once they met Lorenzo in Cairo. The purpose had changed to punishing the thieves that used to be Lorenzo's youngs. There were a lot of thieves who had the idea to hide in the vicinity of Celebrate. Justice Man didn't expect to discover them, since he didn't have enough hints to search around. Just like Ark said, to the NPCs this is the real world. In the long run, the users and NPCs in New World.no, the user and NPC is different as the NPC's lives may be more precious. Still, since the thief was born as a thief, it wasn't fair for them to die. But if left alone, the thieves would live a dismal life until a user happens to pass by and kills them for experience. They weren't monsters, they were NPCs that were similar to the village residents. Yet they were born as thieves just for the purpose of giving experience. The only people that can help them is us. Justice Man mistakenly thought of himself as a savior and burned with motivation. If the rule of New World is that a thief was born to die, then I will change the rule. It was like the Roman Emperor and the Lord, a dictator and a revolutionary warrior facing off against each other. The Korean ex-detective had doubts about the system in New World and vowed to change it. This brought out unexpected results in the game system. Isn't this 100 times better than hunting? Jack. Tongue asked after he confirmed the information window. Justice Man, the rehabilitation members and the thieves were all around level 70. If they hunted a level 70 thief, they would only gain 1,000 experience. But once they rehabilitated him, they would receive 5,000 experiences, which was 5 times as much. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group was able to earn experience without killing the thieves. Thanks to that, Justice Man was level 87. The rehabilitation members also had an average level of 70. But was that all? The NPCs of New World were simple. Thus, the inevitable result was that once the NPCs were confined, intimidated and tortured as well as being brainwashed by the rehabilitation group, there was a 100% success message and the thieves completely became new men. We've finally realized our mistakes. In fact, it wasn't only the result of the system. The NPC thieves had also thought able about walking away. But the only thing in their memories was persecution and sorrow. They wanted to stop being thieves, but they had never been treated with hospitality by other NPCs and were only treated like thieves. Users would chase after them to earn some money and not even the guards who were NPCs like them would help. They weren't welcomed by users or NPCs. But it wasn't possible for them to be a monster. That was the thieves' sad fate. But Justice Man's party was different. Even though they were tortured, the thieves knew that the effect was for them. It was the first time that a user looked at them like they were NPCs, not experience or items. It was the earnest expression that they had never received in their whole lives. We will earnestly serve you for the rest of our lives. I didn't realize that you wished for someone to scold you. Please call us Young.Nim. You are our saviors. Young.Nims. Rururu, la la la. If there was appropriate music, it would be like a touching scene from a movie. Thanks to that, Justice Man's enthusiasm gauge was rising every day. This is it. This is it. If you have a large heart, then you will be rewarded. That's the world that I want. Back in his criminal chasing days, how many times had he put a criminal in prison only for them to commit the crime again after they were released? Even if they were persuaded, how many criminals were stabbed with a knife and died because they tried to change? But this place was different. If they sincerely repented, then they were seriously reformed. But was that all? Weren't they also rewarded with experience points? For the first time, Justice Man felt that something was truly worthwhile. These guys, they finally recognized our sincerity. Justice Man shouted as he hugged the thieves and cried. Hyung.nim, now you really are new men and you should live trying to help the world. Please lead us all the way. Okay, from today you guys are my brothers. I'll take responsibility for you until the end. It was a really emotional scene that couldn't be seen without tears. However, there was a very serious problem. Justice Man Ajushi. During the emotional scene, a fierce voice was heard. Jump. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group flinched and swallowed their saliva. Even if dozens of thieves ran up to them with sashimi knives, Justice Man and the rehabilitation group didn't even blink. But there was an existence that scared them. She was holding a lute and staring with sharp eyes, the ultimate weapon of the rehabilitation group Roko. Justice Man smiled awkwardly and turned his head. Ha ha ha, Roko, you came. What did I say before I left yesterday? That you said. Justice Man avoided her gaze and sent uneasy looks to the rehabilitation members. SOS. Rescue requested. But the rehabilitation members looked at the distant mountains and pretended ignorance. Hey, isn't that mountain wonderful? Indeed. We should climb it later. Those traitors. Justice Man ground his teeth together as Roko approached. Did you decide to increase the guests staying in a person's home for a while? Didn't you? I did do that. You sound so severe. It was needed. You can't help it if it's for justice. Is that right? Yes. Justice. It's for justice. Justice Man nodded and said. However, he became silent as Roko said some cold words. Is justice going to feed them? Yes, that was a serious problem. Over the past few days, Justice Man and his party had rehabilitated 100 thieves around Celebrate. Well, it was good up to that point. Aside from the experience, more than anything it was about contributing good to world peace. But the problem was that Justice Man didn't think about the overall situation. The thieves were chaotic NPCs. So naturally they couldn't live in the town. But since they were rehabilitated and couldn't steal any more, there was no way for them to make a living. Justice Man hadn't thought of the thieves' situation. He accepted them all as colleagues and provided them room and food. He was apprehensive at first but they managed fine. The rehabilitation group also had a lot of money and there weren't that many thieves. When the thieves were rehabilitated, they also participated in future battles adding to the offensive power. However, after the numbers reached 50 and began moving to 100, they encountered a serious problem. The hardships of life. If it was a dream then it would be possible to live, but New World was an entirely different situation. Of course, money was needed to live. At first, the rehabilitation party made the thieves recycle mouse, fish and shellfish. However, after the thieves increased to 100 people, it was normal to make them watch wheat bread all day. Although the rehabilitation members initially provided money, after 2 days they stopped. For 100 people, they needed at least 300 bread per day even if they didn't battle. Of course, the rehabilitation group immediately ran out of money. However, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members were poor with matters regarding economics. They were men who could only use power. It wasn't a desirable condition and their satiety would soon decrease. In addition, they still had their old habits from living in the darkness, and even if they didn't have money to buy wheat bread, they would spend it on drinks and ladies. After a few days, it would be a situation where the rehabilitation group and the thieves would have to skip a meal after a battle. But if they thought about the penalty when satiety falls below 50%, it was just like committing suicide. Only Appa still doesn't believe it. Roko had finally felt a sense of crisis. If we aren't prepared, everyone will starve and die. The economic crisis of the rehabilitation group made the girl's talent bloom. In reality, Roko was a girl from a respectable family. Until now, she hadn't suffered from following Justice Man and the rehabilitation group, but this situation was different. Moreover, it wasn't possible to separate from the rehabilitation group since that would mean separating from Arkansas. Even in the middle of a crisis, her mind was still on Arkansas. Even if dirt enters my eye, I will never ask Appa for money. I must protect Appa's assets. Roko made up her mind while thinking about Arkansas. Justice Man Ajushi and Appa have no concept of economics. It is necessary for us to save our money. I will manage all of our money from now on. Everybody empty their purses. Roko took control of their finances. But Roko, this. Of course, there was resistance at first. It was a strange resistance. Appa doesn't believe in me. I'm just worried about Appa. I believe that I can do it. Are you not trusting your money with me because I'm a woman? No. Does it seem that way? The rehabilitation members were surprised and quickly emptied their pockets. The rehabilitation group's weak point was a woman. Just like that, Roko seized control of the group's finances and gradually expanded her power. I like that you're rehabilitating the thieves. But what will you do after you've rehabilitated them? How will they survive? Bring the thieves along when monster hunting. But they need to obtain money from leather and meat. Because there will be no rice for those who don't fulfill their quota. So Justice Man and the rehabilitation members lead the thieves to hunt and obtain a rice meal. But there was one complaint. Roko holds all of the party's finances. In addition, if they didn't listen to what she had to say, then she would threaten them with her ultimate weapon, tears. Anyway, Roko's housekeeping skills was superior to theirs. Pickpocketing, wild animal meat, skinning leather, and so on. The rehabilitation members could use their various skills to increase the profits from the hunt. Every time they used their skills, they would hide some of the meat. But if Roko was watching, then leather would be skinned and meat sold and the pay divided. In addition, they used fraud and intimidation to reduce spending as much money as possible. Under Roko's dictatorship, their financial conditions gradually improved. That was because Roko wasn't exploiting the rehabilitation members and the thieves. Because today's earnings were decent, we can eat meat instead of wheat bread. Fortunately, Justice Man's party could have meat soup with rice once every 2 days. But was that all? Apart from income, armor and weapons were also split between the thieves. It was inevitable. The thieves that accompanied Justice Man were ignorant and would sometimes die while hunting. Why is it hard to hunt? A good armor would make it a little bit safer. Give these to the thieves as a warm consideration. A saint. This person is a saint. The thieves were especially thrilled as they had never received the warmth of a woman. Thanks to that, Roko had now established herself as the hidden power in the rehabilitation group. Roko even retained control over Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. But that was only when Roko was logged on. When Roko wasn't at her desk for even a short while, Justice Man and the rest of the group got out of control. Without worrying about the budget, they would increase the number of rehabilitated thieves, which was the situation right now, Roko sighed. I told you before leaving. All the money has gone into changing the thieves' armor. That's why I told you to take the other rehabilitation members and thieves hunting while I was gone. At this rate, I don't know how all these men will survive. I will keep repeating it even if it makes me the bad person. That is that I'm sorry. Justice Man patted her shoulder with a grumpy face. It isn't possible to keep on doing that. You must promise instead not to rehabilitate any more thieves from the capital. Until our livelihood improves a little bit, we're only going to concentrate on hunting. We'll do as you said. Justice Man replied, scratching his head with an embarrassed expression. In fact, the guys that we rehabilitated this time knows the location of the hyungs that we were looking for. Can't I rehabilitate just that guy? It would make it easier. Ajushi. Roko shouted, causing Justice Man to flinch. Geez, you know that thing is difficult. Understood. If we move immediately then we'll be able to return to Celebrate to watch Ark fight in the tournament. Ark is also spending a while in this map. At the mention of Ark, Roko's expression relaxed. After she pulled out her bag and checked the balance, she shook her head. Okay, I'll allow it one more time. I see. Understood. Then please take off those clothes for the time being. Ew, it smells. That was from one day. Jack. Tongue Appa, please collect all the thieves' clothes as well. Ha. Understood. Hey you guys, take off your armor. Although she washed out her eyes, while looking after Justice Man, the rehabilitation members and the thieves, her housekeeping skills blossomed. Cooking, laundry, cleaning and so on. And in the online game, additional effects were added for those skills. Roko was especially skilled with laundry. If she washed any cloth or leather armor, its defense would increase by 5% for up to 4 hours. Of course, that was a side effect of her doing the laundry. Because it was a too realistic game, she had to do the laundry in order to get rid of the bad smells. Although she didn't say anything, deep down it was hard for her to bear. At any rate, men are similar to children and women. Roko pouted as she headed to the stream with the laundry. A person tilted his head to the side and asked sullenly. By the way, doesn't Roko seem exceptionally excited these days? Hoo, I know why. Jack. Tongue replied with a laugh. Roko is also a woman. At that time, Ark had an 8-game winning streak and was in the quarter-finals. Obviously, the fights became increasingly difficult. Even though he had some PvP experience, there was still a variety of professions Ark hadn't fought against yet. In his fights against Andal, Harjen and Leo, all of them were warriors. Since every profession has unique skills, he would get lost every time. In addition, the pairs match wasn't a simple one-on-one fight. That means he would have to deal with both opponents instead of just one. The combination of professions people could select in a multiple profession RPG game was a very important factor. By themselves, a warrior would be able to face 5 monsters, but if they were joined by a cleric then they would be able to fight against 15 or even 20 monsters. The charm of an RPG game wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, but it was more exciting if it was times that and reached 100. And there was a combination of professions that were most effective in a pairs match. The combination of warrior and necromancer in the first fight was one of the most common. The warrior.priest, warrior.archer, magician.priest, magician.thief, due to the number of combinations, there were infinite strategies available and the users should research and develop their own strategies. One combination that was particularly hard to deal with was the combination of magician. They met in the top 16. The damage of the magician that was over level 100 was enormous. When their advanced fire magic, 30% of his health was lost with one blow. But the true threat with a magician combination was the willpower exchange. Willpower exchange was the sharing of magic among the magicians. When willpower exchange was activated, mana could be shared among the magicians and the spell damage was also doubled. The horrible fire magic which decreased his health by 50% with one blow was created. Thanks to that, Ark and Shambhala were in a critical condition. If Ark tried to use riposte in a moment of crisis then he would just be completely roasted. On the other hand, the match became less tricky once Ark used his nursing skill. Their main weapon was the mental-based magic. However, Ark used his nursing skill to increase their resistance to the mental magic and received a Heart of the Caretaker bonus. The nursing skill had a surprisingly powerful effect on the match. When nursing was used, the strength and willpower of the receiver would rise. Although it didn't directly recover health, an increase in willpower would strengthen their natural resilience. When the resilience increased, it was similar to receiving an overall stat buff. A combination that was even trickier was the warrior-warrior pair they fought in the next match. Just like Justin, they doped themselves just before entering the stadium. When looking at them, he instantly thought of the phrase, "Money is power." They spent dozens of gold on potions which they stacked up 3 times, and appeared in the tournament with huge bodies. In order to reach the top 8, they probably invested hundreds of gold. But after Ark had met the doped-up warrior from the first round, he made his own preparations. The system allowed for Ark to use his survival cooking and raise his stats in the match. First of all, Ark and Shambhala were good to each other. The two of them had a good impression of each other from the first time they met, and that applied to when they fought together. It was like their hands and feet were well suited together. At first, Ark thought it was because Shambhala had trained in martial arts just like him, but in the tournament he realized it wasn't so simple. He had met many people in the evil Silrian who also learnt martial arts. Indeed, the tournament format tended to have higher odds for people who learnt martial arts. However, they didn't match well with Ark and Shambhala. Although they only learnt it later, but it was the influence from their two professions. Dark Walker and Saint Assassin. They were two professions with similar skills and characteristics, and there were many times when their functions strangely complemented each other. For example, petrification of blood. Shambhala used his petrification of blood skill. When the skill was used, red spots would appear. It was possible to stun the opponent for 20 seconds. But their defensive power at the time was at 500%, so it wasn't possible for him to do any damage. It was a skill that was used so that he could deal with a large number of enemies. However, the situation was different when Ark followed up with an attack. Dark Blade. An attack that ignored defense and landed a critical hit. In the end, the 500% increase to defense was like a sandfish. They suffered continuous critical hits in their petrified state. Was it only that? Above all, the degree of harmony for the two of them was the best for basic skills. Ark learned sword hand combat, which was a technique that took advantage of any gaps in the enemy's attack. On the other hand, Shambhala used Kung Fu, which had the effect of creating a gap in the opponent's attack. Their natural battle system was that Shambhala would create a gap which Ark would take advantage of to attack. Of course, it wasn't easy to use this battle system in the evil Silrian where the fight was always changing every moment. But using Shambhala's Kung Fu skills, it wasn't difficulty to overcome those problems. In fact, Shambhala's standard was quite high and it wasn't easy for Ark to follow in the early stages. As the fights continued, Ark gradually managed to match Shambhala's pace. Honestly, I hate to admit it. Li Myung.Ryong's training showed no effect on the outside. But sparring with boxing, wrestling and taekwondo developed his ability to adapt to circumstances. Now, Arkansas. Shambhala shouted as he stabbed the warrior with his dagger. Ark used Shambhala like a staircase and flew forward. The warrior was astonished and lifted his sword above his head. However, Ark stepped on the shield and landed behind him, turned and then kicked the warrior in the head. No way. The warrior stumbled as he received a critical hit. At the same time, Shambhala's and Ark's eyes were glittering. Afterwards, Shambhala attacked with a whirlwind. Ark continued with a spin kick. Shambhala's attack had the possibility of stunning the opponent. Abnormal conditions could be caused by Ark's kicks, but the probability was quite low. However, when the opponent was hit by 2 different attacks, the probabilities increased. Once they were trapped, it was impossible for them to escape. Thus, it was named Whirlwind of Death. In the end, the warrior's body shriveled like a balloon because the doping effects disappeared and died. The magic I had been watching while holding his breath and finally shouted. That's it. I paid the expensive entrance fee to see that combo today. Wahaha. Dark Wolf and Blue Sword are the best. Under thunderous applause, Ark and Shambhala returned to the waiting room. Hoo, this feeling is surprisingly good. Ark had a satisfied smile. The sound of thousands of spectators applauding was quite inspiring for his mood. At first, it was just frightening, but after he adapted, it became exhilarating pleasure. You're now quite a decent partner. Growling, good. This much is perfect. Don't be too giddy. There are still 2 matches left. Grrr, I know. Anyway, the tournament has ended for today. Let's separate for the rest of the day. Gur. Where do you go so busily every day? There is something I must discover in Celebrate. It's information related to my profession, so you don't need to know the details. Anyway, don't be late to the match tomorrow. Shambhala said as he changed his mask and mantle in the waiting room. He changed his mask and mantle so that people wouldn't recognize Shambhala. Of course, since Ark could transform his face, he didn't have to worry about that. However, once he transformed, he couldn't reuse it for 24 hours. When they left the waiting room, they had to leave separately. Look, it's Dark Wolf. Wah, his force is really different. When Ark exited the evil Silrian, people's interest was immediately concentrated on him. Normally, their attention would be a burden, but at the moment, he had changed into a wolf form. If people continued to be interested in him while transformed, then there was no need to be worried about his normal state. He didn't have to worry about other people's gaze while doing event quests. I'm also depending on it to compete safely in the evil Silrian. Ark smiled warmly. At first, he hadn't been happy about participating in the evil Silrian since it didn't give any money or experience. However, as he continued fighting in the matches, he discovered an unexpected effect. My skill proficiency increases several times faster. During a fight, his skill proficiency would go up considerably. When thinking about it, it was the inevitable result. In New World, skill proficiency wasn't affected by how much it was used. The important thing was how intensively it was used. Because of that, the skill always increased faster when fighting against a monster that he had met for the first time. When fighting something for the first time, he is always much more concentrated. However, no matter how difficult the monster, they would become easy after killing them several times. This was because they had a certain pattern of attack, so the growth of his skills would slow down. In the evil Silrian, he was always fighting opponents with new styles. In addition, his opponents weren't ordinary monsters. They were users armed with a variety of skills, just like Arkansas. When he fought against someone of high standard, of course his skill would grow at a tremendous speed. Thanks to that, his sword mastery increased to the advanced level. Skill check. Asterisk additional effects. Chance of a kick hitting a small monster 8%, medium monster 5% and 2% chance of causing an abnormal status on a large monster. When difficult techniques succeed, the probability of causing an abnormal status increases. Increasing his basic skill raised his general attack power. Furthermore, the probability of triggering an abnormal state also increased. That was the reason that the Whirlwind of Death was possible in the last match. His adrenaline and counter-attack skills also increased to the intermediate level. When adrenaline rose, his reaction rate in a critical condition also rose, and the chances of a successful counterattack also increased. Naturally, his chain skill riposte became more powerful as well. It was even possible to succeed when the warrior was further than 10 meters away from him. There is no other great place to raise my skills. Ark also experienced situations where the skill growth would stop, and that was useful information. Master, I'm here. Then, someone called from the side alley. It was Diedrich, who was transformed into a small boy with slicked back hair. Ark laughed as he approached Diedrich. Grrr, how was it? The odds are. Because you've kept winning, the odds fell a little bit. This time it was 1.2. Here is 76 gold. Kukuku, the upper limit is high and the earning is better than before. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Ark didn't summon Diedrich during the match. It was a tournament where people could bet money on the pair that would win. Of course, the gambling part of the evil Silrian had a few limitations in order to prevent fraud. First, users and NPCs could only bet on the user's victory when the match was a user versus a monster. This was intentional so that they wouldn't rig a game against the monster. And for the tournaments where it was user against user, there was an upper limit that existed when betting money. The first match 10 gold, second match 20 gold. It also wasn't possible to double the amount of profits received. In addition, participants were unable to participate directly in the gambling. But Ark couldn't miss out on the chance to make money. Before the tournament started, Ark summoned Diedrich in order to make money. Of course, he had every intention of winning the bets. In the first round, he scraped all his money together from selling Japtum and bet 10 gold. The odds for the first round were 1.8. It was quite high. Shambhala was a strong favorite even though Ark was unknown, and Justin and Dior were also well-known names, so the dividends were raised. Thanks to that he made 18 gold, and the odds in the second round was 1.5, so he made back 27 gold. The increased awareness of Ark meant that the odds kept on getting lower. But because the upper limit restriction rose, he could still earn money, and he made at least 10 gold with every match. When there were 2 or 3 games a day, he earned an average of 20-30 gold. Although I'm not completely satisfied, the earnings are acceptable. Where there is a will, then there is money. That was Ark's motto. Ark laughed while holding the purse, and when he noticed Diedrich asked, "Master, you feel good, right? Am I not a good person because I made you money? So give me some money so I can buy food." Grr, what the? Ark's countenance immediately stiffened. In Celebrate, there were thousands of street vendors where users gathered. Merchants who have learned to cook would make tempting snacks and sell them. Although Diedrich claimed to be 300 years old, his appearance was that of a young boy. Grr, I don't always make disgusting food. Ugh, how is that food? It's torture. Noisy, the outer appearance is not the only thing plausible about food. Isn't it known that food that is good for you tastes bitter? Instead of talking, you should eat the food I give you. Sometimes I also want to eat tasty food. It's unjust money. Since you came by the money unjustly, can't it be used sometimes? I even went to the evil Silrian and did some unfair gambling for you. Grrr, unjust money. Ark snorted and said, "What do you think all our money is used for? Your master has fought with blood, sweat and tears to make money. Don't you know I did that in order for us to live and eat well? Do you know how money was used to make you grow well? Sheesh, and now you want pocket money. What about clothes? The cost of the ingredients also wasn't free. I bought expensive spices and ingredients and poured it into the food you ate. Doesn't that also cost money? And I also wasted a lot of money and sweat educating you guys. Man, tears are obscuring my sight. Nevertheless, haven't I still been earning money for you? Yet you want to make me a beggar. Sheesh, is it that difficult for you to part with 5 copper? When copper is gathered it becomes silver, and then silver becomes gold. This was Ark's unchanging view on life. In the real world, Ark would never spend money on anything except the minimum calories needed to survive. Even if the weather became chilly and the roadside stalls sent him tempting looks, Ark never succumbed to the temptation. But now his pet was trying to tempt him to part with money. Over food. Although he was frugal with his money, he was happy to buy a fruit basket for his mother. Then do you want me to make a similar food for you? Whoa, it's dirty and black. I won't eat, don't make me eat it. Damn, I met the wrong master. He got annoyed with Diedrich and returned him to the netherworld. Is it time to discipline those guys again? Dimas had become distracted with Bones while Diedrich was openly rebellious. Since I have a lot of time these days, should I discipline them? Ark was seriously contemplating it. Suddenly someone's voice was heard from inside the alley. Are you really certain? Don't worry. This tournament is a joke for us. Only 2 people are needed. The voice spoke from somewhere. Since it was a dark night, he was cautious. Ark hid his body using stealth and peeked inside the alley. Are they? Inside the alley were users from the evil Silrian. It was the user wearing the mask with a 5-star design. It was the 2 pioneers that were eager to fight Shambhala. 3 hooded people with large builds were confronting them. The 3 of them observed the surroundings before taking a large breath. Although we recruited players using our information network, all of them have fallen. Now you 2 are the only ones remaining. I told you so from the beginning. Other people aren't needed if we're there. Thanks to that, the number of matches increased and thousands of hours wasted. You morons. But if the identity of the secret map is correct, then we would have the money to hire as much people as we want. You wouldn't be so eager for an ordinary treasure map. Did you obtain some useful information? That, I can't tell you that. It is top secret information. After he was pressed, the person inside the hood used confused words. Then, the eyes of the pioneer jewel narrowed. Well, that's okay. We aren't particularly interested. Only a beginner cares about treasure maps. But about that earlier price you promised. Yes. What is it? Didn't we already sign a contract with the NPC? We did. But we did so thinking it wouldn't take that much time. You didn't believe us and hired more guys, so it has taken twice as long. Naturally, we should revise the agreement. Don't you think? After looking at the situation, I think it should be twice as much. An extra 1,000 gold to the promised 500. So 1,500 gold in total. We don't have that type of money. One hooded person took a deep breath and exclaimed. If you don't like it, then we can just cancel the agreement. And I'll search for other people to buy the map. Well, we could also search for the treasure directly. If you break the contract. The penalty of breaking a contract didn't only apply to the merchant who made it. If a contract was signed and received, then the penalty applied to everyone involved. But strangely, Jewel just laughed and said. We're pioneers. Do you think we're scared of something like that? That it isn't useful to you. But 1,000 gold is important for the person that would lose it. That's our requirement. Jewel spoke in a firm tone. Of course, Jewel had no thoughts about treasure hunting. But there was a reason the people that hired her wanted that specific item. Perhaps it had information about enormous profit or was related to a quest or profession. Therefore, she had no intention of transferring it obediently for the agreed-upon price. Ark, who was hiding, also nodded. Jewel knows how to make a deal. In this situation, it wasn't possible to assume that Jewel was bad. Rather, the weakness that the hooded person showed was bad. Therefore, it was natural to attempt to get as much profit as possible. Anyway, the hooded users exchanged worried glances. But in the end they were forced to agree. Okay. 1,500 gold. Good. Have it prepared for when the 2 matches end tomorrow. Jewel spoke in a satisfied look and disappeared out of the other side. The hooded figures immediately cursed. Sheesh, they're like robbers, 1,500 gold for one tournament. It's times like these that I feel like I chose the wrong profession. Hyung.nim, although it's regrettable, we have no other choice. We have to believe in those guys. But it is 1,500 gold. Wouldn't we be struggling as soon as we lose all that money? You don't have to worry. The man they called Hyung.nim muttered in a low voice. This is the quest that a grandmaster from one of the top guilds gave directly. The other day, I heard that one person who received a grandmaster quest took 2 months to complete it. The compensation he received was a rare skill and an additional 4,000 gold. In other words, the reward for this quest would be a minimum of 4,000 gold. The eyes of the rest of the hooded figures turned to gold. It was an obvious response. 4,000 gold. That was 40 million won. But for now we must sell our items and make 1,050 gold. Those guys don't appear likely to help us without that. One hooded figure rummaged through their pockets before sighing. We still have time before the finals. We'll find a way to raise the money in the meantime. Huckakuk, does that mean an additional debt? Don't cry. It's not good to become too indebted. But think of it as an investment. It is really lucky that I have received the Grandmaster's quest. No matter what happens, we have to seize this opportunity to live. We're betting everything on this. Yes, I understand. But even if we obtain the supplementary prize, the other 2 items are in those guys' hands. What is your plan? Hoo. The man called Hyung.Nim wore a wily smile. That's why this supplementary prize is especially important. If we are holding one of the 3 clues, then those guys can't find the treasure. It would become useless to them. Then, you offer them a deal for a sneak peek. Would they easily accept the deal? That's our specialty. We'll persuade them and have the contract be stamped with a seal. Well, we can also use other methods. The important thing is that we have one of the clues. If we don't, then there is no chance for us. As expected of Hyung.Nim. Hoo, that's right. Hoo. It's like that. The hooded figures laughed sinisterly. What this is? Ark stared blankly from directly behind them. Volume 6 Chapter 4 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 4 Finals, how many quests does this item overlap with? Ark's mind became complicated. When he received the quest, he didn't think it was that serious. He expected some decent compensation. He decided that it was only a little bit better than normal quests. But that wasn't the case. Whenever there was a quest where a specific item was needed and there were no limitations on the number of that item, then there would be many people who have received the quest. If one restriction of the quest was friendship points, then the items couldn't be shared. Several people would receive the quest and consequently most of them were bound to fail. In order for me to receive the quest, it was necessary to have a lot of friendship points with the Magic Institute. Shambhala received the quest from a quest item. As the items couldn't be shared, one of them had to give up the quest. But there were also other people who received the quest. Furthermore, the place where they received the quest wasn't ordinary. Last night, Ark shadowed the 3 people. But he soon lost them in a restricted area. The place where they went to was Midas, the Merchant Guild. They said they received the quest from the Grandmaster. Then, the Grandmaster was probably from the Merchant Guild. Ark's employer was also the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute. In other words, 2 of the top 3 guilds, the Magic Institute and the Merchant Guild, were involved. So let's think about it. The NPCs of New World don't move abruptly without any justification. This was the justification of the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute. Since Magaro was a member of the Magic Institute, the research materials that he left behind belonged to them. Therefore, it was justifiable to regain it. Then what about the Grandmaster of the Merchant Guild? There was no obvious reason at the moment. However, he had a small idea. Magaro was a well-known genius alchemist. The research from his later years would therefore be worth a lot of money. Even if it wasn't directly used by the Merchant Guild, it was possible to use it in political negotiations with the Magic Institute. That was the rough idea that he immediately thought of. The 3 big guilds are political rivals. Naturally they would spy on and try to outmaneuver each other. And the movement of the Magic Institute was trying to discover Magaro's lost legacy. Then the Merchant Guild quickly took action. If so, Shambhala finding the diary might be 100% due to chance, but the appearance of the secret map in the evil Silrian shows that it might not be a coincidence. The Merchant Guild is probably behind this tournament in order to discover the other users who have found clues. Perhaps it wasn't only the Merchant Guild. While normally 100 people participate on average, this tournament had more than 1,000 applications. Many large guilds are also gathering to go to Nagarin. The hooded figures hired some players, but it was impossible for them to have hired 900 people. In that case, maybe other powers have intervened in the quest. Then out of the three guilds, the one with the highest chances of intervening is the Warrior Guild. The quest is probably something similar to bringing them the injury prize from this tournament. If that is the case, the situation was becoming quite interesting. Of course, Ark wasn't interested in something like the three guilds' power struggle. He also didn't want to compete with other users for the quest. The point that Ark found interesting was that the Merchant Guild made its move following the Grandmaster of the Magic Institute's action. This meant that there was likely to be a huge reward. If the guy who received a quest from the Grandmaster was rewarded with 4,000 gold, then the compensation for this quest would be at least that much. Without a doubt, it would be a large amount of money. Indeed, the hooded men were willing to pay 1,500 gold to Jewel for the secret map. Money was the most important thing to a merchant. If the rewards for the quest was uncertain, they wouldn't have been willing to part with that amount of money. In other words, this quest was guaranteed to have a large profit. I could get thousands of gold from one quest. Ark's pupils turned to gold. If he did well, then he might be rewarded with rare potions or scrolls as well as gold. Unexpectedly I received some good information. I'm lucky that I transformed myself. While I can guess their real identities, they can't guess mine. I have the upper hand. Ark hid the information from Shambhala. Shambhala still didn't know how large this quest was. Since he had already received the quest, he only wanted to complete it if it was possible. However, if he knew about the huge reward, then he might change his mind. In the worst case, he might require more in exchange for the diary. That's not possible. This is my quest. My money. And Shambhala couldn't afford to listen to such talk. The semi-finals and finals were on the same day. 1 hour ago, Ark and Shambhala had won in the semi-finals, and now they were waiting for the next match in the waiting room. In the meantime, Shambhala sat down with crossed legs and closed his eyes. The posture of a person who learnt kung fu and was concentrating his mind was remarkable. Thanks to that, Ark was unable to breathe properly and sat a distance away. Then, a shout was heard along the suddenly loud passages. Now the only match remaining is to determine the final winner. In 5 minutes, a special match will be held, and then it will be the final match of the hotter-than-ever 186th pairs tournament. Shambhala's eyes flashed in response to the televised announcement. His eyes moved to Arkansas. As expected, the final opponents are the Pioneers. Ark, this time will fight separately. Gur, among the Pioneers, the magician Jewel is mine. I have to pay back my debt. With my own hands. Is this because of what happened the other day? He had surprisingly childish parts to him. Ark asked with a smile. However, Shambhala spoke seriously with no signs of a laugh. That's not the reason. Because this game was not the first time that I've seen the ID Jewel. Once he looked in his eyes, Ark realized that there was another serious matter. If it was an NPC, they would kindly listen, but if it was a user, then they would question it closely. But if it didn't have anything to do with the quest or the money, then he wasn't interested. When his 40-year-old uncles would drink alcohol and recite history, he had no interest. Fortunately, Shambhala didn't make a fuss with his story. Anyway, in this tournament let's go with individual combat. I think even Jewel intends to fight this way. I also prefer it like that. Even though simple, a magician's magic could vary widely depending on the type they studied. Therefore, magic had the largest scope of study. If someone prefers dealing elemental damage, they would become a sorcerer that has a lot of magic to deal with many opponents. There was also a wide variety of magical buffs, but the one that was used by 2 or more magicians, willpower exchange, was particularly outstanding. That's why magicians favored being in a party the most. Meanwhile, the warlock was a dark magician that specialized in PvP. Warlocks had no magic to help in a party. Instead, their buff or protective magic could only be used on themselves, and they were often clad in something to increase their damage. In New World, the warlock was the ultimate damage dealer. Grr, are you sure you can beat her by yourself? I honestly don't know. Ark was slightly amazed at Shambhala's answer. He thought that Shambhala was confident about winning. Naturally, the pioneers were strong. But if it was the confident Shambhala saying this, then his partner wasn't behaving boldly anymore. Are they that strong? The pioneers. I fought them 1 month ago. I clearly remember the memory from that time and used it for image training. The amount of victories was 7-3. It wasn't unexpected for Jewel, who had been fighting for a month. So at that point it was considered 5-5. Grr, it's the case where I wouldn't be able to understand until I see it in person. Shambhala silently nodded. That's right. I haven't fought against a warlock yet. Therefore, individual combat might be easier than fighting together. Since I don't know how great the pioneers are, let's just go out and try it. Then, after the special match ended, the loudspeaker made an announcement again. The final match will begin in 10 minutes. After Ark heard the broadcast, he immediately took out his pot. The only thing I can do is prepare for some bleeding. Okay. Bleeding is released. Snake, please give me the materials for racing cocktail, hot syrup cake, and drink with refreshing taste. Sack sack sack. At Ark's command, Snake spat out a handful of ingredients. It was quite annoying looking through his bag every time he wanted to make a dish. Therefore he made Snake remember each recipe off by heart, so that it could spit out the ingredients just from the name of the dish. Thanks to that, the time hunting for ingredients was reduced and he could grasp the different flavors of the dish. What happens to the pets also depends on the master. The price of Snake's effort was a simple stroke on the head sometimes. Anyway, it was already the final match. If they lost, then all his efforts so far would be in vain. Ark also used ingredients that weren't easy to find in his dishes. The cocktail increases the reaction rate, the cake boosted power while the drinks boosted magical resistance, and so on. They were rare dishes without any side effects. Of course, it was less effective than the drugs that the warriors would dope themselves with. However, doping drugs were often only for warriors. Maybe because the effects of the drug were strong, but the warrior's physical strength was needed to resist it completely. On the other hand, his dishes had no restriction on the professions and the duration was also longer than the drugs. And it was much cheaper. If Ark wanted to make a dish with a similar effect to the drugs, then it would cost him 100 gold. Even so, the sight of a black wolf squatting down to cook was a little strange. Grr, it's done. Anyway, Ark instantly produced a buffet-style meal. It was 10 medicinal dishes that Ark had carefully selected. Shambhala, I'll do my best to help you with your revenge. So eat to your heart's content. Thank you. Shambhala picked a dish and looked impressed before eating it. Ark's eyes flashed at the sight. I'm also a person. Because it's hot, the price is half off. One dish is 5 gold. Shambhala coughed as he was caught and stared at Arkansas. Was he really trying to get money from this? His glowing eyes seemed to ask. Ark silently nodded his head. Catering is expensive, you know. But that's between you and me. Since I took of the labor costs, shouldn't you be thankful? Shambhala was at a loss for words. Put put pow. The tournament had spread out for a long time, over 6 days, and it was finally time for the final match. As expected for the finals, the stage and special effects was really different. When Ark and Shambhala entered the stadium, colorful fireworks were lit up and the stadium had been divided into 4 arenas which had the attention of as many as 10,000 spectators. Because there were an unprecedented number of participants, users and NPCs flocked like bees. There were even VIP seats at the stadium, where the nobility NPC stood out. Wah ah ah. At last. Please give us an excellent show. I bet 100 gold on you guys. The crowd screamed as they gained momentum. The pioneers Jewel and Duke were introduced by the magic eye and appeared on the opposite side. The eyeballs of the magic eye rolled around. Its eyes turned silver and looked like a slot machine. Pandemonium. A vague smile spread on Ark's mouth. Pandemonium was an arena that he had already experienced. It was a place where the ancient ruins of the game were spread. It was laid out like a complicated labyrinth, making it difficult to remember the way. But the most extraordinary aspect of this fight was the roof. That's right. Pandemonium was crafted like a dungeon. Luck has followed me. A battle in the darkness was something that Ark naturally desired. As a Dark Walker, Ark received a 40% boost to all his abilities in the darkness. Thanks to that, he was around level 140 without any special doping. It was also possible to use stealth in this situation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this arena seemed especially crafted for Arkansas. In addition, Shambhala was a saint assassin and assassins also received various bonuses in the dark that was equal to Ark's. Then Jewel muttered in the distance. If it's pandemonium.do you remember fighting here in the past. That match where you became like a dust cloth. Gur, Ark looked at Shambhala in surprise after the unexpected words. Shambhala muttered with an expression that looked like he was chewing poo. Jewel's profession is a dark stalker among the warlocks. The bonus that she gets from the dark is just as good as ours. And there are many powerful spells that can be used only in the dark. The dungeon arena won't give us any advantages. Damn, his excitement was quickly released. But it doesn't matter. Since it's like this, I can return the favor. When the arena was determined, the magic eye was so excited that its blood pressure immediately increased. Go. Bang bang double bang. The arena shook with loud vibrations. Pillars sprung up and the dark and massive ruins were created. Of course, the voice of the magic eye and the spectators couldn't be heard any more from the interior. But those watching from outside the arena had no difficulties viewing the interior. As soon as the match started, Shambhala used Blink to reach Jewel. Hoo, this punk. Don't be hasty. There's no time limit, so let's do this slowly. Jewel laughed and scattered like fog as she flew to one side. It was the rare skill of the Dark Stalker that was only available in the darkness. It was mist. The body changed into fog and it was a skill which increased speed and dramatically raised the evasion rate. Your opponent is me. The other guys don't matter. Oh, is this a one-on-one match? I have no reason to refuse. Warp. Dark Wolf, I'll leave Duke to you. Jewel used spatial movement magic to move Shambhala to a different area. In order to use spatial magic, it required at least 7 circles of magic. It was barely even possible for magicians that used willpower exchange. The person who used such magic calmly was his opponent. It meant that the lowest level possible was a level 160 magician. Additionally, what was even more important than the level was the type of magic used. Levels were insignificant to magicians. When it is to that degree, it is impossible to guess whether Shambhala would win or not. However, it wasn't the time to be worried about Shambhala. An arrow suddenly flew at him from the darkness. Archer. Duke was an archer. Ark was surprised and avoided the attack by rolling his body. As an opponent, archers aren't that difficult. Ark stood up and held his position. After measuring the timing of Duke's movements, he swung his sword like lightning. Riposte. The arrow returned to Duke at a faster speed than it had flown earlier. If he was good enough to enter the finals, then arrows of that degree were easily avoided. Ark expected Duke to dodge the arrow, and aimed for the moment when he would dodge. Then Duke's lips stealthily raised. Nice move. Has your skill been trained to return this many arrows? 222 tongue. Incredible rapid fire. Duke whipped out dozens of arrows and fired them at a dazzling speed. Ark managed to return 3-4 of the continuously firing arrows while the rest were flying at him. In a moment of carelessness, one arrow was driven into his shoulder. Ugh! Even with his increased defense thanks to the dishes, he still received 300 damage. The only penalty to long-distance attacks was that the archer's attack speed was slow. However, Duke was faster than the sword. It couldn't be that high because of the archery skill level. He probably had various passive skills that would increase attack speed. He is also a pioneer. However, Ark just tediously tried to face the archer. Luckily, there was a weak point to rapid fire. The speed was so quick that accuracy fell. The arrows flew over 10 feet, and only some of them got within 1 foot of Arkansas. Then I don't have to be afraid of blind arrows. Ark stopped the arrows that reached him while using appropriate avoidance measures with the rest. And little by little he narrowed the distance between them using explosive acceleration. Duke realized and protested with an arrow. The chances of striking a critical hit was the timing. Got it. It was at that time. Suddenly light emerged from Duke's shoes and he slid back a few meters. Thanks to that, Ark attacked in vain and was hit in the side by an arrow shot by Duke. Ugh, that was. Kukukuk. Magic shoes of this caliber can't be seen anymore. Shoes. You mean that just now was an item effect? Ark looked at Duke's shoes with surprised eyes. The reason that an archer wasn't able to fight directly with a warrior was their stance. Warriors could wield a sword from any position. However, archers had to hold their position to draw the bow. Of course, it wasn't possible to do a proper attack when the warrior's sword was swinging at them. However, Duke's shoes ignored that penalty. Gliding didn't move his feet, so he could still hold his stance and shoot while avoiding attacks. That's right. That was the scary point of the pioneers that Shambhala pointed out straight away. While unusually high skills was a problem, the real worry was about their items. The pioneers had already hunted in the high-level areas in the early stages and selected all sorts of rare items. Duke smirked and shouted. The core of online gaming is the equipment. Ark ground his teeth together. Of course he knew. Equipment was very important to online gaming. But Ark believed that it wasn't everything. If equipment was everything, wouldn't that mean that a person who started late wouldn't ever be able to catch up with them? He didn't ever want to admit that. That was why he carefully raised his skills from the bottom up and never skipped exercising every day. No, equipment wasn't everything in New World. Damn, Dark Dance. It was the skill that significantly increased his evasion rate. Ark stepped on the red footprints that floated on the ground and disappeared like a ghost. At the same time, Duke again used rapid fire. However, Ark swung his sword at all the arrows at an incredible pace. Duke began to look puzzled as his evasion movements continued. Crunch, 222 tongue, bang, 222 tongue. Duke slid back with the magic shoes while using rapid fire. Ark moved like a ghost using Dark Dance and wielded his sword. He didn't even look up at the fighting magician that was randomly using warp. He was able to understand the two locations using the sparkle of the sword and the arrow in the darkness. Naturally, Ark and Duke confirmed the opponents with their eyes and attacked. If he could intuitively grasp the path of the opponent, then he would be able to break through the barrage of attacks. And this was Ark's specialty. Ugh, this guy. Thanks to Dark Dance, Duke retreated with a groan. Ark attacked between arrows, so Duke was hit 3 or 4 times with the sword. However, Ark was the one confused. Even with the various dishes and a bunch of bonus darkness attribute stats, only 10% of Duke's health was decreased even though he was hit 3 or 4 times. Either his health was ridiculously high, or his armor was loaded with defensive stats. No, if he was a pioneer then both reasons were probably applicable. Still, he couldn't make any attacks with Dark Blade. But Ark soon braced himself. If it's this much, then it is worth doing. A frontal confrontation is troublesome as expected. It's better to enjoy myself my way. Duke slipped around the corner and went into hiding. He was trying to use guerrilla warfare that the terrain was suited for. That was also Ark's specialty, but it was disadvantageous against an archer. If he was showered with arrows from a high place like a balcony, there was no way for he to avoid all of it. You must be quite concerned about me if you're trying to leave. Ark turned the corner. However, the figure of Duke did not appear. It was a large square, so no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't have been able to hide himself in time. Then. Don't tell me that Duke can also use stealth. Tongue. It was at that time. There was a mechanical sound and countless arrows started falling from the sky. Hoo, have you finally noticed? Trap if he can use stealth and traps then, Ranger. His laughter was audible in the darkness. Learning stealth and archery, as well as tracking and using traps was one of the most difficult jobs in the archer profession, the Ranger. That was Duke's real profession. Once Duke showed the characteristics of his profession, Ark was immediately backed into a corner. Duke would hide himself with stealth, and when Ark got stuck in a trap then he would shoot arrows before running away again. Yet Ark couldn't follow blindly. That was because he would intentionally invite him into a trap. In the end, it wasn't possible to do it in this state. But there's even more. The weak point of stealth was that he couldn't move without Ark hearing the sound. But since the sound of the shoes sliding were light, Duke couldn't completely eliminate the sound of his footsteps. So Ark tried to capture the sound. Wheeing. Duke overwhelmed Ark in terms of equipment, skills and every other way. Because the level was fixed to 100, the difference was shown even more. Ark's clothes became wet and he steadily losing health. He also didn't have an effective way to discover the traps. The traps that Duke used didn't simply do damage. There were also traps that could bind and stun. It would take falling into just one dangerous trap for him to be defeated. Duke was a pioneer and had already found a way to overcome the weakness of stealth. I should have done everything I could in the beginning, that I took it too lightly. Ark also had a bag of tricks. His poisonous pet snake. However, it was a huge burden for him to use so early, so he didn't. It was a mistake. He should have used it early to make the opponent's health decrease even more. He missed the timing, and now the circumstances meant that he couldn't use it easily. If I summon my pets now then they won't be any help. Deimos can't avoid the traps, and Diedrich was vulnerable to arrows, so he would just receive damage instead. And there is no chance to attack with snake's poison. He was contemplating for a moment before something flashed in Ark's head. Pets, poison. Okay, maybe. Snake, paralysis. Once his health was reduced to 60%, Ark finally pulled out a trick from his bag. Ark coated his sword with snake's poison and walked to the corner where Duke had disappeared, sticking closely to the wall. Then while Deimos was summoned, he hid using stealth. Summon demon, Deimos. I can only believe in your defense. Clack clack clack. Deimos rushed forward vigorously. Duke had laid out a bunch of traps around the corner. There was a large roaring sound before visually frightening dust flames and smoke began to spread. Deimos had advanced using his body as a shield. It worked for a while before Deimos was bound in a trap and targeted by arrows. Did that stupid guy give up? Duke appeared at that time. In the passage shrouded by thick smoke, Deimos was easily mistaken as Arkansas. It's now. Dark dance. Ark quickly rounded the corner and rushed at Duke. He poured a shower of kicks on him. Duke, who had been trying to shoot an arrow, never expected the barrage of attacks. He confirmed that it was Deimos a step too late and tried to run away, but Ark had barely managed to catch him. Ark used Dark Dance to move around Duke while kicking and swinging his sword. His sword was stained with paralysis poison and his kick could also cause abnormal conditions. Meanwhile, Deimos had also managed to escape from the trap and went behind him to block Duke's attack. I have to end it here. But Duke's defense surpassed his imagination. Although he was attacked non-stop for 30 seconds, his health did not fall below 50%. But the paralysis condition was stacked up every time an attack hit and was also layered over with other abnormal conditions. Damn, this was expensive. Warp trap. Duke installed a trap at his feet using quick hand movements. Then Duke activated the trap and disappeared before appearing 10 meters away. The moment they were in a desperate situation, the Pioneer's experience showed its power once again. The warp trap was a trap that allowed him to move to an area where another trap was laid out. The user could also use the traps as a combo on himself. It was a method of escaping that couldn't have been imagined by Arkansas. But his health is already at 40%. I am more advantageous. I will not forgive you. Duke protested and pulled out a bunch of arrows that flashed. It was the magic arrows that cost 40 silvers for one. In addition, it was level 140. It was a high-level archery skill where the arrow would explode once it connected with something. When it was shot, a huge explosion immediately occurred in the area. Rocks fell down as flames rose from all sides. Clack clack, clack clack clack. Suddenly, Deimos pushed Ark out of the way at a desperate moment. He received all the falling rock and fire damage. He was a pet that overflowed with loyalty. However, Ark wasn't thankful for the loyalty shown. The problem was that thanks to evolving in the underground world, Deimos had 1000 health, so Ark received 500 damage. He had put all that effort into making Duke's health 40% and now Ark's health was also 40%. Deimos' health was low from the traps, so he was forcefully recalled with that last attack. Ugh, this guy. Duke had already hidden his body using stealth. Hoo, now your shield has disappeared entirely. Rest assured, however. He's not the only one I will kill. I'll slowly crush you. Duke's voice was heard in the darkness. When he used it, the skill was useful, but if it was on the other side then it was an annoying skill. Damn, I didn't realize a ranger was this difficult. Since then, the same situation was repeated. When he moved to avoid traps, magic arrows would fly from behind him. If he tried to focus on the arrows, then a trap would be triggered. After all of that, Ark's health fell to 20%. Shambhala. Maybe he managed to defeat Jewel. Ark accepted Trill with an expectant look. Ark, what is your situation? Honestly, not very good. You. Did you perhaps defeat Jewel? Wrong. What? That Jewel is even stronger than before. I was trapped in the passages where she used magic I've never seen before. I've managed to reduce her health to 40%, but I'm in a critical condition, damn it. Are we going to lose to them after all? Ark ground his teeth together. Even though it was a dark dungeon, it only acted as a penalty to them so far. This was because Jewel and Duke were also of the dark attribute. Even if they had the same dark attribute, their skills were entirely different. Ark and Shambhala were close combat specialists. But they were professionals at hunting with all the magic and traps. It was obvious that something like a maze of darkness would be beneficial for close combat and hunting. That I'm sorry. I shouldn't have proposed an individual battle. Ark was silent for a moment. Shambhala was already half-way to giving up. However, Ark had no intention of giving up. If he gave up here, then all his efforts in the last 6 days would have been worthless. And Magaro's secret map that might show the location of huge amounts of money would be given to the unidentified merchants. The merchants knew the value of the map, so he wouldn't be able to obtain it with money or intimidation. Of course, there was still Ark's fight with Duke remaining. However, if Shambhala was defeated by Jewel, then it would be useless. If Shambhala was defeated by Jewel, then Ark wouldn't be able to handle her as well as Duke. If Shambhala dies, then everything is finished. But Shambhala is in a different area. In order to defeat Jewel and Duke, we must join forces. At that time, a thought flashed through Ark's head. Shambhala, didn't we previously have a fight in this cave? It was made clear that the ruins were symmetrical. And there is only one pathway that joins both sides. So that's it. Let's use it. Let's use it. How? Shambhala asked Ark, who began to tell him the plan. Then Shambhala thought for a while before replying, certainly, yes, there is a possibility that it will work. We have no choice but to try it. We have to grasp the feeling, because timing is essential for this strategy. If one of us doesn't make it, or the timing is off by even 1 second, then the whole thing will fail. Do you understand that? I know. Then let's apply your strategy for the last match. Let's forward it to exactly 1 minute later. I'll see you there. Once Ark disconnected the communication, he immediately triggered Adelaine's necklace. It was a method of recovering mana in an emergency. However, this time Ark triggered the necklace for the 40% increase in defense option. With his defensive powers increased, Ark stepped on the traps that he had avoided previously. There was a ringing sound and Ark's body was tied to a tree trunk. Once the trap worked, Duke immediately appeared and showered him in arrows. Even if he was chained up, he could still move his arm. Ark tried his best to hit all the arrows. However, his health quickly decreased from the rapid fire of the magic arrows. Even though his defense had increased by 40%, by the time the chains came loose he was in a critical condition. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you. This bastard, you're planning to continue as a coward. Duke had immediately done a hit and run. What's the point of a frontal confrontation when you're already in a critical condition? It's nonsense. But did you just intentionally step on a trap? Kukukuk, how stupid. Do you think that I'm so stupid that I wouldn't notice you have something planned? Rangers have to be vigilant until the end. You should taste the hell of the traps again. Even if I die, I'll bring you with me. Summon release, resummon Diedrich. Ark had been waiting for his spiritual power to recover to 100%. Ugh! Diedrich appeared with a scream. Ark had summoned Diedrich to the stadium. Ark had originally summoned Diedrich to gamble on the matches in the stadium. Because he was outside, there was no way to communicate with him. However, when he summoned him in an emergency, then his former shape was shown. Diedrich had looked like a little boy holding the hand of his father, therefore a young boy holding a megaphone appeared in the arena. In addition to that, he had a large piece of bread stuffed in his mouth. While his master was fighting and almost dying, he was just having a snack. Master, a kinda Jushi gave this to me. Really? I would never use the money from the dividends to buy food. Diedrich couldn't even think of a good excuse. It was like a fish was left to a cat. Since he had earned quite a lot gambling in the evil Silrian. Ark couldn't enter the gambling place as a participant. Therefore, he used Diedrich as a smoke screen who ran around buying snacks with the money. Although he wanted to throw it away, now wasn't the time. Shut up and pursue that fellow immediately. Then, this never happened. Damn, more time was being wasted thanks to his cheap tricks. I get it, so hurry up before that guy gets away. If you lose him then you'll die. Allegiance. Hooray, master. Diedrich turned into a bat and caught up with Duke. Stealth couldn't be used if someone was looking at them. That was the trump card that Ark came up with. When Duke couldn't use stealth, he shot his arrows with a puzzled expression. But who was Diedrich? In terms of his summons, he was the second in terms of combat ability. Hyung, I'm not afraid of arrow. My master is more scary. Diedrich used the pillars as shields and stared until his eyeballs popped out. Thanks to that, Duke couldn't use stealth and had no choice but to be chased by Arkansas. After a while, Ark measured the time and gave an order to Diedrich. Diedrich, block the passage to the left and drive that guy towards the right passage. Okay. Diedrich blocked the left passage and shouted at Duke with a loud voice. Shrimp. I'm going to capture you and eat you. Ugh, that annoying bat. But Duke held his ground and didn't waste time arguing with Diedrich. Ark was coming up behind him with a menacing expression. In fact, Ark was already in a critical condition. There was no reason for Duke to be afraid of him. However, the fact that Ark deliberately stepped into the trap made Duke feel anxious. That guy, he definitely has something. Perhaps he has an item capable of recovery magic. Eventually, the psychological warfare won and he turned his body and headed down the right passage. Then, he heard Shambhala's voice again through the use of Trill. Ark, I'm heading to that place, okay? I'm also almost finished driving him there, count it down. 3, 2, 1. Now. 6 o'clock at my back, 3 m above, Duke is at the front just around the corner. Ark and Shambhala shouted at the same time. Just before Duke turned the corner, Shambhala popped out from the rock. That's right. In the Pandemonium Arena, the left and right side structures were the same. Shambhala and Ark were battling on separate sides. And there was a corner where the two caves connected that was broken by a sharp angle. Ark and Shambhala had worked out a strategy to aggressively swap partners there. What the? How did these guys? Duke was puzzled and lifted an eyebrow. However, after Shambhala turned the corner he had already used a deadly skill. Torpedo sword. The dagger sparked with lightning and a vortex was formed around the dagger as it rushed towards Duke. It was the hidden profession, Saint Assassin. The destructive power was enormous. Duke fell into the critical condition and he also had the electric shock status. Of course, Ark wasn't just watching. Taking advantage of Duke's paralysis, Ark jumped and used his strongest skill. Take this, Blade Storm. Ark always had decent swords in a bag or two. It was in order to use Blade Storm at the last moment. As soon as Ark had pulled out a black sword from the bag, he used Blade Storm in the air. He was following Shambhala's directions of the target being 3 m up in the 6 o'clock direction. Qua are you wrong? The well-made sword was crushed to pieces and the fragments stated to stir. At that moment, Jewel who was chasing Shambhala appeared around the corner. Jewel was floating in the air with a translucent shield to protect herself. It was the protection magic which caused certain amounts of damage to become invalid. But the protective shield was quickly destroyed by the powerful offensive of Blade Storm. Jewel was surrounded by a vortex of shield fragments and was forced to the ground. Ugh, what on earth is this? Jewel still couldn't grasp the situation. What is going on? You guys have become the targets. Ugh, hell. You say that like it was a planned mission. It is the end. Dark Blade. Ark ran up to Jewel and used Dark Blade. Damn, don't look down on me, Warp. When a magician and warrior battle became close combat, the warrior would be superior because the magician's magic would fail. The magician had to memorize a chant in order to use the magic. When the magic was invoked, it would appear in front of them and they would have to activate it. In dire situations, the magic reaction speed would naturally slow down and the magic would fail. The magician's magic would fail without the right words. But that didn't happen. Even when the situation was dire, Jewel was experienced enough to remember the chant and her warp succeeded. Jewel appeared 10 meters away using warp and immediately used mist magic to disappear. Diedrich, after her. There's no need. Leave it to me, Arkansas. I'll take care of it. Shambhala shouted at Ark while he was wielding his sword. At the moment an amazing thing happened. The crowd couldn't understand what it saw, or Arkansas and maybe even Shambhala couldn't imagine that such a perfect picture would be created. However, at the moment Ark understood Shambhala completely and swung his sword at him. He didn't intend to do it, but it suddenly flashed and separated. Then, although they had forgotten for a while, Ark and Shambhala had a strange synergy with each other while fighting together. This was because words couldn't describe it. Riposte. Ark made his riposte hit Shambhala's sword. The two swords clashing together caused sparks to fly. Ark's counter struck Shambhala's chest. At the same time, the additional effect of riposte kicked in. Shambhala didn't fight it and instead added to the pushing force, propelling him even more powerfully into the sky. He surprisingly flew 15 meters and struck with his dagger while using torpedo sword. A ray like lightning burned through the darkness. And Shambhala penetrated Jewel's body that fell to the ground. In her last moments, Jewel's laughter came flowing out. AK. You point, unbelievable point. I point to guys like you. It was like the reaction of a boss monster. Anyway, Jewel was surrounded by blue sparks and disappeared. Ark turned around and quickly looked at Duke. Ugh. Duke was barely out of the electric shock state and only had 1% health left. When Jewel had died in vain, he immediately lost his fighting spirit. Duke jumped up and tried to run away. Ark smiled and gave an order to Diedrich. Diedrich, how much have you piled up? Oh ho ho ho, tormenting weak guys are my specialty. Leave it to me. Dark dash. Diedrich flew like the wind and struck Duke in the head. Duke received the darkness status and struggled as he fell down. This guy. How dare you shoot an arrow at my master that I respect? And you even sent Deimos back to the netherworld. Then let me return the favor to you. Thus, the pioneer Duke was stepped on so much by Diedrich that he died. Diedrich, who had controlled Duke, trembled and reached out with both hands. He, master. I handled the villain. Aren't I pretty? Right. Diedrich was really showing off. Shambhala, who was watching, suddenly laughed. Kook, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It really is fun fighting with you. Ark also let out a silly laugh. It was the toughest battle he ever had, and it was also the most exciting. When the two died, there was a ringing sound and pandemonium suddenly disappeared. However, the crowd was so quiet that it was strange. Then, like a needle falling, a voice was heard. Like the crowd, the magic I had been looking at the two of them with a bemused expression. Then, like he suddenly woke up, the magic I burst out with a loud noise. Now the whole arena vibrated with shouts. Firecrackers burst in the night sky while the crowd stomped their feet and chanted Blue Sword and Dark Wolf. The users who bet on Jewel and Duke also generously cheered. Wah ah ah. That was more amazing than watching a real fight. This fight was worth every penny, even if the admission fee was expensive. The best. I had to watch that match no matter what. Blue Sword and Dark Wolf, this time you should become pros. That's right, you should play in more matches. I'll get to see it every day. The stadium shook up and down. Ark realized that 1,000 people had competed in this tournament and he had actually won.